Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. From imprisonment to hell, the new life is born. It's the Yondaime. He's finally come to battle. We still have a chance at beating this monster. Keep fighting. That was the cry of a brave fighter that was fighting a losing battle. You see, he was fighting none other than the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Also known as the King of Hell, King of all Demons, or the Nine-Tailed Fox. No one knows why the Kyuubi just showed up one day, but it did. And when it did, he suddenly attacked the village of Konohagakure, or the village hidden in the leaves. But it was not just one man that was fighting the Demon Lord himself. No, it was the entire ninja population of Konohagakure, or Konoha for short. Every available ninja was out on the battlefield risking their lives for the sake of their village and the people in it that were their family and friends. He's right. Keep fighting, the Yondaime will be here any minute now. Don't stop. Attack. This was a yell from another one of those brave ninja out on the battlefield. The Yondaime, or the fourth Hokage of the village, was soon going to join the battle. The Hokage at the strongest person in the village. This particular cage was said to be unstoppable in a fight, and many shinobi had been told to run when if they saw him. To know he was coming to the battle brought new vigor to the quickly losing battle. With the knowledge that their strongest would be coming made every ninja fight with all their power in them. And so the battle against the Demon Lord continued with a newfound will in them all. Suddenly, there was a huge cloud of smoke that took up the entire field for a good 300 feet distance. The smoke cleared and there stood the Toad Boss himself, the king of all toads, Gamabunta. And on him stood none other than the Yondaime Hokage himself, Namikaze Minato. The toad was huge to say the least. It stood tall at a good 250 feet tall, maybe more. It wore a shirt sort of thing with the kanji for toad on it. In his mouth was an equally huge pipe that he was smoking. Then there was the Yondaime himself. He stood there on top of the Toad Boss in all of his glory. He was a good 6 foot 4 inches tall. He had on your standard Jounin vest that was green in color with pouches for scrolls on the front. He wore blue shinobi sandals, blue shinobi pants with shuriken and kunai pouches on each leg. He also had on a Konoha headband with the symbol of Konoha no Sato proudly worn on his forehead. He had long unruly blonde hair that spiked here and there that went just below his neckline. The last and most noticeable thing would be the white cape that he wore. It went from his shoulder blades all the way to just above his ankles. On the back was the kanji for yellow flash, and on the bottom were flames that seemed to be dancing. The Yondaime is here. Keep fighting. That was what Minato heard as he arrived on the battlefield. He saw the nine-tailed fox in all its glory. It stood even taller than Gamabunta did, not in height, but in length, and if you counted those 9 lethal tails of his that were swinging violently around, just waiting to destroy everything in its path, it would truly make a scary sight. This is what the Yondaime saw, the Kyuubi, killing all of Konoha's ninja fervently and without mercy. There were dead bodies everywhere and even more wounded. That didn't count the people that the Kyuubi just vaporized completely. How he stood in front of the Kyuubi without even flinching was quite the feat, and only he could do it. Just as he was about to advance, he couldn't help but look back at the village behind him. It was his home and he would protect it with his life. That was the duty of a kage, or more importantly the duty of a father. You see, his only son was just born and he resided in the village behind him. He couldn't help but remember the last few days he had just gone through. Flashback 5 days earlier. Minato was sitting in his office looking over book after book. He had to find a different way to stop the Kyuubi. He had to. He couldn't accept the other option, he wouldn't accept it. There had to be something that he hasn't thought of. Something. Damn it. I can't find anything. There has to be another way to stop it. There has to. This was the state of the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. For the past 3 weeks the village had known that the Kyuubi was out of hell, and at first he was good. Just roaming the country, until 2 days after he appeared he just went crazy. He lost it and attacked everything and anything in its path. It spared no one and it was heading in Konoha's direction. At first the village was in disbelief. Why, you might ask? Well, it is quite simple really. Why would the king of all demons just appear one normal day then sudden go crazy and attack everything in its path? They were just lucky enough to be in its path, lucky them. Anyway, the village was in a panic. How were they supposed to stop the king of all demons? He was rumored to be able to destroy entire mountains with just one swing of his tails and also start tsunamis with another swing. It was a creature that no one wanted to face, and they were going to face it. The Hokage took action immediately and cancelled all missions and called all shinobi in the field to come back to Konoha immediately. They did just that too. They would fight for their home and family. They were shinobi of Konoha and they would be damned if they went out without a fight. This was not what was bothering our Hokage though. It was the fact that he would have to sacrifice his own son to be able to stop the monster. Being the Hokage meant that the village came before family. But he was not willing to sacrifice his own son. He would do anything to protect him and make sure he had a great life, which was why he was in his office banging his head on the table as we speak. You see, he found a way to stop the beast, but it was too high of a price for him to pay. Seeing as the beast was immortal by human standards and could not be killed by any mere human, it would take nothing less than a force of nature to stop him, a hurricane, a tsunami, something huge and powerful. He unfortunately had none of this. He may be considered the strongest of his time, but not even he had that kind of power. The only thing he could do right now to stop the great beast was seal it away into his own son. By doing that, the Kyuubi and his son would eventually pass on and the Kyuubi would die with his son. He had the seal made up and everything. He would call upon the death god himself, a being that even the Kyuubi had no power against. With him he would seal away the Kyuubi inside his son and thus would end the Kyuubi's reign of terror. The only problem was that afterwards everyone would think of his son as the monster Kyuubi himself, thus making his son's life a living hell at a young age. He would not do that. He was broken out of his thought when the door to his office in his house opened up and in came his wife. "Minato, how is it going? Any progress?" The voice of his wife made him look up and smile a defeated smile. She was beautiful to say the least. Her name was Kushina Namikaze, the wife of Minato Namikaze. She stood a good 5 feet 8 inches. She was very pregnant and expecting in a day. Even though she was pregnant, she was still very beautiful. She had a maroon kimono on, that had sakura petals on the edges. She had a nice figure and beautiful face. She had light blue eyes and long dark red hair that went all the way to her mid-back. She was beautiful. With a heavy sigh, "No, all I've been able to come up with is the seal and I refuse to use that on our son," Minato said with another heavy sigh. "Oh. I'm sure you'll think of something. You always do." She said this with a beautiful voice while giving her husband a smile. Minato just looked at her and couldn't help but feel slightly better. "How do you always do it? You always make me feel better whenever I'm down." She couldn't help but giggle slightly at that. He was just so amusing sometimes. "Well, you know me, I'm just like the Alf." She fell down on her knees and Minato was by her side in a split second. "Are you okay? Come on, you should come sit down," he said while leading her over to the couch in his office. He sat her down and sat beside her, obviously really worried about her. "Thanks," she said after she got on the couch. "Was he kicking again?" "Yeah. He sure is active lately. I can't wait till he is born and I can hold him in my arms though." She had a faraway look on her face at this point. She was imagining how handsome her son was going to look. She couldn't wait. "Yeah, tell me about it. I hate to see you in pain. And just like you, I can't wait to see our kid." There was a comfortable silence in the room after that. Both lost in their own thoughts about their unborn son and how his life was going to be. They were leaning against each other on the couch too. Kushina had her head on the nape or collar of Minato's neck. He was leaning his head on hers too. It was a comfy silence while embracing each other in each other's company. But both of the minds wandered to the inevitable future to come. If Minato couldn't find another way for them to stop the Kyuubi, then they would have to seal it in their son, and that was the last thing that they want to happen. They were both realists and knew that their son would be treated horribly if the Kyuubi was inside of him. It was a parent's worst nightmare to see their kid in danger or know that his life was anything but happy. Suddenly Kushina started to cry. Minato looked down at her and couldn't help but feel sad too. They were sealing away their son's fate. Not just any fate, but a horrible one too. All Minato could do was embrace her tighter to give whatever comfort he could for her. They stayed like that for a good while until Kushina could stifle her sobs. "Why, Minato?" Sniffle. "Why did this have to happen now?" Sniffle. "When we just started to have a family too. We were going to be happy." Sniffle. "Why?" She started to cry some more. Through it all, Minato could only hold her and give her a little comfort. It was the hardest thing he had to go through. To see the one you love so much break down, and you couldn't do a thing to help. It sucked. "If only I could find a way to get rid of the Kyuubi and not have to hurt our son in any way. Damn it. There has to be something that I'm not thinking about." There was another long period of time where they just held each other. It was an agonizing thing to go through. If only the Kyuubi never left hell in the first place. Why can't it just go back and leave us alone? Let us live our lives in peace. We didn't do anything to it. It's not fair. She started to cry again. Through this all, Minato froze for some reason. After she didn't get a response and she felt Minato stiffen, she looked up just in time to see Minato hug her super tight. "You're a genius, Akari-chan," he told her while holding her tighter than ever. What do you mean?" Minato couldn't help but feel happy about this something. He was smiling an ear-to-ear smile that showed how happy he was. "I just thought of a way to stop the Kyuubi and it's all thanks to you. You're a genius. God, I love you." "What? How? What are you going to do? Tell me, please." By now she was staring at her husband with the most hope she's had on her face for the last 5 days now. She had to know. "It's like you said. Why can't Kyuubi just go back to hell? If I alter the seal I made to seal the Kyuubi, into one that summons up the portal to Demon World where he came from, then force him in, he will be gone. I'll still need to summon the Death God because I'll need his power to send him back where he belongs. But it is entirely possible with the help of the Death God. After all, he controls death of both humans and demons. After that was said, Kushina Namikaze was one of the happiest people in the world. There was still hope. She could count on Minato to make the seal. They were saved. She started to cry again, but this time it was from pure happiness. I got to go make the new seal and get everything ready. You go back to Tsunade and have her take care of you and our little boy. Can't have either of you getting hurt. That would make this entire thing pointless, wouldn't it, honey? He playfully hugged her before he beelined it to his library to work on the new seal. Kushina just watched her husband's retreating back before getting up and doing just that. Next day, we find our yellowed-haired friend in his office over the newly designed seal that was drawn on a huge piece of paper when a boy ran into his office without even knocking. The door flew open and he ran in to stand in front of Minato, panting heavily, bent over with his hands on his knees. He was a boy no older than 13 with a face mask covering his lower face. It went around his neck all the way up and over his nose. He had his Konoha headband covering his left eye. He had silver hair that was sticking up and slightly backwards. He also wore the standard Jounin vest of the village. After gaining his breath somewhat, he stood to look at the startled man. Minato-sensei, pant. Kushina. In labor. At the hospital. The second he spoke this, Minato was out the door faster than he could see. All that was left was an after-image of him standing there and a yellow streak leaving out the door. After getting over the sudden loss of seeing his sensei moving that fast again, he simply used the Sunshine no Jutsu to teleport to the hospital. With an audible poof sound and a cloud of smoke later, he was gone. Hours later, "He's beautiful, isn't he, Minato-kun?" That was the voice of a very tired woman named Kushina Namikaze. She just finished giving birth to her child and is now holding that same child in her arms lovingly. Standing beside her is her husband Minato Namikaze, staring at his boy. He couldn't be happier right now. He was on cloud 9. "What's his name, you two?" asked an old man that just walked through the door. He was very old too. You could tell by the small amount of wrinkles that were starting to form on his face. He stood in the doorway walking up to them with a smile of his own. "His name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto," Kushina said with a smile as she looked down at her son. "How do you like that name, Naruto?" she asked playfully as she let her son play with her finger. The response was a giggle from Naruto and his pulling on her finger with more vigor than before. Everyone in the room just smiled happily, especially Minato. "Hi, there, Naruto. I'm your father, Minato. You're going to grow up to be really strong like your father, aren't you, ha?" he asked as he let him play with his finger and suck on it just as his wife did. This truly was a great day for the Namikaze family. Their newest member was just born. And what a great member that child would be. Flashback end. Game Ubuntu. Let's finish this. Those were the words that the Toad Boss heard before he jumped towards the Kyuubi no Kitsune. With one mighty push off his legs he flew in the air right over the fox and landed behind said fox. The 9 tails immediately lashed out at him. The Toad Boss dodged to the side, just barely being missed. One tail was far too close though. Then the giant fox charged in and took a swipe with one of its might claws and managed to hit the Toad Boss in the face because the fox was just too fast to dodge all of its tails and then a surprise from its claws. The mighty claw came down on Game Abunda's face and went right over his eye. He screamed out in pain and jumped back to get some distance. Suten Teppo Dama, water release gunshot. Game Abunda fired a huge water blast from his mouth and it went straight for its only target. Just when it was about to hit though, the fox flared its chakra and shot out a huge fireball out of its mouth that collided with the water blast. When both hit each other it created a huge steam that covered the field. When it cleared, both Game Abunda and the Kyuubi were standing and ready to pounce on each other once more. They charged each other but time seemed to slow down suddenly. On top of Game Abunda stood Yondaime of Konoha no Sato and he had just finished his long series of hand seals. Throughout the whole battle between the two giants, Minato was doing hand seal after hand seal. 123 hand seals later he was finally done and he yelled out his jutsu. Shiki Fujin, Jigoku Koka Kyoten Chitin Numa no Jutsu, descending hell to mirror heaven and earth, changed to underworld no Jutsu. All life within a 40-mile radius stood still, not daring to move for being afraid of what might come next. Even the mighty Kyuubi dared not move, for even he, the king of all demons, felt the power that Jutsu possessed. Suddenly the ground underneath Kyuubi and Game Abunda shook violently and started to crack right from under them. Both giants jumped back and watched as the very earth crumbled to nothingness. Then cracks that were a foot in diameter each, running for hundreds of feet in every direction from where it started, began to form, and the ground suddenly collapsed downward. After a few agonizing seconds the hole could be seen for all in the world to witness. Where there used to be forest now was a hole the size of 3 cubies combined. It was hundreds of feet wide. On the other side of this hole you could see flames like no other and other demons as well. Then from behind Gamabunta appeared a being scarier than the Kyuubi himself, the death god in all of its glory. It was transparent but you could feel the power coming off of it. And it wasn't a normal power either. It felt like pure death. The death god saw the king of all demons and reached out for the demon lord. Death's hands grabbed the demon lord and dragged the Kyuubi into the pit that was demon world, also known as hell. The Kyuubi felt death's hands and even he, as powerful as he was, couldn't help the shiver that went down its spine at just the feel of death's hands. He tried to fight back but to no avail. Death succeeded in pulling the demon lord into the underworld. Once inside hell the death god came back out and spread his arms wide, then, as if pulling two things together in front of him he moved his arms from their outstretched position and proceeded to pull them together in front of him, till his wrists were touching. As the death god did this, the portal to the underworld shut and closed once again. All the onlookers saw of this was the ground crumbling and then Kyuubi being pulled in. They could not see the death god. Only those who have signed his contract can see or summon him. All the onlookers saw after that was just a blinding light. They did not see the portal close or the death god. All they saw was a blinding light that lasted a good 20 seconds before it faded down into nothingness. When they could see again, they were astonished. There in the field was Gamabunta with the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato on top of him and no sign of the demon lord at all. But to one Yondaime Hokage he saw the death god approach him and rip out his very soul from his body. He knew this would happen, that was the cost of calling forth the death god. You die in the process and he takes your soul with him to the afterlife. It was a self-sacrificing jutsu. As his soul was ripped out, all he could think about was his wife and child. He was happy that at least his son Naruto was alive. He knew his wife was dead though how he knew was beyond him. It was a feeling in the back of his head that told him so. He just prayed that it was a quick and painless death. Finally though, his mind went to his child. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He got to hold his son and spend an entire 4 days with him. That time was spent with his wife and son. And what a great 4 days that was. His son was alive and he could now live a life of happiness and not the hell that could have been. Knowing this, the Yondaime died with a smile on his face as he fell from Gamabunta's head towards the ground. His last words were, "Live well, Naruto." He died in the middle of the fall and Gamabunta caught him with his tongue and laid him on the ground. With the fight over, there was no need for him to be there so he disappeared in a poof of smoke back to where he came. The onlookers of the fight were startled when the Hokage fell off of Gamabunta and ran to where he was put down. When they got there they found he was dead. The battle was over. The Kyuubi no Kitsune was gone and their Hokage was dead. The next day, everyone was standing outside of the Hokage building, where there was to be an announcement made about the battle yesterday. Everyone was there. From citizens to shinobi, from infants to the elderly. Absolutely everyone within the hidden village of Konoha was there. They didn't have to wait long before the previous Hokage, the third Hokage, Sarutobi went in front of the podium and stood there for the crowd to quiet down. Within moments the entire crowd was quiet. Even the babies. Clearing his throat he spoke in a low voice, "As you all know yesterday was a tragic day for the village. We lost many men and women. Some were shinobi and some were citizens. They all had long prosperous lives ahead of them, they need not have died, had it not been for the demon. We do not know why the great demon would suddenly attack but that is not important when compared to the losses we have suffered. What is important though is that we defeated it and now is the time we rebuild and start over. Many were lost in that battle but will not be forgotten. They live on in the heart of us all and we will not let the flames of fire burn out. We will continue on in this world and return to our former glory." At this point in the speech the crowd cheered loudly for the speech. Sarutobi raised his hands to motion everyone to quiet down so he could continue. "Yesterday we also lost the fourth Hokage. My successor Namikaze Minato. He fought to protect this village and used a self-sacrificing kinjutsu. By doing so he defeated the demon fox and saved all of Konoha. I am also sad to say that his wife Namikaze Uzumaki Kushina is also dead. She went into battle with her comrades and died in the fighting." The crowd became sad once again and Sarutobi continued on. "Because Minato is dead, I will be taking his place as Hokage once again." The crowd was mixed between cheering for the reinstated third Hokage and being quiet in respect of the late fourth Hokage and his wife. Sarutobi continued on. "Although we have lost much we can rebuild and we will. Families have been pulled apart, but they will grow again in time. Buildings may have fallen but we will rebuild them. Konoha will once again prosper in due time. The final thing that I would like to say would be about the late fourth and his wife. He was a great man and shinobi, But he was an even better husband to his wife Kushina. Many in the crowd hung their heads at this. They knew they both died and they knew that they were also due to have a child and day now. But now that would not happen. After another pause in his speech to let all the information sink in, he once again started, but this time with a brighter sound in his voice. The crowd also noticed this. On my final note, I would like to say that not all of the Namikaze family is gone. There is one more left, and that is none other than Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, Minato's and Kushina's child. The crowd gasped at this. They thought that the Namikaze were all dead. This surely was bright news. One person decided to be brave and asked the question that everyone wanted to but was too scared to do so. Hokage-sama, may we see the child of our hero? Sarutobi looked at him and then nodded to someone off to the side. It was none other than the kid that burst through the door in Minato's house a few days prior to tell him about Kushina being in labor. Kakashi Hatake walked up to the Hokage and carefully handed him a bundle in his arms to the Hokage. Once the third had the child in his arms, he turned back to the crowd, allowed them to see the child. He was just an ordinary-looking child, but he was a Namikaze and that made him special. This is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Named by his own parents before they died. They wished they could be with him and help him grow up in this town that they loved, but that unfortunately could not be so. They asked me to personally take care of the child until he is old enough to live on his own, and that is what I intend to do. The crowd looked at the child and could not help but feel a little better that at least some things from the lives they once knew were left. The son of their hero lived, and that was great. Perhaps life in the Hidden Leaf Village would prosper again, like the third said. After the speech was given, Sarutobi walked off back to his home and the village did the same. Tomorrow was a new day for Konoha. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, a true prodigy, is running around Konoha. Asuma-san, today is the day I go to the academy, right? That was the question that Namikaze Naruto asked as he ate his breakfast. He was talking to Sarutobi Asuma, the third son. He was a Jounin of good height, 6 feet 3 inches. He had blue shinobi pants, blue saddles, and a green Jounin vest with the 6 pockets for scrolls on the front. He had black hair that spiked upwards but not too high. He also had sideburns that went all the way to his chin where his beard was. He had brown eyes with a standard headband tied around his forehead with a leaf symbol on it. He also had a cigarette in his mouth. That was his trademark, that cancer stick of a habit of his. He always had one with him or in his mouth. Yes, Naruto, you go to the academy today. You've been asking for the last week already. Jeez. The cigarette-smoking Jounin said. Well, I'm just excited, that's all. Come on, it's my first day after all. I'm finally going to be a ninja. He was so happy. Finally he could be strong like his dad was. Yes, I know. You know, you're pretty lucky, Squirt. Most of the time they don't just let a 5-year-old into the academy. Usually you have to be 6 to get in. But I guess they made an exception for you. Yeah, a lot of people do that because of who my father was. But that will stop someday. I don't just want to be known as my dad's kid. I want people to know me because of my accomplishments. He pouted. Everyone always gave him special treatment because of who his parents were. Well, kid, I hope you accomplish that goal of yours. But you better start to get a move on. Remember, you're younger than the other kids right now, so they might be stronger than you are. Also, if you don't go pretty quickly you might not make it in time. He had to smirk at the kid now. After a second he looked at the clock, jumped out of his chair and rushed out the door, barely even saying goodbye. Now outside of the Sarutobi compound, we find our 5-year-old jogging to the academy for his first day of school. All the way there people smiled, waved, and greeted him. They always gave him nice smiles. I guess that's the perks of your dad being the 4th Hokage. He thought to himself. When he finally made it to the academy he asked where the room for his class would be. They told him which room it would be in and saw him off with another smile. He walked into the classroom and everyone stared at him. He got that often. He just shrugged and walked up the stairs to the last row and took a seat in the middle. He sat there waiting for about 10 minutes until the teacher came in and asked for it to quiet down. After about a minute of people still talking, the teacher had a vein pop out on his forehead and then screamed at the class. Quiet. Sit down in your seats. While he screamed, his head somehow blew up and became red. He looked like a very scary man when angry. He must be some kind of jutsu. Naruto thought. That's better. Now that everyone is quiet we can start class. For the next 6 years you will be attending the academy to learn how to be ninja. My name is Umino Iruka, I am a Chunin and you can call me Iruka-sensei. Now for roll call. He took roll call alphabetically and when he got to the K's he said, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. At the name Namikaze many turned their heads towards the student that said here. It would be a lie to say that everyone in Konoha didn't know about the last Namikaze left. There were many whispers going around that soon turned into full-blown talking. Again that vein appeared on Iruka's head. Quiet down. That got them to shut up. Better, now see do I wait. And so on and so on. After roll call, Iruka explained that by the end of the 6 years in the academy they would know a lot about the shinobi nations, history of Konoha, all about chakra, at least 3 jutsu, and of course how to be a proper shinobi. To pass the academy you had to have good grades and be able to perform those 3 jutsu with good results. 8 months later, Iruka-sensei had just walked in and everyone sat down and sat there quietly. After the first couple dozen times the students learned not to get the evil big-headed no jutsu, so they wisely shut up when he entered. Iruka saw this and couldn't help but smirk. They were so easy to control right now. Okay class, thanks for being quiet. Roll call time. He went through roll call just like normal. Today is a very special day. Someone in this class will be given the graduation test really early. He or she has shown great promise and is years ahead of everyone else. In fact, the youngest to ever graduate the academy was Uchiha Itachi at a record of 6.5 years old. Today someone might break that record. The class broke out in gossip about who could possibly be that good in class. They didn't have to wait long before the answer was given in the form of a name. Will Namikaze Naruto please come with me to another room so you may take the paper test first, Iruka exclaimed with a smile on his face. Me. Naruto was dumbfounded. He knew he was stronger than anyone else in class, but to be good enough to be a Jounin, he didn't know about that. Luckily for him, Iruka-sensei saw this look. Now Naruto, I know you and your fellow classmates might be wondering how you could be so advanced. Well, it shows on your test scores and your performance of taijutsu. Hand-to-hand combat. You see, I've compared your scores with others from last year's graduation exams and your answers are on their level if not better than theirs. Your taijutsu according to me and 3 other teachers is on par with a Jounin, and your strength and speed are too. Overall the teachers believe you are ready to be a Jounin. So please follow me to the examination room. With that said, Iruka went out the door with Naruto following. Iruka returned 5 minutes later to continue his lessons for the others. 40 minutes later Naruto came back into the classroom with his paper and handed it to Iruka. He looked it over and smiled. Congratulations Naruto. You passed the written exam with 100%. Great job. Naruto beamed. He seriously thought that the test would have been harder. But surprisingly it wasn't as difficult as he thought. Now class, I'll leave this up to you. Do you want to come watch Naruto perform the other tests to graduate? If you don't, I can get another teacher to test him. What do you say? He really wanted to be the one to test out Naruto, but if the class didn't want it he had to stay. Luckily for him everyone wanted to see what he could do, so they all headed outside for the next test. When they got out into the practice field he turned to Naruto. Okay Naruto, usually we don't do this test for graduation, but since we don't have a good record of your abilities to throw kunai and shuriken we need to test them. So you are going to throw these 10 shuriken at those dummies and then 10 kunai at the other dummies. Try to hit the bullseye. Naruto went and grabbed the aforementioned weapons and stepped up to the line. He put all but 2 kunai into his pockets, the other 2 he held in each hand. He took aim and then let them fly. They soared through the air and hit the dummies dead center in the bullseye. He repeated this for the other 8 kunai and 10 shuriken. They all hit the bullseye dead center. He turned around with a sheepish grin on his face. Iruka smiled back, but his other classmates had to pick up their mouths from the floors. They couldn't believe what they saw. This kid that was a year younger than anyone in the class and was doing great on the test. They couldn't believe their eyes. Well done Naruto, perfect again. Okay, now for the final test. Usually there is one more and that is your taijutsu skills. But since you have had 4 teachers' approval you don't have to take that one, so on to the final test. I want you to perform the Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique, for me first. You need to make at least 3 Bunshin or you fail. Whenever you're ready. Naruto took a step forward, but in front of everyone he was feeling really nervous. He took a big breath in to calm his nerves and prepared to mold his chakra. He performed the ram seal and 10 poofs of smoke happened beside him. When the smoke cleared there stood 11 Narutos. One was the real one and the other 10, illusions created by the technique. Once again the student had to pick their jaws off the ground and even Iruka joined them this time. Well, you surprised me again Naruto. You passed that one perfectly with flying colors. You even made 7 more clones than you needed to. Now please perform the Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement, for the second part. Naruto did just that. Going through some seals and then switching places with a log that was in the training grounds. It went off without a hitch. Well done again. Naruto. You passed that part too. Now for the final jutsu, please perform the Henge no Jutsu, transformation, and turn into an exact copy of me please. Naruto complied. He stood in front of the class and put his hands in the ram seal again and said Henge. There was a puff of smoke and when the cloud disappeared there stood an exact copy of Iruka. Well done Naruto. Perfect again. You can drop the jutsu now." Naruto did as his teacher told, and with another audible poof and a cloud of smoke, there stood Naruto, dressed in his blue pants and white shirt. "Well done on everything. Congratulations Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. You pass your Jounin graduation exam. You are officially a ninja of Konoha." Naruto jumped up in joy that he passed. He couldn't believe this. He was awesome. "You are now also the official youngest Jounin to ever come out of Konoha village at the age of 6 years old in 2 weeks. Come here Naruto so you can get your official headband." Naruto did as instructed and went over to Iruka and was handed a Konoha headband. A brand new one too. It had the Konoha leaf on it. The actual band you would use to tie around your head was blue. He wanted black, but he could get that fixed later. He looked at it and then lifted it up to his forehead. He put it on and tied the back of it tight so it wouldn't come off. He was very happy right now. "That took all of the time for today's lesson, so class is dismissed," Iruka said happily. The next day, Naruto was walking to the academy for the last time. He was instructed yesterday to come back so he could meet his new sensei. People looked at him and had to look twice because of the headband that they saw. They, just like the class, couldn't believe it. Here was a kid, just 6 years old, and he made it to Jounin rank. He may be the 4th kid, but still, that was huge. Not even Itachi, the supposed super genius of his clan, made it to Jounin that quick. He was 6.5 when he was made a Jounin. They looked at him and found a little more respect for him. He must have worked really hard. Oblivious to all the looks he was getting from everyone, Naruto just kept walking to the academy. Right now his mind was in a different place. It was on all the training he went through. It was hell to say the least. Unlocking his chakra at 4 years old, and then using it at 5. Then mastering the basics was really hard. He also had to run constantly, do push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, all sorts of things, but it was all worth it in the end. I wonder who my sensei will be?" he thought to himself as he continued his trek to the academy. When he got there he saw Iruka waiting outside the door. That was unusual, but he shrugged and started to walk to the door when he stopped him with a hand to the shoulder. "Naruto, follow me so I can show you where you can wait for your Jounin instructor," Iruka asked. Why not just wait in the normal classroom? It was a normal question to ask in the situation. "Naruto, you are a Jounin now." "They are not. They have to learn the basics still where you already have at an extremely young age. It would only be a waste of your time to go back into that room where you already know everything I'm going to teach." "Man, I hope that works. I just don't want to have to listen to the others ask a million questions and then have to yell at them to be quiet," Iruka thought. Come on Iruka-sensei. I may be advanced, but there is always stuff to know. I'm sure there's stuff you haven't taught me yet." "No Naruto, just go wait in that room." "Sorry Naruto, I don't want to be mean or anything, I just don't want the headache today," he thought to himself. "Oh. Alright. If you say so Iruka-sensei." He walked towards the room and went to sit down in one of the chairs to wait for his sensei to come. After about an hour of waiting, a man walked in with a familiar cigarette in his mouth. "Asuma-san. You're my new sensei?" In his mind he was thinking, damn, never saw that one coming. "Ah yes, Naruto, I am your new sensei. Meet me on the roof and we shall talk there." With that, he poofed out of the room, probably to the roof. Naruto watched him poof out of there and said, "Damn lazy senseis and crap. I can't wait till I learn that jutsu. I'll make my own version that is way cooler than that stupid cloud of smoke." With that notion he walked out of the classroom and up the stairs and then up to the roof where he saw his new sensei sitting on the railing waiting for him. "Well, took you long enough Naruto. We're going to have to work on that speed of yours, aren't we?" He had this evil little smirk on his face. Naruto gulped. He only saw that look on Asuma-san when he was planning something. And by the way he was looking at me, it was something I wouldn't like. Crap. I'm so dead, he thought. 2 years later. "Naruto, you are a special case to promote. Since you have no team you cannot participate in the Chunin exam, so we must test you another way. I have come up with a way for you to be promoted by another test. 2 to be exact. One will be a normal test that all Chunin should be able to do and another will be a fight against a Chunin of my choosing. Do you accept these terms Namikaze Naruto?" The person that spoke was sitting behind a desk in the office of the Hokage Tower. He was a wise person and had a nickname that all knew, a name that could spread fear into enemies or hope to your allies. His nickname was the Professor. It was none other than the 3rd Hokage, the Sun Daime. "Hi, Hokage-sama." "Good, then your test will be in 2 days' time. Be prepared. You are dismissed. Oh, and Asuma, please stay, I want to talk to you for a minute." "Thank you Hokage-sama." With those departing thanks Naruto walked out of the office. Asuma turned back towards his father and looked at him expectantly. "Yes, that's right. Asuma is the third son. What is it you wanted to speak to me about, Hokage-sama? He still had to be formal when in the office. Please, you know I don't like it when you are so formal. Just stick with Sarutobi-san or Oto-san, Dad, when we are in private. Now, I wanted you to stay so we could talk about Naruto and where he is living right now. I think it is time. 2 days later. Okay Naruto, here is your test. Do your best on it. Hi, Sensei. And so for the next hour Naruto sat in a desk in a classroom doing his test. After the hour was done, Asuma came back in and asked for the paper and saw that it was finished completely. He read over the answers and wrote something on it and then gave it back to Naruto. Naruto looked at it and when he saw it he put on a smile. He had gotten a 95% on it. Damn, I was really worried there for a second. Some of those questions were really hard. I guess I know more than I thought. Well, good job Naruto. Come follow me and I will lead you to where you will fight your opponent. And so they headed out the door and down the hall and into the forest that surrounded Konoha. After about 30 minutes of walking they finally came to a training ground where there were 2 people. One was the Hokage and the other was unknown to Naruto. Ah, glad you could make it Naruto. I assume that you have passed the written test. He got 2 nods. One from Asuma, and the other from Naruto himself. Very well, since you passed you will move on to the final stage of your test. This is the Chunin you will be fighting against. He has been a Chunin for 5 months. To become a Chunin yourself, you must defeat him in a battle. You may start whenever you two are ready. With that statement Naruto walked over to left side of the field and the other guy went to the right side, while the Hokage and his son were on the sidelines. The man opposite of Naruto slipped into a battle stance and got ready, but Naruto just stood there until he asked a question. Before we start I would like to know your name if you don't mind. Naruto asked. The man was startled a little, could only look on in dumb amusement. He thought he would just want to get the fight started right away, but nonetheless got out of the fighting stance and stood up and gave a bow while he gave his name. Naruto did the same. Well then, let's get this thing started, shall we Kenji-san? With that they both got into a fighting stance. Kenji's stance had his left foot out in front and hands at his side with arms slightly bent. Naruto chose the basic Academy Taijutsu stance. They stayed in their positions for about 10 seconds before they both charged at each other and then clashed with fists. Naruto caught Kenji's right hand and the same for Kenji, but with Naruto's hand. They struggled to overpower each other but couldn't. With a push they both jumped back and started seals. Katen, Gokaku no Jutsu, Grand Fireball. Naruto started off. The fireball speed towards his opponent and was about to hit when he was replaced with a log. Damakawarimi no Jutsu, Body Replacement, where is he? Front? No, left? No, right? No, back? No, up? No, then below. With that he jumped up, just in time to see his opponent's hands pop out of the ground and try to grab him, right where he used to be. Since it failed, he emerged completely, only to hear a shout of Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu, Phoenix Immortal Fire. He dodged as quickly as he could, but one of the 15 fireballs that were unleashed hit him in the chest. If it wasn't for his Chunin vest he would be badly burnt, but luckily for him, he had one on. But before he could get his bearings back, he felt someone land in front of him. He looked up just in time to see a fist come and hit him in the gut and then another hit, but this time from Naruto's leg. Suddenly, he felt another kick. It was under him, sending him upwards into the sky. He opened his eyes to see his opponent appear behind him with a Kage Buyo, Shadow of the Dancing Leaf. With that said, Naruto proceeded to hit his opponent in the back once, to paralyze him temporarily, and then swung around him to the front and hit him with his first once in the stomach, cheek, and both shoulders. By the time that was done they had reached the ground and Naruto pushed off his opponent and flipped to the ground, to land on his feet rather nicely. His opponent was not so lucky. He was tossed into the ground on his back and fell hard. When the dust cleared he was lying there unconscious. With the fight over, the two watching came over to look at the two fighters. Naruto was unscathed and his opponent was in the ground hurt pretty badly. Well done Naruto, you passed the second test. Come, let's get this guy to the hospital and then we can talk in my office. Hi Hokage-sama and thank you for the compliment. Naruto was now extremely happy. He beat his opponent and he was now going to be a Chunin. The day couldn't get any better. After dropping off the man at the hospital and telling the doctor that he was hurt in a sparring fight, they left to the Hokage's tower and went inside. On the way they got many greetings and people tried to start small conversations. Between the Hokage, his son, and the fourth son they had a lot of people that greeted them. When they finally made it, they went inside and the old Hokage, he's like 64 years old, sat in his chair and then motioned for the other two to do the same. Well done Naruto, as of today you are an official Chunin of Konoha. With this promotion comes some more responsibility too. You will be leading missions, You will have subordinates and their lives will be in your hands. It is up to you to be a good leader and guide them through the missions. Now here is your Chunin vest." He handed over a vest that looked a lot like his sensei's vest, but there were slight differences in them. One was the collar was shorter and it was a lighter green. Secondly, it looked to have a little less armor in it than the Jounin vest, also the Chunin vest was slightly more rounded. It did have similarities though, they both had 6 pockets in the front for scrolls. Naruto accepted the vest with pride and then put it on. It was specially designed for him because he was younger than and not as big as normal Chunin yet. After putting it on, Naruto looked at the Hokage and bowed. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. You don't know how much I have wanted this." Naruto was extremely happy. No, Naruto, you earned it. You worked hard to get that vest and now you have it. It was all your hard work. Sarutobi replied with a smile on. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. No more formalities, Naruto. You know in private you can speak with me using just my name, right?" "Hi, Hoka. I mean Sarutobi-san. Better but still needs work. Anyways, now for the reason I wanted us in my office in the first place. You have been living in the Sarutobi mansion for 8 years now and it is time for you to move out if you wish. Your father left me instructions on when you could get your inheritance and other things that are rightfully yours. He told me that you could be given your clan house and your father's fortune when you reach Chunin and you have now. So without further ado, here are the keys to your new home and the bank accounts of your family." With that he handed Naruto the keys and a slip of paper that he had gotten out of a safe behind the picture of the fourth's photo. "Now remember, Naruto, if you don't want to live by yourself and wish to stay at the Sarutobi mansion, then I will let you, but if you do decide to live by yourself then you will have to cook, clean, do everything by yourself. You won't be able to depend on others. Also you will have to be responsible with all that money your parents left you." Sarutobi really didn't want him to go and live by himself, but that was Naruto's choice if he wanted to live by himself, not his own. "Sarutobi-san, thanks, but no thank you. I'm a ninja now and have been for the last 2 years. I can take care of myself and you know as well as I do that I'm more than responsible enough to. So thanks, but no thanks, I will live in my family home." Naruto did appreciate the old man but he wanted to prove he was responsible and was capable of taking care of himself. "Very well then. Do you know where your house is or do you need some directions?" the old man asked. "I know where it is. It's by the Hyuga estate, right?" "Yes, that's right. If you ever need anything come and ask me," Sarutobi said. "You can ask me too, after all, what kind of sensei would I be if you couldn't ask for a little help from me, right?" Naruto's sensei asked. "Yeah, no problem. Thanks again guys, I'll be sure to keep in touch with ya. See ya." With that, he teleported out of the office, with the classic Konoha sunshine, a swirl of leaves. "He sure has grown fast, hasn't he, Oto-san?" Asuma couldn't help but feel happy and proud about how good his student was. After all, he will probably be in the history books someday. And I will be praised as his sensei. He thought with a small smirk/smile. "Yes, he has. And what are you smirking about over there?" "Oh, nothing," he laughed as he walked out of his father's office. "I wonder what that was about? Oh well, none of my business." He then turned in his chair and then looked outside his window to the Hokage monument. "Minato, Kushina, you would be so proud of your son if you were here. He is getting stronger and stronger in life and he just keeps doing it at an amazing pace. I wouldn't be surprised if he even surpasses you someday, Minato. It wouldn't surprise me at all," he thought. Outside of the office, Naruto was walking down the streets and was getting congratulated on his new promotion. He greeted them with thanks and then continued on his way. As he passed by a stand, he caught a whiff of a great aroma that made him turn his head that way. He was a little hungry, so why not get some food? So he walked into the stand, called Ichiraku Ramen Bar. He sat down at the counter and noticed that the place was relatively empty. There were only 2 other people in there. When he sat down, the waitress came to him and gasped. "Namikaze-sama, how may I help you?" the waitress asked. Naruto looked at her and released a sigh. "Why can't people just call me by my name? Why is it always Naruto-sama, Namikaze-sama? Why not just Naruto-kun, or Naruto-san? But no, always with the formalities. Ah. I'm sick of it." He ranted while he hung his head down. Did I say something wrong, Namikaze-sama?" she asked. Naruto just hung his head more at this. After a few seconds and the girl trying to apologize for something she thinks she did wrong, Naruto raised his head and looked at her. She was a couple of years older than him, maybe around 12 years old or so. She had brown hair and had an apron on with a bandana, which was white, on her head to hold her hair from going into her face. No. There is nothing to apologize for. Really. I'm just kind of sick of people calling me Namikaze-sama or something like that. They are all too formal. Please just call me Naruto-san, miss. Oh. My name is Ayame. The girl told him. Like I said, just call me Naruto-san from now on, please, Ayame-chan, he said with a small smile on his face. Ayame just nodded dumbly. Here was probably the most popular and renowned guy in Konoha, and he just asked her to talk to him normally. And he added the chan suffix to her name, which was another surprise. Chan was used when you were close friends with a girl, not when you just meet them. Oh well, she would go with it if he wanted her to. Alright Naruto-san, what can I get for you today? She asked with a smile on. Naruto smiled right back and replied, I would like a bowl of chicken ramen, please. Of course, it will be ready in a couple of minutes. Would you like something to drink in the meantime? Yes, just get me some tea for now, no preference. She nodded and walked around back, but came back a moment later with a cup of tea. Another 5 minutes and his ramen was in front of him. He grabbed a pair of chopsticks and broke them apart and said, Itadakimasu. Way of saying respect for the food given to you. With that, he dug into the ramen and started to eat the noodle, chicken and soup. He liked it a lot. He ate it in about 5 minutes and then asked for another bowl of the stuff. He got his second bowl a few minutes later and ate that one also in about 5 minutes. Damn, that was some good stuff. He thought to himself. Well, that was excellent. I'll be sure to tell others about this place. I really liked it, Ayame-chan. I'll be seeing you around, okay? He got up and put some money on the table before he left out the curtain and waved as he left. Who was that, Ayame-chan? An older voice asked from around the corner. When he came around, he was wiping his hands down on a towel. He was an older man in his late 30s or so. He had on a chief hat and wore a white chief coat. That was Naruto-san. You probably know of him as Namikaze-sama. She watched her father's reaction intently. He dropped the towel on the floor and had his mouth agape. The Namikaze? As in the fourth Hokage's son? He asked, a little startled that he would come to a place like this. His daughter Ayame just nodded. Yes, Tuchi, name of dad, it was the Namikaze Naruto, but he doesn't like being called by his last name, he thinks it is too formal. So he asked me to call him Naruto-san, and I did. She replied. Well, what did he think about the food? He half asked, half shouted. He really liked it. He had 2 bowls of chicken soup. He even said that he would recommend us to others. She replied like it was nothing. Tucci was lost for words at that moment. The Namikaze came to his place and got 2 bowls of his food and he liked it. Then he said he would suggest the stand to other people. His face broke out into a huge grin. Oto-san, why are you grinning? That grin kind of creeped her out a little. You don't get it, do you? If Namikaze-sama suggests us to other people, others will surely come, and if he comes again, and from what you told me he will, then this place will be busier than ever. We will make a fortune, he said with dollar signs in his eyes. Ayame could only shake her head at his antics and go back to work. At that very moment, Naruto was walking down the street towards his supposedly new home that was once his parents'. As he walked down the road he got more polite nods and even some greetings, which was the life he came to know. Everyone knew about him and what he did. The second something happened with him, it seemed as though the entire village would know about it before he could even travel halfway through it on foot. I guess everyone will know every time I do something new or accomplish something. It is kind of scary of how fast gossip travels in this town. I swear that gossip travels faster than any ninja could in this village. He thought as he continued to walk down the road. As he did so, he got closer and closer to the richer part of town. After another 10 minutes of walking, he came to a big gate that was in the middle of the forest. He opened it up and walked through. As he kept walking he noticed the landscape. It was a nice open front yard with some trees here and there. After some time on foot he came upon a house. Well, some may call it a house but others may call it a mansion, although Naruto considered it a house. It just didn't have the mansion feel to it. It was big, he would give anyone that, but it wasn't amazing like a mansion, but felt more like an actual house. Although he has gotten lost the few times, he had been inside the place before. It was your normal looking house, 2 stories tall, with the front door in the middle, windows here and there. On the second floor there were patios, so you could get some fresh air. In the front there were bushes all around the house and more trees in the distance. After checking the place out for a minute he decided to head on in. Without further ado, he said to no one in particular, more to himself to get out of his musing for so long. So he walked up to the front door and pulled out the key the old man had given him and put it into the keyhole on the front door and turned. With that, the lock was undone, opening up his new home. After walking into the house, the first thing he noticed were the stairs that lead to the second floor, a little way in front of him, and then the hallway he was in. There was a closet to put coats and stuff in, but he left all his stuff at the Sarutobi mansion for now, he would pick it up later. Right now he had a house to explore. With that exact thought in mind he wandered the halls. He found a bathroom, a living room, kitchen, dining room, another bathroom, and a bar. Then he found where he would most likely be spending most of his time in, the training room. There were weapons of every kind on the walls. There were mats everywhere, and it led outside into the backyard that was absolutely huge, to say the least. The clearing had to be at least 500 feet big. There were trees, again surrounding the training area, that lead farther out into Konoha, or outside of Konoha to be more precise. There was a small river going through the training ground that went into a lake about a mile away from his house. That would be a great source to practice his water jutsu. After checking out the backyard, he went back inside to look at the upstairs. Once on the second floor, he went into the main hallway, then split off into smaller ones most likely, he would find out. As he went down the hallway he checked out each room as he passed. There were a total of 8 bedrooms on this floor. But the main bedroom was absolutely great. In the middle of the room was a huge bed. Upon closer inspection, it was a king-sized bed with blue sheets over it for coverings and what looked like very comfy pillows. Continuing on with the observation of the room, he found a walk-in closet that was huge also. It had to be 20 feet by 10 feet. That was insane. If he ever had that many clothes, he would be crazy. But hey, the space would probably get used sometime or another in his lifetime. After recovering from the huge closet he went into the personal bathroom and found it was also huge. There was a counter where the sink was and 2 cabinets. Then there was a big walk-in shower. Overall, the master bedroom was very, very nice. He continued down the hall and also found there were 2 storage rooms and 2 more bathrooms on the second floor. Oh, let's not forget the walkout balconies that were all over the front and backyards to look out and enjoy nature. He went downstairs and couldn't help but wonder where the library was. According to the old man, there was an absolutely huge library just full of everything a ninja could ever want, from techniques, ranging in all the elements, to taijutsu, to genjutsu, to history. It was all there, but the problem was he couldn't find it. After another 10 minutes of walking down the same paths, he got frustrated. Where the hell is the library? Then he suddenly remembered the old man Hokage talking about the library once when he asked about his parent house. Flashback. Naruto was 7 years old and was talking to the old man when a question suddenly became apparent to him, so being curious and knowing the old man would be able to answer them, he asked, "Hey Sarutobi-san?" Hearing his name called, he looked down towards Naruto and said, "What is it you need, Naruto?" "Well, I was just wondering, you know how you said my parents have this huge library and stuff, with more stuff than the Hokage's building has?" Here he nods and motions for him to continue, which he does. "Well, I've been there before but I have never seen this library before. Where is it?" Sarutobi looked thoughtful for a minute before he replied, "Well, you know that kind of information can't get out into the open, right?" It was Naruto's turn to nod this time. "Well, since your parents had such a large amount of books, filled with very important things, and since your father was a seal master, he created seals all around the room to make it invisible to the human eye. It is like a genjutsu, but is more advanced. What with the amount of seals he put on there, to add to the security. He made it so only a select few could get in, those people were restricted to just his family, in other words, you." Naruto had a look of awe on his face at that moment. He knew his dad was a seal master, but to be this good was unbelievable. Making an entire room disappear would take very intricate seals, and they would need to be done right and put into the right spots too. But this added another question. If it is invisible to the human eye, then how am I supposed to see it? Can I see through it because I'm family? Very good question, Naruto. You surprised me again with that brain of yours. No, you cannot see through it either. It is just as invisible to you as it is to me, but for you to see it, you have to do certain hand seals in front of where the door is supposed to be and then swipe a little blood on the wall and it will show itself. Even so, only you or your family can enter, no one else, not even me. The door will recognize your blood and body and let you in. It also has other safety features, like chakra signatures, blood, and body scans. These will all be checked when you touch the door handle. If you are deemed as a namikaze, then you can enter. If not, then it will never open for you no matter what you try. If you try to force it to open with a jutsu, you will be attacked with hidden weapons that would kill you before you even know it. It is the most secure thing in this entire village, and once you leave, if you want to put the invisibility on the door again, then all you need to do is some more hand seals and put some of your blood on the door. That's about it. Flashback end. So making his way down the hallway to where the door is supposed to be, but isn't, he goes through some hand seals and then bites his thumb and swipes some onto the wall, and presto, the wall warps and there is a door there in its way. He reaches out and touches the handle, but nothing happens, so he assumes that it is working and turns it. It moves and then he pushes it open. What he sees is breathtaking. The room is huge. It must be at least 50 feet long and 30 feet wide. And it was just crammed full of books. They were everywhere. He could probably spend the next 6 years of his life in here and just read and still not be done with them all. It was that big. Then, he noticed something that caught his eye. It was a safe about 6 feet tall. He walked over and looked it over. There was no handle whatsoever on it, so it had to be the work of some kind of seal again. Then he saw the actual seal on it. It was very complex, like all the others he'd seen so far. Damn. I have no idea what these things mean. I wonder if it is another blood seal thing. Hopefully this time I don't have to use hand seals though. The old man never mentioned this. Oh well, couldn't hurt to try. He bit his thumb again, just enough to draw blood and then spread it over the seal on the safe. Surprisingly it opened up. Well it actually worked. Sweat. Now, let's see what's in here. He looked and found there to be about 12 scrolls in there, but one in particular caught his attention. He picked it up and looked at the title. Namikaze Bloodline Limit. I knew I had one, and that it allowed me to do the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, and the Advanced Shunshine no Jutsu. I wonder what it says. And so for the next few hours he looked at that scroll and a few others in the library as well. He then noticed the time and decided to go to bed for the night. He would have plenty of time to read more later. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Teams are made. Target acquired. What are your orders, Captain? Stand down, I'll take care of this one personally. Hi. All of this was said in a whisper up in the trees, about 300 feet above the target. Suddenly, one of the ninja, who was going to attack, stepped in front of the others. He did 5 hand seals and grabbed his wrist with his left hand and had his right hand, palm pointed downwards. The hand itself was open, like it was going to hold a ball of some sorts. Then all of a sudden a red light started to form in his right hand. After about 3 seconds, the ball took on a shape. It was fire he was holding. But this fire seemed to be superheated and very compact. There was a ring of fire at his feet underneath him too. The jutsu he was using was very powerful. The chakra used in the attack could actually be seen, which was nearly impossible, unless used in huge amounts. Suddenly, the person with the fire in his palm ran forward at inhuman speeds. To anyone but a ninja he would be just a blur. In seconds, he reached his target and thrust his right hand forward into the man's chest. His hand went through the flesh and bone like it was butter and easily came out the back. His hand was right where the target's heart should have been. The target was dead before he even knew what happened. When the man died, he fell over onto his back and lay there motionlessly. Yep, he was definitely dead. Anybody could tell you that. The second that the attack had struck and went through him, the skin cauterized around the wound. Captain, you did a great job. We'll take care of the body and head back to Konoha. Hi, take care of that. You have a minute. Hi, Captain. With that, they went over to the body and chopped off the head so they could have proof of the kill and then used a Katen, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Grand Fireball, to burn the body so there would be no remains left. Sir, we are ready to leave. Good, let's head back home. With that, they took off into the trees and headed to Konoha. About halfway there the captain was still in front and his team behind him. The team was having a discussion about what they just saw. In just a whisper so as to make sure the captain would not hear, they moved back some ways and started to talk to each other. Hey guys, what was that jutsu that he used back there? I've never seen something like that before. His companions looked at him with a look of disbelief on their faces. They had all seen him use that technique before, he had to on other missions before. So why was this guy asking stupid questions? That's right, you are new to our team aren't you? Well you see, Captain they're here he points at their captain that was still running up in front with them following. Well he made that jutsu. It's his creation, a personal jutsu. It's called Keizuki, also known as the Fire Blade. I hear that it was based off of Hatake Kakashi's Reikiri, another personal jutsu. Here the man gasped, Hatake Kakashi was famous throughout the shinobi world. Yeah, I know, that's our captain. The Keizuki is considered an S-rank jutsu that is used for assassinations. It creates fire in the hand so hot that it can go through anything, literally. It also somehow doesn't hurt him in any way, it truly is a scary technique. Wow, I knew he was strong and stuff but wow. Yeah, that's our leader. He's only 13 and he has already made it to the position of Anbu captain. That is unheard of, except for Uchiha Itachi, he truly is a genius and prodigy. Damn. Fox-sama sure is strong. Come on people. Let's keep the chatter down and keep moving, I want to be back before 5. With that said Naruto speed up with his team of elite Anbu following closely behind. Later on, at the eastern gates of Konoha, we find 2 Anbu peering out into the surrounding woods when they both suddenly stiffen before one Anbu captain lands in front of them, followed 2 seconds later by a group of 10 more Anbu. They both recognize them immediately and tell them that they can enter, and one of them steps up to the captain. "Captain, the Hokage wishes to see you right away." Naruto nods his head to the Anbu at the gate and then turns to his team. "You are to return to Anbu headquarters and drop off our package, and then you can have the rest of the day off." Dismissed. "Hi, Captain." They all speed off into the distance. Naruto just shook his head and then disappeared with a Shunshine no Jutsu, but this wasn't the normal Shunshine. Oh no, normal would be a swirl of leaves or a poof of smoke. Nope, this Shunshine engulfed Naruto in flames starting at his feet and then spread upward, up and above his head and then downward again back to his feet. It didn't even leave a scorch mark on the ground. The two Anbu watching the east gate looked at the sight of the captain disappearing in a pillar of flames with awe. They stared for some time before they snapped out of it and went back to guarding. "How do you think he does that?" one of the guards asked. "No idea at all, but he is famous for all the different Shunshines he knows." "How? I thought there were only two Shunshines in Konoha, the leaf and cloud of smoke?" "Yeah, you're right, there are only two that Konoha knows, but Fox-sama has become famous in Konoha, not just by his name or by his rank at such a young age, but also by his nickname." "Oh, and what would that be?" the first asked in a sing-song voice, trying to be sarcastic. "His nickname is Shunshine no Kazama. It is rather appropriate really, seeing as he has invented at least 5 new Shunshines by himself. From the last count I heard, at least 5. He created 5 new ones. That's incredible." "Yep, I know. Now let's go back to work. I don't want to get on the bad side of our superior." They both shuddered at that. Across town in the Hokage's tower, you would find an old man doing paperwork behind a desk. This is the scene that Naruto comes into. Well, teleported into anyway. The Hokage looked up when he sensed that someone was coming into his office via Shunshine no Jutsu. He recognized the chakra signature anywhere. It was Naruto alright. If it were anyone else, he would have just kept doing paperwork, but he knew about Naruto's nickname. Everyone did, and everyone wanted to see his new techniques too, the Hokage included. Looking up and seeing a fire start on the floor, the Hokage was shocked when the fire grows into a pillar about 5 feet tall, then goes back down to the floor, disappearing. He was used to seeing Naruto do things like this, so he managed to keep his composure. "Ah, what can I do for you, Fox?" That was Naruto's Anbu code name, Fox. Each Anbu had a mask and a code name, that way no one can tell who you are. Naruto's mask matched his code name. "You wanted to see me right when I got back, Hokage-sama." "Ah yes, I know. Can you take a seat? This may take a while, Fox." "Hi, Hokage-sama." Naruto took his seat right in front of Sarutobi's desk and watched as he filled his pipe with tobacco and then lit it. He took a poof of smoke and then let it out with the contents. "I called you, Fox, because I am going to be taking you out of the Anbu." "Okay, here it comes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. "What? May I know why you are doing this, Hokage-sama?" "Of course you can, Fox. As you know, you have a very impressive track record." He pulled out a folder from in his drawer and then held it up so he could read it. "Your record states that you graduated the academy at 6 years old, becoming the earliest to ever graduate from the academy. Then at the age of 8 you made it to Chunin, then at 10 you joined the Anbu, again breaking the old record. At 11 you became a captain of a team of Anbu, breaking yet another record. Now you are 13 years old. You have completed 20 D rank missions, 32 C rank missions, 12 B rank missions, 33 A rank missions, and 18 S rank missions. You have never had any failures and you have never lost a comrade in battle. That is a very good record, even for someone twice as old as you are." He let that information sink into Naruto's head, and when Naruto couldn't stand the wait any longer, the blonde spoke up. "I already know that, Hokage-sama. So why are you taking me out of the Anbu? I could be of great use to the village." "Ah, Fox, calm down a little. This is not the end of the world and I have a very good reason to take you out of the Anbu. That is because you have no experience with people your age whatsoever. You may be a good shinobi but you don't know how to have fun and act around people your own age. You need to spend some time with your own age group, or at least around your own age group. That is why I am taking you off the Anbu squad. Now please take off your mask. From this moment on you are no longer an Anbu captain but a Jounin of this village." After he said this, Naruto looked him straight in the eye and could see that he was completely serious and there was no way that he was going to be able to get out of this with arguing. The Hokage had made up his mind. So Naruto reluctantly took off his mask and let his face be shown. He had golden blonde hair just like the fourth, bright blue eyes and a soft face that was pretty well chiseled for the age of 13. After removing his mask, he put it into the pouch on his waist and stood for his next orders. "Thank you for seeing it my way, Naruto-kun. You will thank me for this later. Besides, being a Jounin isn't that bad. Go back to Anbu HQ and tell your team that you have been made a Jounin and they will have a new team leader. Also grab anything you want there and bring it to your house. That is all, you are dismissed." Naruto was just about to shine out of the office when he heard him say, "Oh, before I forget, there is a Jounin meeting in 2 days' time, make sure you are there, Naruto-kun." "Hi, Hokage-sama." With that, Naruto shined out of his office, towards Anbu HQ to inform his team and get his things. The Hokage let out a sigh as he disappeared the same way he came, with the fire sunshine he created. He could only shake his head and go back to the one thing that all kids could never beat, the evil of the world, paperwork. 2 days later, all of the Jounins of the village were in the Hokage's tower waiting for 2 more people to show up. Those 2 were the Hokage and one newly appointed Jounin that they were informed about, but weren't given the name of. Surprisingly, even Hatake Kakashi was on time. You see, he got over his lateness when he spoke with Namikaze Naruto. No one knows what they talked about, but he always showed up on time when it came to orders from the Hokage or important events. Unfortunately, that didn't stop his lateness completely. You see, he is still late quite often to anything that is not on the orders of the Hokage. Each of the Jounins was talking in their own little groups, when suddenly a puddle began forming on the floor. That puddle grew to about 3 feet wide, every Jounin tensed and prepared for a battle. Then that puddle started to move upward and it formed the shape of a man, until the water that was covering the man slid off of him and back to the puddle he was standing in. Amazingly, the water disappeared, not even leaving a drop. Naruto-kun. Always with your fancy entries. Your flames of youth are most impressive. That was the shout of one Mido guy, the green beast of Konoha. Everyone in the room sweat dropped at that comment and went back to talking with each other. Naruto walked toward Guy and looked him over real quick. He had on the most disgusting looking green spandex suit that anyone on the planet could ever have. He had orange leg warmers on both legs with normal shinobi boots. His head was another freak show. He had bowl cut hair with the biggest eyebrows you have ever seen. For God's sakes, they look alive. "Hello to you, Guy-san." He turned towards the others and gave each a nod. "Kakashi-san, Kurenai-san, Asuma-sensei." They greeted him likewise. "So you have finally made Jounin. I was wondering when you would quit Anbu and become a Jounin," Asuma said with a pat on the shoulder. "It was not my choice, Asuma-sensei. Hokage-sama made me leave Anbu. He said he had his reasons and that I would find out those reasons today." "Ah, I see. Well, I'll tell you this, being Jounin isn't that bad, you'll like it a lot." Asuma replied. "Yeah, we'll see." Naruto seriously had a lot of doubts. "Naruto-kun, trust me, it's not that bad," Kurenai said with a reassuring smile on her face. "She is right, Naruto-kun. You will love being a Jounin." Again half the room sweat dropped. Yes, I'm sure you guys are right," Naruto said while putting his hand behind his head and rubbing it. After that it was normal talk about this and that, until the Hokage walked in and everyone became quiet. Sarutobi went over to his desk and then sat down. He then put some tobacco into his pipe and lit it before looking at everyone. "Well, I'm glad you're all here. We have some things to discuss today. The first would be the incident that happened yesterday involving Mizuki. I am happy to say that he failed in his theft and was brought down by Naruto here." Here he points in Naruto's direction, then continues. "He stole the scroll of sealing in the hopes of gaining power. He was discovered and we sent search parties after him. Umino Iruka, a Chunin, and Namikaze Naruto, a Jounin, successfully found him, defeated him and brought back the scroll." After that was said, he talked about some other stuff involving village security and then went on to other things. During this all, Naruto was remembering what happened last night. The night before, all of the village's Chunin were out looking for the traitor Mizuki and were having no luck in finding him. Iruka was in hot pursuit of him at that time. Mizuki was running through the forest when suddenly there was a volley of shuriken that came at him that he was forced to dodge or be killed. So he jumped down to the forest floor and watched as Iruka landed in front of him. "Mizuki! What are you doing? Are you betraying the village?" Iruka yelled. "Ha ha 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 ha. Aw man, you're just the person I was hoping to run into. I have always wanted to kill you. And yes, I am betraying this worthless village of yours." "What? I won't let you get out of this village with that scroll, Mizuki." Iruka responded in confusion that turned into anger. "To think that a fellow Leaf Nin would try to betray them. As if you could stop me." Mizuki responded with a scowl. With that they ran at each other. Mizuki pulled out a Fuma Shuriken, very big shuriken, and tossed it at Iruka, while Iruka pulled out some kunai and launched them at the incoming Fuma Shuriken. The kunai hit the Fuma Shuriken and deflected it enough to make it fly harmlessly past him. The two were just about to charge each other again, when a single kunai landed in between them. They both turned to see none other than Namikaze Naruto. "Now what are you two doing out here this late, sparring? More importantly, why do you have my father's forbidden scroll, Mizuki?" Naruto knew what was going on but decided to play along anyway, for the hell of it. Naruto. We have to stop him, he stole the forbidden scroll of seals and plans to leave Konoha with it, Iruka yelled, getting Naruto's attention. Naruto looked at Iruka and could tell he was telling the truth, so he then turned back to Mizuki. Is this true, Mizuki? You wouldn't steal my father's scroll and then try to leave with it, would you? This was said with an all too sweet and quiet voice that sent chills down both Iruka's and Mizuki's spines. Yeah, that's right. Why, you won't be able to stop me either. I'll take this scroll and... He stopped there because he reached behind him where the scroll was supposed to be, but he noticed that there was just a log there. He looked back at Naruto and found that he was leaning on the scroll up in the tree. How did Y, U, G, get T, the S, scroll? He asked with a scared to crap voice. If he can get the scroll from me and I didn't even notice, how the hell am I supposed to beat him? He thought to himself while taking steps backwards. Well, that is quite simple actually, but seeing as you won't be awake for a while, I don't see why I should tell you. With that, Naruto tossed the scroll of seals down to Iruka, who caught it in his arms. Then he jumped down from the trees and started to walk up to Mizuki. Mizuki kept taking steps away from Naruto until he got so nervous that he just spun around and started to run. He got 2 steps before he saw Naruto appear in front of him and was punched in the gut, making him double over in pain and lack of air. The last thing he felt was a pain in his neck before darkness claimed him. Well, that's taken care of. Shall we take him and the scroll back to Konoha? I'm sure the Hokage would want to know that this problem has been taken care of. Naruto asked a stunned Iruka. I didn't even see him move. Incredible. The Jounin thought to himself. He was only able to nod dumbly to the question and started to walk back to Konoha with Naruto. Back to the present in the Jounin meeting. Now, onto the final topic for today. Here many perked up because they wanted to get out of the damn meeting. Sarutobi continued on. As many of you might already know, we have just had the Jounin graduation exams and teams are ready to be trained by Jounin senseis. You all know that we need good teachers, this year especially, because of the amount of talent we have. We have many that are from clans and some that aren't but still have enormous potential to be great. So anyone that wishes to be a Jounin sensei, please take a step forward. With that 9 people stepped forward, among them were Hatake Kakashi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma. Very well, we have enough Jounins to take the teams. Now already I, along with the Chunin teachers who taught this class, have made the teams. So now it is just up to you on who you want to teach. With that, the 9 Jounins started to look over the teams and after a little arguing they came out with who they wanted. Alright, I see that you have gotten the teams chosen amongst yourselves, let's hear who got who. The Hokage said. I, Hatake Kakashi will take Team 7. This team is Haruno Sakura, Sai, and Uchiha Sasuke. I, Yuhi Kurenai will take Team 8, Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino. I, Sarutobi Asuma will take Team 10, that would be Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto Kamaru, and Akimichi Ichoji. Then the other 6 Jounin went their turn on saying what team they would take and then who was in it. After all was said and done, everyone was expecting the third to end the meeting but it seemed he had a little surprise. Very good choices, I like them all but one team. Here many were startled, the teams looked really good in their eyes. Who would that be, Hokage-sama? Some random Jounin asked. That was what I was about to tell you, the team consisting of Inuzuka Kiba, Naruto Kamaru, and Akimichi Ichoji. The team itself is fine, but their sensei is not. What? Asuma had narrowed his eyes at his father at this point. But Hokage-sama, what is wrong with me teaching these kids? I think I would make a great teacher. Asuma practically yelled at his father in barely restrained anger. Now Asuma, I don't mean anything bad by this, and I am very well aware that you could teach them. Your example was set in how well you taught Naruto. He turned out great, but the fact is I want someone else to do it. That someone is you, Namikaze Naruto. Everyone in the room suddenly felt the room temperature drop by a few degrees. They turned their heads to the one that was emitting the chilling feeling. Naruto. What do you mean that I'll be teaching these brats, Hokage-sama? You and Asuma-sensei said so yourselves, that he could do it, so let him. Naruto said this in a way that made some of the people's spines tingle. No, Naruto, you will be the one that teaches them. Remember the conversation we had 2 days ago? This is what I was talking about. Sarutobi replied with a fixed gaze at Naruto. But Hokage-sama, you know Asuma would. Here he was cut off by a raise of the hand indicating the Hokage wanted silence. Everyone knew to shut their mouths when he did this. Naruto, this is not up for discussion. You will be taking this team, do I make myself clear? Sarutobi said this in a very stern voice that gave no room for argument whatsoever. After several seconds of glaring/staring at each other, Naruto finally relented because he saw that there was no way to get out of this. "Hi, Hokage-sama," he replied. With that out of the way, Sarutobi brought back his smile and nodded his head. "Very well, the meeting is adjourned. You are all dismissed." Everyone was about to turn and walk out the door when they heard lightning crackle and they all stiffened, ready for a fight, again. All they saw was that Naruto was emitting the lightning. This happened for a few, brief seconds, before it completely covered him, before it collapsed on itself and Naruto was gone. Everyone was silent for a few seconds, wondering if what they had seen was real or not, until someone broke the silence. "Well, damn. That was freaking awesome. How does he keep coming up with these things?" some random Jounin asked. Everyone had to agree with that. To use lightning as a means to teleport is just sweet. Yosh. Naruto's flames of youth burn brightly. They are getting better and better every day. I will not be left behind. I will train harder than ever to prove my own flames of youth burn just as brightly as Naruto's. Everyone's sweat dropped at Guy's antics. With that done, everyone else left the Hokage's tower and left one old man trying all he could to get the green beast of Konoha out of his office. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Pass or fail, Jounin test. Ino pig, get out of my way. I'm sitting next to Sasuke-kun. That was the shout of a girl with pink hair that went down to her mid-back. Who are you calling pig? Forehead girl. Besides, I'm sitting next to Sasuke-kun. That was the shout of a girl in blonde hair that was in a ponytail that also went down to her mid-back. Piff. Troublesome women. What did you say? Both girls shout out at the kid that just spoke up. He had black hair that was tied into a ponytail. He had the head of a pineapple. Will you both just shut up? God. You're hurting my ears. That was a boy with brown hair that had a dog in his shirt. The yelling continued to go on until the door opened up and in came the sensei. Of course everyone in the room couldn't care less because they were at each other's throats. Of course some were being good and just sat there and minded their own business. The sensei walked over to the middle of the front of the class and put some papers down. He looked up and couldn't help but sweat drop at the children. They were acting like brats and they wanted to be shinobi. Ahem. That got no reaction out of all the girls in the room. The boys though did notice and stopped their talking with each other like normal people and sat at their seats and waited for their sensei to continue. Ahem. Still no reaction out of half the class. Cough. Nothing. Will you shut up and sit down in your seats? That got their attention. Good, now that I have your undivided attention, I can start your last lesson and you will then be placed into your teams. With that the room fell silent and the sensei started his last lesson. Elsewhere in the town of Konoha, everyone in the room sweat dropped at what they just witnessed. There were 4 people in the room. They were all standing around a crystal ball that had a picture of the classroom where the children just got yelled at. Damn. I haven't seen that jutsu for years. What was it again? The big-headed evil-faced jutsu or something like that he called it? I can't remember. A guy with blonde hair stated. Yes, Naruto-kun. That's exactly right. Another person replied to his statement. Well, it looks like Iruka-sensei is doing well. The blonde replied. Yes, well, thanks to you he is. If you didn't show up 2 nights ago it could have turned out completely different, Naruto-kun. No need to thank me, Hokage-sama. It is my job after all. The blonde, also known as Naruto, said to their Hokage. Tish. It also helps that he stole your family scroll too, doesn't it, Naruto? One of the others asked. Yeah, well, you know how it is, Kakashi. It wouldn't really matter even if he did get away with it though. No one but me can open it. Very true, Naruto-kun. The Hokage piped in. Say, Hokage-sama. Why is it that the scroll is in the tower in the first place? Shouldn't it be in Naruto-kun's library? After all, it is safer there. That was the voice of Yuhi Kurenai. Yes, you are right, Kurenai. The reason it was at the tower is because I was adding another jutsu to the scroll. I left it in the scroll library for Naruto to pick up later. When he found it missing he went and asked me where I put it or if I was done yet. I was naturally surprised that the scroll wasn't there. We looked at the security tape and found that Mizuki stole it. I ordered him found and brought back by any means necessary. Naruto here went out and looked for it also. He just happened to find it with Iruka and you all know what happened after that. The old man finished. They all nodded. Now back on topic. I have brought you all here so you can get a little glimpse of your teams before you meet them. You know who they are by their profile that each of you have been handed. Take a look. All 3 of the Jounins did as told and watched as the student listened intently to Iruka. Back in the classroom. Now I will name each team and their sensei. Everyone leaned forward and listened intently to what would be said. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, Team 5, Team 6, Team 7 will be Sai, Haruno Sakura. Sakura bangs her head on her desk saying why me? Why me? Over and over again. Ino smirks and says, ha. Looks like you got paired with Sai, forehead girl. Shut up, Ino pig. Iruka finishes the team off with, and Uchiha Sasuke. Your Jounin instructor is Hatake Kakashi. Ino is dumbstruck and yells saying it's not fair or some crap like that. While Sakura is cheering that she has her Sasuke-kun on her team. Sasuke himself just sits there with his hands folded under chin looking passive. No one knows, but on the inside he is banging his head against a wall crying that life isn't fair. Damn. Stuck with a fangirl and the smartass. Just great. They better not get in my way. He thought to himself. Iruka continues on through the yelling. The next team is Team 8, which will consist of Yamanaka Ino, Hyuga Hinata, and Aburame Shino. Your Jounin sensei will be Yuhi Kurenai. Shino just nodded. Hinata nodded as well, but Ino was complaining that she should be on Sasuke's team, not Sakura. Iruka just ignored them and continued on to the next team. Team 10 will consist of Inuzuka Kiba, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Ichoji. Your Jounin sensei will be. He stopped there and just stared at the paper. Everyone looked at him wondering what caught his attention. Being loud like she was, Sakura decided to ask what was wrong. Sensei, what's wrong? Oh, sorry about that. Just lost in memory there for a minute, that is all. Now where was I? Ah yes. That's right. Team 10's Jounin sensei will be Namikaze Naruto. That got a lot of talk throughout the class. It was no secret that the last Namikaze was strong and that he was famous everywhere. Not just in the Fire Country either. They had learned a lot about him and his father in class. He was considered a genius amongst all geniuses. Right. Quite down class. Now for the last two teams, he said those and then told them a great speech about how you should act as a shinobi and never give up in life and to be the best you can be. After that was done, he was just about to excuse them for lunch when a hand shot up into the air. Yes. What is it, Sakura? Iruka asked. Can you tell us more about Namikaze-sama? We only know a little about him. Everyone in the class looked eagerly at their sensei for this answer. With a sigh of defeat, he looked up to his students and knew he wouldn't get away with not telling them something. So he reluctantly did so. I guess you don't know a lot about him, do you? Can any of you tell me what you do know about him? Sakura, being the smartest of the class, started it off. Well, I know that he is Yondaime-sama's son. He is supposed to be really strong and he graduated the academy at a really young age. He is now a Jounin from what you have just told us. Good, Sakura. Does anyone else know anything about him? Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome. But yes, I know some things about him too. He has earned a nickname throughout Konoha as Sunshine no Namikaze. He has created over 2 new Sunshines unique to only him. I haven't seen any of them myself, but from what I have been told by my parents is that they are quite the sight to see. That is mostly right, Shikamaru. Your info must be a little old though, because the last I heard he created 5 new Sunshines. Iruka corrected and gained a collective gasp that was heard throughout the classroom. The Sunshines were said to be really hard to create. But he made 5. Is there anything else you know about him? He looked around the class and found that no one else was going to speak, so he decided to stun them a little and at the same time bring them down a peg or two. Or a couple million, he added as an afterthought. No one else knows anything about Namikaze-sama. Well, I guess that I can tell you a little more about him then. Let's see. His full name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. He took both his father's and mother's names. He graduated at the age of 6 years old from the academy. Here everyone in the classroom gasped at him. 6. You have got to be lying. That's impossible, isn't it? Kiba all but yelled. No, Kiba. I was his teacher then. He graduated at the age of only 6. He is the youngest person to ever graduate from the academy in all of Konoha history. Even Uchiha Itachi graduated younger than him. Again people were speechless. But here Sasuke balls his fists in anger. It was no secret to anyone in Konoha that Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi, killed his entire clan. The Uchiha clan, the second noblest clan in Konoha. No one knows why he did it, but he did. He left no survivors except for his younger brother. But he didn't leave him unharmed. He left him emotionally distressed. He made Sasuke live through the whole clan massacre again by the use of the Mangekyo Sharingan and then proceeded to torture him mentally. Iruka continued on. Then he was put under a sensei just like all of you. 2 years later he was promoted to the rank of Chunin at the age of 8. Then at the age of 10 he joined the Anbu. Again, this is a record he broke. A year later he was promoted to that of Anbu captain at the age of 11. He again broke the old record of 13 set by Uchiha Itachi, and made it 11 to be the youngest Anbu captain ever to come out of Konoha. Now he is 13 years old and is a Jounin sensei. The classroom was completely awestruck. Namikaze Naruto broke 3 records of graduating or being promoted. That's incredible. Most had to agree with Kiba's outburst. It was indeed very incredible. Now you all know a little about Namikaze-sama. I hope that gave you everything you wanted to know. Now it is time for lunch. Please return here afterwards to meet your Jounin sensei. You're all dismissed." Iruka watched all of them walk out of there in half a daze. He had to suppress a smirk. That defiantly brought them down a peg or a million. Elsewhere, at the Hokage's tower, the crystal ball just ended the picture due to the Hokage ending chakra connection. All the Jounins stood up straight and looked at the Hokage. Sarutobi himself just grabbed his pipe, put some tobacco into it and lit it. And then started to puff some here and there. "Well, what do you three think?" he asked. "I for one have to say sorry to you too," Naruto said, gesturing towards Kakashi and Kurenai. He continued on though. "Kiba looks and acts brash for a shinobi something. I'll have to fix that. Choji is strong from what his profile says, but I will have to work on his speed. And finally Shikamaru looks lazy as hell." Naruto said this all with a straight face on. Kurenai decided to go next. "My students look okay. Ino looks like a fangirl and will have to be put through some very hard lessons to get her to act like a shinobi. Shino, I couldn't really tell. But then again, all of your aims are like that. Finally Hinata looks like she has some major confidence problems." Kakashi was still reading his little orange book and not paying attention at all, when Kurenai elbowed him in the ribs quite hard. It surely would have left a bruise if he was not a shinobi. Ha! The others in the room just sweat drop at this and stare at him expectantly. He eventually catches on. "Ah. Yes. You want my opinion, right, Hokage-sama? Well, the Sai kid looks like a normal shinobi to me. The only weird thing about him is he has no last name." He shrugs his shoulders here and continues. "Sakura looks like a fangirl with little to no talent at all. Sasuke looks like he broods all day and might be gay, but I can't be sure about that one till I spend some time with my team." Kurenai looks at him weirdly for a second, then asks, "Why do you think he is gay?" The other men in the room just look at her with a deadpan look on their face. It's Naruto that answers. "How can he not be gay? Come on. He has girls practically throwing themselves at him and all he did was sit there and ignore them. You think he would at least talk to them? There is no way he is not gay." He nodded his head up and down afterwards. So did the others in the room. They all agreed with Naruto on this one. "Well, thank you for your opinions. You are to go and meet your teams in 40 minutes. You are all now Jounin instructors. Lead your teams well and teach them well. They are under your wing now. You are all dismissed." The Hokage ended his little speech. Wind started to rotate around Naruto suddenly. Then it picked up speed and became visible to the human eye. It rotated all around him, completely cutting off his form from view. It looked like a tornado, except this was shaped like a cylinder instead of an upside-down cone. Then it just disappeared and Naruto was gone with it. The others looked and could only sigh and leave in their way. Kakashi and Kurenai both just popped out of the office in a cloud of smoke, leaving Sarutobi to do some more paperwork. "God, paperwork will be the end of me, I swear it," Sarutobi thought to himself as he grabbed the first one and went to work on the never-ending pile of evil incarnate. Hour later, the classroom was active with talk about this and that. They were talking amongst each other about this and that. Then there were footsteps on the outside of the door. Everyone turned to the door waiting to see who was there. The door slid open and in walked a woman with black hair that was shoulder length and would curl slightly at the end, giving it a look of slight wildness. She had red eyes that stood out vastly. Her forehead protector was on her forehead. She had a weird dress sort of thing. It was more like bandages that were black and white, but they were a dress sort of thing. It was made to have easy maneuverability. She had on normal shinobi sandals and the dress went down to her mid-thighs. And then she had bandages on her hands that went to just before her elbows. The next person to walk in was a man that was a cyclops. The reason was because he only had one eye. The other one, the left eye, was covered up by his hitai or forehead protector. He had silver hair that spiked upwards and slightly forwards. He had a mask that covered his face. It went from his neck all the way up to and over his nose. He had on your standard Jounin vest that was green in color and had 6 pockets for scrolls and such in the front. He had blue ninja pants with bandages wrapping his ankles. He had his kunai and shuriken pouch on his left leg. Each hand had gloves on with a metal back on them. He also had blue ninja sandals. The last person was rather short for a Jounin. He was about 5 feet 4 inches. He had spiky blonde hair that was sticking up and all over the place. It was like it couldn't be controlled. It went slightly back down his neck about 2 inches or so. He had sky blue eyes that looked like they were a bottomless pit. He had on your classic Jounin vest except that his was black instead of green. It also had 6 pockets for storing scrolls in it. He had blue ninja pants, with a shuriken and kunai pouch on each leg. His sandals were also blue. "Ah, the Jounin instructors are here. Class, quiet down so you may hear your team being called. Team 10, meet me at training ground 19 in 30 minutes. With that said, Naruto disappeared in a burst of flames from the feet up then down again. Then he was gone. Damn. That was so awesome. I already like this guy. Let's go Akamaru. With that he got up and headed for the door. Deck. Troublesome. Come on Choji, we better get going. With that said Shikamaru and Choji stood up and followed Kiba out the door. Well teammate, follow me please. Kurenai walked out the door and Ino, Shino, and Hinata followed. Team 7, meet me on the roof. With that Kakashi disappeared in a poof of smoke. Sai, Sasuke, and Sakura followed shortly afterwards. About 25 minutes later at Training Area 19 we find Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba walking into the training field. They notice that in the middle of the field is their new sensei too. Good, you're early. I like that in people. Well, let's get started, shall we? Each one of you sit down in front of me and tell me a little bit about yourselves. They each sat down and Kiba asked, what do you want to know about us sensei? Well, for starters you can call me Naruto sensei, or Naruto senpai. Either one will work for me. Secondly, I'd like to know your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams for the future, things like that. Can you go first so we know some more about you? Kiba asked again. Well, let's see. My name is Namikaze Naruto. I have many things I like. One is ramen, which is my favorite food. I don't feel like telling you my other likes. My dislikes are people who judge you by your name, not by who you are. Hobbies are training and learning new things. My dream for the future is to one day surpass my dad in being a shinobi. That's everything about me that you'll get to know for now. Since you asked, you can go first, he said while pointing to the boy with the dog. Alright. My name is Inuzuka Kiba. This here is my companion and partner Akamaru. My likes are playing with Akamaru, and learning new techniques. My dislikes are people who treat animals badly. Hobbies are training and teaching Akamaru new tricks and techniques. Dreams for the future are to one day be the head of my clan. Good, thank you Kiba. Next is you lazy. Naruto pointed to the one lying on the ground watching the clouds. The one lying down sat up and looked at their sensei. Piff. This is so troublesome but fine. My name is Nara Shikamaru. My likes are hanging out with my friends, and playing shogi and go. My dislikes are loud people. Hobbies are watching clouds. Dreams for the future are to one day become an average shinobi, with a wife, 2 kids. First a girl, then a boy. Then die of old age after I see my grandkids. Thank you Shikamaru. That was very interesting. You say you like shogi and go, right? He gets an ode from Shikamaru. Well, I would love to play you in a game. The third Hokage and Asuma sensei say I'm quite good. I'd like to see how you fare. I look forward to that. I haven't had a challenge in quite a while, Shikamaru said with a note of acknowledgement. Well, you will get that game sometime. Now for the last one. You, he said pointing to Choji. My name is Akimichi Choji. My likes are eating and spending time with my friends. My dislikes are when people make fun of my weight. My hobbies are spending time with my friends, training, and eating. My dream for the future is to become strong and one day own my own restaurant here in Konoha. Well, I got a lazy bum, a kid with his dog, and a person that likes to eat. I have a lot of work cut out for me. Naruto thought to himself. Well, you each have your own unique traits. That is good. You will need them for what I have planned for you. But before we can do that I have to give you a test to see if you can become Jounin or not. Deck. Troublesome, Shikamaru mumbled under his breath. What do you mean become Jounin? We already are Jounin, Kiba said harshly. Do you really want to know or do you just want me to give you your test? They each looked at him with a look clearly saying they wanted to know. Well, of all the graduates that came out of the academy, only 9 people will pass. If you suck at math, then that would mean that you only have a 33% chance of passing. So are you glad you asked now? This was said with an evil little smirk on his face. Each one of the 3 paled. They only had a 33% chance of passing. They each had the same thought. Damn it. This is so unfair. Well, let's take that test right now, why don't we? I'm supposed to give you till tomorrow to take it, but I really don't want to wait that long. So for the test, all you have to do is take one of these 2 bells from me. Whoever gets a bell passes. If you don't get a bell you fail and go back to the academy for another year of training. Naruto had stood up during this time and so did his 3 students. They each looked ready for anything. Well, let's get this started. You have until 6 to get them. When this timer goes off you will come back here regardless of whether you got a bell or not. They each looked at the timer and though at the same time, what the hell? Where the hell did he get that timer? You know what to do. Oh, and you better come at me with the intent to kill me because if you don't you will fail miserably. You can start in 3, 2, 1, go. Each of the Jounin to be jumped off into the trees surrounding the clearing. They hide well. Although not well enough. I know where each of them are still. But that is to be expected. Well, they each got the art of hiding down well. Now for the other parts of being a ninja, Naruto thought to himself. With that last though in mind, he walked over to the middle of the clearing and sat down and started to meditate. He sat cross-legged with his arms resting on his knees and eyes closed. Yes, this is my chance. He has let down his guard completely, thought Kiba. With that he prepared 6 shuriken and threw them at their prone sensei. They soared through the air at impressive speeds, cutting the air while his went. They were just about to hit when their sensei's right hand shot out and caught them all on his fingers like they were nothing. They spun on his fingers for a few seconds before they stopped, and then he pocketed them in his pouch. This was all done with him not moving a muscle except his arm, and his eyes stayed closed too. With his first attempt at winning the fight gone, he charged out of the bushes head first. He raised a fist to hit him in the head and swung when it was caught in Naruto's own hand. He tried to kick him next, but Naruto simply leaned his head to the side and then jerked on Kiba's arm that he still held and then pushed him back with enough force to make him slide back 10 feet. When Kiba regained his footing, he looked up and saw that his sensei was standing before him looking at him. First lesson, Taijutsu. The art of hand-to-hand combat. Come. And so the fight was back on. Kiba again charged in head first, only to be delivered a harsh punch to the stomach for his efforts. He bent over and landed on his knees trying to regain his breath. Naruto walked away about 10 feet, then turned to look at him again and said, "First things first. Never attack a person head-on without a plan first. You will only end up like you are right now." Kiba snarled and called Akamaru over and tossed him a food pill and then ate one himself. He crouched low to the ground so he was on his hands and feet, and then his nails lengthened. Shikyaku no Jutsu. 4 legs technique, Kiba snarled. "Get on Akamaru." The dog did just that and jumped onto Kiba's back. Jujin Bunshine. Beast human clone. Akamaru on his back burst into smoke only to come out looking exactly like Kiba did. When the preparation was all done, Kiba yelled out, "Let's go Akamaru." With that both Kibas rushed forwards at least twice the speed they did beforehand. They both took a swipe at their sensei and both were dodged. They both went past him and turned around and tried again only to be dodged again and again. This continued until the Kibas got irritated and they stepped it up a notch. Gotsuga. Double piercing fang. Both Kibas started to spin super fast and then looked like 2 tornadoes of death coming at Naruto. But yet again they were all dodged, and then Naruto himself started to do some hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground after creating some distance from the attacking duo. Doton, Yomi Numa no Jutsu. Earth release swamp of the underworld. The earth turned into a swamp all around the area in front of Naruto. Both Kibas were in the air when the jutsu was done and were now coming down into the swamp. They didn't have time for a kawarimi, so they headed straight into the swamp head first. Within seconds they hit the swamp, and even faster, they were swallowed whole by the technique and disappeared underground. With both Kibas disappearing underground, Naruto ended the chakra supply and the ground hardened. Naruto did 4 more hand seals that were too quick to follow for either Shikamaru or Choji that were still hiding and watching, and then the earth swallowed him up whole. Not 3 seconds later, 1 Kiba's heads popped out of the ground and 1 dog's head popped out of the ground. Next Naruto jumped out of the ground in front of Kiba. Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu. Earth release, inner decapitation technique. "So Kiba, did you learn your lesson? You can't beat me in taijutsu or ninjutsu. You have no chance of it. But good try nonetheless. You almost got a bell there at one time or another." With that he started to walk away. "Hey! Where you going? You can't just leave me here in the ground like this." "Hey, I'm talking to you," Kiba yelled. Naruto stopped walking and tilted his head back so he could see him out of the corner of his eye. "Actually, yes. I am going to leave you there. Have fun trying to get out." With that Naruto leapt into the trees and out of sight. Shikamaru and Choji came out of hiding a little while later and walked up to the still struggling Kiba and Akamaru. "Hey, need some help there, Kiba, Akamaru?" Choji asked well-heartedly. "Tish. This is so troublesome, but I figured out the real meaning of this exam." Choji, who just undug Akamaru and started on Kiba, looked back at his best friend. Kiba did the same thing. "Shikamaru, what do you mean by that?" Choji asked him, clearly confused. "Yeah man. What the hell? Aren't we just supposed to get the bells?" Kiba asked, bewildered too. Shikamaru just sighed and started to help dig out Kiba with Choji while he explained. "No, the real purpose isn't to get the bells. Even if we did get the bells individually, we would still fail. Although I highly doubt that we could get the bells by ourselves. We would have to work as a team to even have a chance to get a bell." He left clues on what the true meaning of the test was. "Firstly, there are only 2 bells, so no matter what, one of us will still fail. Then there's the fact that we were put on a 3-man cell. Then why right off the bat try and separate us? All Jounin cells are made up of 4 members, a Jounin and 3 Jounin. So I figured he purposely tried to separate us to make us fight each other and put us against each other so we would have to go back to the academy. With all of these facts it only leads to one truth. And that is that we must work as a team. That is the true meaning of the test. Not the bells, but for us to work as a team. By the time Shikamaru was done talking they had managed to get Kiba and Akamaru out of the ground. They each were standing now cleaning themselves somewhat of the dirt that covered them. Well, if we have to work as a team to pass, then I'm all for it. Right Akamaru, Kiba said while getting a bark as a reply from Akamaru. I'm with Kiba, Shikamaru. Let's work as a team. Choji piped in. Alright, here is what we'll do. Shikamaru pitched in and they all huddled together to form a plan to hopefully stop their sensei and try and get the bells. An hour later we find Naruto leaning against a tree thinking. Well, what do we have here? Are they working together? I wonder how they figured it out so quickly. Must have been Shikamaru. He did say that he played shogi and go. Well, doesn't matter. I want to see what they got in them. Out of nowhere Shrunken and Kunai come out of the trees heading straight towards the still prone Naruto. Naruto jumps to the side just as they were about to impale him. Baika no Jutsu. Muti-size technique. He hears then he sees Choji and the trees blow up into a big ball using his own body and then each of his limbs goes into his ball-like body. Then he hears Nikudan Sensha no Jutsu, human bullet tank, then Choji starts to spin and roll towards him. So he does know a few family jutsu. Well, this makes it more interesting, Naruto thought as he dodged the first few strikes by rolling or jumping out of the way. Then after a few more times he jumped straight up into the air. Now, Kiba thought. Sudga. Piercing Fang. Again Kiba starts to spin like a tornado and came out of his hiding spot to attack their sensei together. Naruto saw Kiba out of the corner of his eye and could only think one thing. Shit. This is going to get hard. Naruto got hit with a Suga attack and suddenly puffed into a log that was completely torn to shreds. Naruto jumped out of the trees and looked at his students, and when they found him they charged him again with their respective attacks each. Naruto was dodging left and right and was slowly starting to worry. Damn it. I can't stop them without hurting them too severely, and if I do the old man will kill me. Add to that I'm being pushed backwards into the trees and I'll surely be hit in no time. Naruto was getting frantic. He looked for any way out but could only find one, and that was the trees. He knew if he went in there he would have limited maneuverability, but hopefully so would Kiba and Choji. At least he hoped so. Finally Kiba and Choji backed him up to a tree and they both grinned. Although no one could see it, both thought the same thing. The plan is working perfectly. Now we just have to hope that Shikamaru does his part. And Shikamaru did do his part. The second Naruto got within 20 feet of the forest, there was a shadow racing towards him. He noticed it and jumped upwards to avoid it, but that only led him to being able to barely manage to dodge Kiba's Sudga. When he started to fall again he saw Choji waiting for him. He landed on the ground and had to jump out of the way of the living human tank called Choji the second he touched ground. He jumped backwards and landed only to find he couldn't move. He looked down by moving his eyes downwards because his body and neck of his wouldn't respond. What he saw was the shadow from earlier attached to him. Kage main no jutsu success. Shadow imitation technique, he heard. He looked forward and saw Shikamaru standing there with his own shadow extended to his. Then both Kiba and Choji came out of their attacks and charged forward to get the bell. They got them easily because Naruto couldn't move. They all stood by each other and smiled at their sensei proudly. They slapped hands together and said good job to each other. They looked at their sensei and they saw him smiling too. Well, you guys did well but not good enough, I'm afraid. You still failed to get the bells. Each one of the three looked at him like he had grown an extra head or something. What are you talking about? We got the bells right here. Look, Kiba said holding up a stick. What? Where the hell is the bell? I just had it. He practically yelled. No wait, he did yell. They each looked at their sensei that still couldn't move because of the Kage main no jutsu holding him still. Well, it's been fun. With that he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What the hell was that? I thought you said that people couldn't use teleportation techniques when they were under the jutsu, Shikamaru? Choji asked his friend. Shikamaru replied just as confused as he was. They can't. I don't know what the hell he did. But it wasn't a teleportation technique that he just used. It was something else. They would have talked more but they heard a bell ring in the distance. They each looked at each other and jogged off to the clearing where they all started from. When they made it to the clearing they saw their sensei leaning against another tree. They approached him and he opened his eyes to look at each of them individually. Well, in all accords they have passed my test. But why not screw with them a little? He thought as he was laughing on the inside like a maniac. Well, you each did well. You each managed to do something in this little test. Some more than others, but then again that doesn't really matter. You all failed in the end to get your objective, and that was these two bells that are on my hip. So for failing you will all go back to the academy for another year of training?" After this was said, Naruto didn't have to wait long before one of them snapped and attacked him. It just so happened to be Kiba. "You asshole. We tried our best and this is what we get." With that shout, he charged Naruto. Before any of them knew what happened, Kiba was on the ground on his belly and Naruto was sitting on him, restraining him with one hand. "You all know nothing about what it means to be shinobi." His voice was harsh and stern. Each one of the wannabe Jounin flinched at his tone. "In the shinobi world, people die every day. This is not a game. Any one of us can die at any moment, at any time, during any mission. I will not have a bunch of kids going on missions that think this is all a game. For example," here he pulled out a kunai and put it against Kiba's throat. "Choji, kill Shikamaru or I'll kill Kiba." Choji panicked and looked between everyone present with a look of fear. That is what can happen on a mission. A person gets captured and then you have to make an impossible decision that either way you're screwed. Naruto got up and put his kunai away. "This is the real life of a shinobi. You have to make hard decisions every day. I will not have a bunch of brats on my team. You three did figure out the true meaning of this test. And that was teamwork. I'll give you credit for that. But you still need to grow up. I'll give you guys one more chance at beating me. But for Kiba's little attack on me just now, I really don't feel that generous to all of you. So I'm going to tie up Kiba, while you two can eat these snacks that I brought to gain some energy back. If either of you feed him you will automatically be disqualified and be sent back to the academy. After you're done untie him and come and try to get the bells again if you want to pass. You have 2 more hours." With that he tied up Kiba and started to walk away. But before he left he turned slightly back towards them. "I make the rules. You follow them. If you don't, you will find yourself in a world of pain." With that he leapt off into the trees, leaving 3 Jounin to shiver in slight fear at his words. Both Choji and Shikamaru ate their respective snacks in quiet, both thinking about what they just heard. Akamaru was sitting at his master's feet, winning slightly. Kiba was pouting about his loss and the reprimand he got from Naruto, when his stomach grumbled indicating that he was hungry. Shikamaru and Choji looked at him and then Shikamaru handed him some of his food. Kiba couldn't take it because he was tied up, but he looked at him questionably. "Why are you giving me your food? If you do you'll be punished," he said in bewilderment. "Tish. It's troublesome, but if we're going to stand any chance at getting those bells from Naruto-sensei then we all have to be at our best." Shikamaru responded with a shrug of the shoulders. "He's right, Kiba. Besides, what kind of teammates would we be if we didn't look out for one another?" Choji added in his 2 cents in. "Thanks guys. This means a lot, but I can't move." Akamaru barked in agreement with him. "I'll feed you some, don't worry Kiba," Choji said while he gave him some of his sandwich. Then out of nowhere the sky turned blackish and then there was lightning and red color. Their sensei appeared before them with a look that promised death to anyone that opposes him. "I told you not to feed him. Are you ready for the consequences?" he stated as he went through some hand seals that were too quick for them to see. Choji managed to get up and get into a position, so that he was guarding his tied-up teammate, and so did Shikamaru. Choji somehow managed to stammer out a reply also. "You said that we should work as a team." "Yeah. That's right. You can't punish them for working as a team," Kiba put in. Akamaru barked as well, agree with him, being in front of his master. "Oh. And what about you?" Naruto said while looking at Shikamaru. "If Kiba doesn't get food then he won't be at his best and will suffer. And if he suffers then that means the team suffers. So yeah, I'm with them also," he said. "Oh. So you're disobeying my rules, are you? Well then I guess I have only one thing to say then." Each one of the Jounin were preparing for anything. "You pass," he said as the sky cleared up back to normal and he put on a smile. "What, we pass? That's it?" Choji asked confused. Naruto just kept smiling at them and then stood up and flicked a kunai at Kiba that cut the ropes that were holding him to the tree. "Yep. That's it. You all passed my test. You actually surprised me though. I didn't think you would be able to figure out the real purpose of the test. But you did. From this day forward you are all Jounin of the Leaf and will be a proud part of Team 10. They each celebrated in their own way. "Alright Akamaru, we did it," Kiba said, and Akamaru barked in reply. Choji took out a bag of chips and started to eat them. And Shikamaru mumbled troublesome under his breath. But he was grinning like his friend Choji and Kiba. "Remember though, you may be Jounin now. But it only gets harder from here on out. Remember this well. It is a line from one of my friends. Those who break the rules are considered trash. But those who abandon their friends are even worse than trash." They each nodded in understanding, committing that line to memory. "Well, good job Team 10. I am your official sensei from now on. We will start training and doing missions in 2 days' time. Tomorrow you have off to do whatever you want to do. Because in 2 days' time your torture, training begins. Meet at the Ichiraku Ramen restaurant at 6 am sharp. See you then. With that, Naruto disappeared by the ground, lifting up and covering his body with a small amount of earth covering him everywhere. It was no thicker than an inch in any area though. When he was completely covered, it crumbled around him from head to feet. When it was done, it didn't even look like the ground was disturbed. A day later, we find 2 people waiting in an office and occasional small talk here and there. They were conversing about nothing of any importance. Just some chit-chat between friends. Then right next to the female of the two, a small amount of wind picks up and forms a tornado. Though this tornado was only about 6 feet tall. It started off on the floor and went upward. After it was formed, it disappeared the same way, but this time starting off at the head, then downward to his feet. In its wake stood Namikaze Naruto. What was really surprising though was that the miniature tornado created very little wind. Just a small breeze. Well, hello to you to Naruto. How have you been these days? The man of the two asked. I have been doing fine, Kakashi. And you too? Naruto asked. Just fine. Though I was rather surprised about my team though. The man now identified as Hatake Kakashi said with a thoughtful expression on his face. Oh, and how is that, Kakashi? The female of the two asked. Before he could answer though, the door was opened up and in stepped the Hokage. Each of the 3 occupants of the room straightened slightly and stood at attention for their leader. The old man walked over to his chair and took his seat. He looked at the occupants and nodded at them. Well, I'm glad that you 3 could make it here today. I would like to hear about your teams. Have they passed, and then if they did, could you give some info on each of their skills please? That would be much appreciated. The old man asked the 3. First to speak was the only female in the room. Ayuhi Kurenai, captain of Team 8. I'm happy to say that my team passed my test. The team consists of Aburame Shino, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino. At first they didn't grasp the true meaning of the test, but they quickly caught on to it. Here she paused to let the information sink in, and then continued on. Hinata is well versed into the Juken style of fighting. Not surprising there. She has no other talents as of now. Her confidence is also lacking though. Shino is silent as any other Aburame is. But his skills and his family style are very good. Ino is loud and brash. She has talent in her family techniques though. Overall they are a well-versed team. With my help they will become accomplished shinobi in time. The others nodded at her as if expecting that answer. Kakashi, can you go next? Sarutobi asked with a note in his direction. Hi, as you wish, Hokage-sama. I am captain of Team 7 consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. My team has passed. This shocked Sarutobi and Kurenai. They both knew of his reputation of never passing a team. Ever. So you finally passed a team, have ya, Kakashi? It wasn't just because of the Uchiha, I hope, was it? Naruto asked, looking directly at him. No, Naruto. I'd never do that. Actually, I'm surprised that they passed at all. Even if they did just by a margin. I almost failed them, but at the last second they managed to work as a team. Although a very bad team, still a team. Anyway, like I was saying, Sai has some very interesting skills. He can creating creatures of sorts. Anything he draws on paper, it seems he can make it come off the paper and grow to normal size. He uses these creatures to aid him in battle. They are made completely out of ink and are under his control when he uses them. Sakura is another story altogether. She has very little talent right now. As far as I can tell so far, all she can do is the basic academy jutsu, and that is it. She is a fangirl with little to no effort put into being a shinobi. If she doesn't act like a real kunoichi, then I will have no choice but to take her off the team. As for Sasuke, he is very talented for his age. He has enough chakra to do a Gokakyu no Jutsu, fireball, and his taijutsu is good. Bad thing is, he is completely obsessed on getting revenge and kill Itachi. Overall my team needs a lot of work. Kakashi finished with a shrug. Well, Kakashi, it looks like you got your work cut out for you. I want you to keep an extra eye on Sasuke. If he tries to do anything funny, you will report it, got it? Just because he is the last Uchiha in Konoha doesn't mean he will get special treatment. Sarutobi asked in a very serious tone. Hi, Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied in an equally serious tone. Very well. Naruto, what about you team? Did you pass or fail them? The old man asked, looking right into his eyes. I am captain of Team 10 and my team consists of Inuzuka Kiba, Narashikamaru, and Akimichi Ichoji. They did extraordinarily well in my opinion. They managed to pass and figure out the true meaning of the test within 20 minutes of the trial. I have a feeling it would have been sooner if Choji and Shikamaru could have gotten to Kiba before he attacked me. But that is beside the point. Kiba is brash and acts before he thinks. But he also has a very good understanding of his family techniques too. His taijutsu is animal-like and feral to say the least. Shikamaru is probably the smartest person of his class. His record is totally inaccurate. He came up with a brilliant strategy to take me down. He also has a good grasp of his family techniques also. Bad thing is, when he or his companions are not in danger he is a lazy bum. Choji has a good grasp on his family techniques as well. He used 2 of his techniques on me. He is also very strong for his age. But like most Akimichi, he is slow. Overall I will have to put them through hell to come to my standards. But that should be fun or me and torture for them. Naruto finished his description of his team with a very evil smirk that promised cruel things. Well Naruto, remember that they may be shinobi and all, but they are nowhere near the level they were when you were 12. You can't put them through the same thing you did. The old man responded after hearing those last 2 sentences and seeing the evil smirk. After all, their parents will kill me if they come home nearly dead from overtraining. Not to mention Naruto's health will be in danger. He thought. Hi, Hokage-sama. I promise not to overexert them too much, was his half-livid reply. Just try not to make them come home every day completely exhausted like you did. Their parents would kill you and me for that. Sarutobi asked pleadingly. That got each of them laughing. To see the Hokage begging for something was not often. I'll do my best, Hokage-sama. Naruto replied after his laughter fit was over. That is all I can ask for now. He paused for a minute, thinking how he wanted to say this. Well, you each now have a team. You are to command and lead them through at least their Jounin years. Teach them everything that you see fit and always be a good example. You are Jounin of the Leaf Village. Make me and this village proud by making some of the strongest Jounin we have seen in years turn up. I look forward to seeing their skills in the future. You are all dismissed. The old man said with a passion in his voice that the others did not miss. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Naruto replied with a, "Hi, Hokage-sama." Then each one in the room turned to see how Naruto would leave. Naruto noticed this and sweat dropped. What? He asked, looking at them sheepishly. They just kept staring at him intently. What's wrong? I got something on me? Naruto asked as he looked at his clothes all over. Now it was their turn to sweat drop. Naruto, there's nothing on you. Weren't you going to leave just now? Sarutobi asked with playfulness in his voice. Ahu. Well, I guess I'll see you then. Everyone else in the room stared intently on him, ready to see something great, when he just turned around and headed for the door. Wait. Aren't you going to leave with a sunshine or something, Naruto? Kurenai asked in a panic at first, but then caught herself and finished passive. Naruto turned around and looked at them each, to see they really wanted to see one. You guys really expect me to use one of my sunshines all the time, don't you? Naruto asked matter-of-factly. He just got notes from each of them. Sigh. As my student Shikamaru said, troublesome. With that he sunshined out of the room with leaves twirling around him like the classic Konoha sunshine, but not. Why? Because after the leaves got a foot off the ground, the leaves started on fire. The burning leaves swirled around him and eventually above his head. Then Naruto was gone from sight. The leaves that were still burning came down where Naruto used to be and completely caught on fire and disappeared before they could reach a foot above the ground. There was even no ash left from the leaves. Well, I do say that equals 7 new sunshines now. Sarutobi piped in. Damn. He should really teach some of those to others. Or better yet, sell a scroll on how to do them. He would make a fortune. Everyone would buy it in Konoha. Kurenai piped in also. Sigh. One of us should ask him sometime. I don't think anyone ever has. Johnny. See ya. Kakashi piped in his own part and puffed out of the room with a cloud of smoke. Kurenai did the same thing, leaving the only one in the room to be the old man. He looked down on his desk and noticed that he had no paperwork to do. He beamed. Finally. So paperwork. Time for some good old reading. He looked around to make sure no one was around, and after confirming that there were none, he opened up a drawer on his desk and pulled out an orange book. He opened it up and started reading it as he relaxed. Every few seconds you could hear a perverted giggle come from him. He was snapped out of his reading when he heard a knock on his door and someone asking for permission to enter. After putting his book back into its hiding place, he told the person to enter. His face immediately fell when he saw what the person was holding. It was a stack of papers at least a foot high. After the person put the papers down, he noticed the Hokage's gloomy expression. Is there something wrong, Hokage-sama? He asked in a concerned voice. Sarutobi didn't even look at him. No, there is nothing wrong. You may go now. As you wish, Hokage-sama. He replied as he bowed and left the office through the doorway. Sarutobi could only stare at the papers in pure and utter hatred. I hate you. You know that. He talked to the papers in front of him with the utmost hatred. Nevertheless, he grabbed the first one and started to do the thing he hated the most in life. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Past and future training revealed. Oi, Shikamaru, how long have you been here? Not very long, probably around 5 minutes or so, Shikamaru said while patting the spot beside where he was lying against a tree. Choji, not one to take the chance to relax, went down and sat beside his friend. So how long till sensei gets here? He asked with curiosity. Well, I'd say about 10 minutes, give or take a few, was his reply. Oh. After their very short conversation, they just sat in silence until a brown-haired boy walked up to them very slowly with a dog on his head. Hey guys, was all he said before he sat, leaning against the tree beside the one Choji and Shikamaru were leaning against. Hey, was their equally short reply, and so yet again they waited. 10 minutes later, there was a poof of smoke directly in front of them. They each looked up and saw their sensei standing there. Hey guys, how you doing? He asked with a foxy grin that only he could pull off. It was Kiba that replied. How do you think we're doing? It's 7 in the morning. Add to that you have been running us into the ground for the last 2 weeks doesn't help any. Ah, come on Kiba, 7 is late, and it hasn't been that bad, has it? He asked sheepishly. Are you kidding me? You gave us these weights and then expect us to run around in them every day for freaking 2 hours. You're a sadist, you fucking bastard. Kiba just shouted at Naruto. Naruto had the decency to look guilty and then scratched the back of his neck sheepishly, while giving off a low chuckle. How troublesome. It's only 7 in the morning and you're already loud, Kiba. Shikamaru replied while rubbing his head. Shut up, Shikamaru. All this training is really getting to me. All we do is run, do push-ups, and other stupid exercises. Kiba shot back. Come on guys, let's not argue already, we just started today. Choji tried to step in between them and stop the arguing. Sadly it was for naught, as they continued to complain and argue with each other, one sounding logical while the other was just ranting. Okay guys, that's enough. If you want to get in a couple of missions and then train some more, then we better get started. Naruto had to raise his voice over the others to get heard. What he got though was not what he expected. Instead of silencing the 3 boys, he received 3 groans of complaint. Well, if that is the way you see it, then we can always add more weight to you guys, Naruto said with an evil grin. The reply was instinctive and fast. No. They each shouted out at the same time. What we mean, is the weight we have is just fine. Let's just get on with the stupid missions, Shikamaru said while standing and starting to walk to the Hokage's tower to get their mission. The others followed behind him. Once at the tower, they waited to be allowed into Sarutobi's office. Finally, after 5 minutes of waiting, the secretary said they could enter. Team 10 reporting for a mission, Hokage-sama, Naruto said once they were standing in front of him. Ah, Team 10, it's good to see you so early. Well, let me see, we have 22 D-rank missions today. You can pick up the groceries for Mrs. Natsumi, you can babysit some kids, you can clean the riverbank, you can catch the daimyo's wife's cat. No. Everyone looked up at who just shouted and found it was Kiba. I won't catch that stupid cat ever again. I hate cats. Hirakamaru barked in agreement. Give us a real mission, not these stupid missions, an academy student could do them. We're Jounin, for crying out loud, give us a real mission. Iruka, who happened to be helping with handing out mission reports, stood up. How dare you? You are mere Jounin, you can't possibly be ready for higher rank missions. Besides, these are meant to build teamwork, you guys are much. At this point Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, and Naruto each stopped listening and were having their own conversation. Hey Naruto-sensei, have you heard that Ichiraku Ramen has a new food on its menu? Choji asked. Really? What is it? Naruto wanted to know, badly. Well, you know how I've wanted them to make me barbecue almost every time we go there? Well, they finally have put it on the menu. Sweet, later today we can all go out if you guys want. My treat, Naruto stated. Sure, I'm in. Me too. Same. Hey! Are you guys even listening to me? Iruka yelled at them. Oh, my bad, Iruka-san. It's just that your lessons are so boring. You know, you really need to make them more interesting. Naruto replied like it was common knowledge. Iruka though looked like he took it the wrong way. He had a vein bulging on his forehead to prove it. He was just about to yell at them some more, when the Hokage coughed into his hand. Everyone quieted down when they heard the Hokage's cough. Now that I have all of your attention, I would like to ask you, Naruto, if you think your team is ready for a higher ranked mission. Well, I don't know, how many missions has my team done so far? Naruto asked. Let me see, well, according to this, Team 10 has completed 11 D-rank mission in 2 weeks' time. The Hokage informed. Well, if they have done that many, then I don't see why they couldn't take a low-level C-rank mission. So yeah, I think they are ready. Very well, there is a group of bandits in the town next to us that has been causing the locals some trouble. It is your mission to go there and protect the town and take down the bandits. Do you accept the mission? Sarutobi asked. Hi, Hokage-sama. With that, Sarutobi tossed the scroll to Naruto, who spun around to speak with his team. You are to go and prepare for a 3-day mission. You have 2 hours to get ready and be at the south gate on time. If you aren't there on time, I will double your training regiment. They each gulped at that, and Naruto got a smirk on his face. You are dismissed. 3 hours later, on the road south of the Hidden Leaf Village, we find 4 people walking down the road, though only 3 of them have backpacks. Hey sensei, why didn't you pack any supplies? Choji asked while munching on some chips. The other 2 were wondering the same thing. I did bring supplies with me, Choji, they're just inside a scroll. He reached up and pulled out one of his scrolls in his Jounin vest and then opens up the first part of it. He put his hand over a kanji for food and then there was a poof of smoke. As soon as the smoke cleared, there was their sensei, snacking on a bag of chips. Here you go Choji, enjoy, Naruto said while tossing him the bag of chips. So you know how to do sealing jutsu sensei? Shikamaru asked. Hi, I learned them in my library at home. I'm by no means an expert, but I'd say probably low to mid-range level. I plan on becoming a master someday like my father was. He replied while looking ahead of them. What else do you got in that library of yours? Any jutsu? Kiba asked hoping for a yes. Hi, it has jutsu, many other things too. How many jutsu does it have? Kiba asked again. You know, I really don't know. I've learned about 350 ninjutsu and genjutsu out of there and I still have a long way to go. After a few seconds, he noticed that he was the only one still walking and looked back at his students. Your library is that big? Kiba asked in astonishment, while Choji and Shikamaru could only nod their heads agreeing with him. Naruto just grinned at them and nodded, then continued on his way. His students soon caught up with him after they got out of their stupor and they walked in silence again for some time, until they stopped to take a break. Naruto-sensei, are all of those shunshines you do part of your bloodline? I heard from my mom that they were. I just wanted to know? Choji asked. No they aren't, I created those shunshines by myself and anyone can use them if they know how. Naruto replied. This time it was Shikamaru that decided to ask a question. If those aren't your bloodline, then what is it and what does it do? Naruto seemed to think about this for a minute, before deciding to tell them. Well, my blood limit allows me to move at inhuman speeds and using 2 techniques that my dad created, it allows me to move a lot faster. The first just accelerates my movement, but the second one allows me to move at near light speed. Each of the Jounin had their mouths on the floor at that moment. They also had the same thought. Light speed. How is that possible? Seeing the reactions he got, Naruto decided to elaborate a little. I can see that you don't believe me, well I won't tell you how it works because that is a family secret, but I'm sure you have heard about my dad, the 4th and what his nickname was during the 3rd Great Shinobi War, right? Hi, it was the Kiroi Senko, or Yellow Flash. Shikamaru answered. That's right Shikamaru. His nickname was the Yellow Flash, he got this because of our bloodline. He moved so fast that all you could see was a flash of yellow and he was gone. Damn, Kiba said in awe of the 4th Hokage. I agree with Kiba on his one, but you still haven't told us why you haven't used your bloodline limit yet. Usually they manifest themselves in a dire situation or when you're pushed to your limits. Shikamaru asked again trying to get the second half of the answer. While you are correct on the most part Shikamaru, most blood limits do activate in those kinds of situations, but mine is different. For me to use my bloodline limit, my body has to be somewhat matured or about halfway through puberty. Once that happens, it will start to manifest itself and then I can use it. But as you can see, my body still has a lot of growing to do, just like yours does. Naruto said while waving his hands over his body. I guess that makes sense. What do you mean Shikamaru? Choji asked. Yeah man, what's up? Kiba put in, while Akamaru barked also. Naruto just looked at him then continued looking ahead. From what I can make out, the reason Naruto-sensei's blood limit will only activate after the body is somewhat matured is because if the body is not matured, then it would not be able to handle the stress and might kill him. Am I right sensei? They each looked back forward towards Naruto. Naruto himself just sighed and looked back at them over his shoulder. You know Shikamaru, you are just too smart for your own good sometimes. The 3 just laughed at him and continued on in relative silence from then on, only asking questions here and there or talking about random things. After a while, they made it to the town they were supposed to protect and found someone to point them in the right direction towards the town leader. After making their way through town and stepping into the appropriate building, they then entered the office. Ah, so you are the Konoha ninja that were sent to protect the town. You all look rather young. Do you think you can beat the bandits? Asked a man in his late 40s. You bet we can, you can count on us, Right, Akamaru? Kiba spoke confidently and got a reply confirmation from Akamaru. The man didn't look like he believed them, so Naruto stepped in front of his students. Don't worry, sir, if they can't do it then I will. I am a Jounin from our village. I may be young, but I have earned this title. By the way, my name is Namikaze Naruto, this is Narashikamaru, Inuzuka Kiba, and Akimichi Ichoji. We will do everything in our power to stop this bandit problem for you. Naruto had a voice filled with confidence but also authority. When he heard the name Namikaze Naruto, he knew he was in good hands. So you're Namikaze Naruto? He got a nod as an answer. Well, I have no doubts about you guys then. You are famous around Fire Country after all, Naruto-sama. I'm glad we could get such good protection. Oh, how rude of me. My name is Kenzo, by the way. The old man said thankfully to them. It is of no trouble, Kenzo-san, and please just Naruto-san will do. My team here are Jounin, and are no slouches either. They should be able to handle a couple of bandits no problem. My apologies, I'm sure they can handle themselves. Would you like some tea? Kenzo responded. No thank you, Kenzo-san. We must go and prepare for the bandits before they come. Naruto shook his head in the negative to get his point across. I see, well then don't let me keep you from doing your job. Team, let's go, Naruto commanded as he walked out the door into the edge of town. Once there, he stopped and turned to his team. The bandits are said to come here once every week, that means tomorrow they will be here, and we will be ready for them when they arrive. The report says that they number around 23 or so. They will most likely have weapons of all sorts and they won't be organized, so here is what we will do. The next day around noon, Shikamaru was looking out into the woods with his team right beside him. The reports stated that the bandits had come into and then left town the same way the last 3 times, so they waited for them to show themselves. Luckily for the ninja, they did show up and in the exact place the report stated. Each member of the team was hidden in the shadows or behind something, so as not to be seen. Once the bandits were out of the trees enough to make sure they couldn't escape, they each jumped out of their hiding spots and landed in front of the bandits stopped and one stepped forward. Get out of our way, brats, we have a town to go to and wreak havoc on. The bandits behind him agreed with him, and there were some shots for them to move it from the peanut gallery. I'm afraid we can't do that, Naruto stated with venom in his voice. Oh? And you four think you can stop us, do you? The same man in the front asked. You guys are nothing for Konoha ninja. Kiba boasted. Oh, so some little ninja punks think they can stop 28 men? We'll see about that. With that declaration, the bandits charged at the group of 4. Let's go, Akamaru. Shikyaku no Jutsu. 4 legs technique, Jujin Bunshine. Beast human clone. Kiba bent over on all 4s and then grew claws, while Akamaru jumped on his back and transformed into an exact copy of Kiba. They took off into the mass of bandits. Damn it, Kiba. You forgot the plan. Let's go, guys. Naruto ordered Shikamaru and Choji into the battle. They each charged head-on into the fray, with only their kunai drawn. Within 10 minutes the fight was over, all of the bandits were down for the count and wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Everyone okay? Naruto asked as he looked at each of them. Shikamaru had a few cuts and scrapes on his body, Choji was the same. Kiba was also battered, but worse than the other 2 were. He had some pretty good cuts on him, but Akamaru was fine. Naruto looked like he didn't even fight anyone. I'm good besides some minor scrapes. Shikamaru reported. Choji replied the same. I got some cuts, but besides that, I'm good. Kiba replied. Naruto nodded as if expecting those replies. Good job, team, you each did well. The only thing I have to say is don't rush into things like that again, Kiba. You never know what the enemy has in plan for you. We will need to work on that fighting style of yours. You took too many hits that you shouldn't have. I wouldn't have gotten these if I didn't have these stupid weights on. Kiba grumbled. Naruto sighed. Kiba, I've explained this before, those weights are meant to improve your speed and strength, plus, I wear weights too. You guys only have on 20 pounds, 5 on each leg and arm, and anyway, you have gotten mostly used to them by now, so they shouldn't have slowed you down too much. Kiba continued to argue though. They still slowed me down enough where I couldn't move normally. That's why I couldn't dodge some of those swipes. Naruto sighed again. Why don't you get this, Kiba? If you take them off every time you do something stressful, you won't gain anything from having them on. Think of this as training if you want. Still doesn't mean I have to like it. I don't care if you like it or not, you will wear those weights until I say so, so get used to them. And since you guys have gotten used to them already, I will be adding more weight to them before we head back to Konoha, Naruto said with that evil smirk of his. He received a group groan from them. Naruto laughed at their reaction. Come on guys, let's tie them up and head back and get our pay. Then we can return home. Hi, Naruto-sensei, they chorused, not wanting to argue and add more weight to their bodies. Once they collected their money and stayed the night at one of the hotels in the town, they headed back towards Konoha, but not before Naruto added 10 pounds to each of his students. 2.5 pounds to each limb, to make a total of 7.5 pounds per limb and making a grand total of 30 pounds. "Let's head back, guys," Naruto said as he started to walk back to Konoha. They had moved a grand total of a mile before one of them complained, and of course it just happened to be Kiba. "You're a sadistic bastard, you know that, right?" he said with hatred in his voice. "Oh come on guys, it's not that bad. I added 5 pounds to each of my limbs," Naruto said while scratching the back of his neck. "Sorry sensei, but I'm going to have to agree with Kiba on this one. This is torture, we shouldn't have to do this." Shikamaru actually agreed with the brash Kiba. "I agree with both of them sensei, this is just too much." Choji piped in. Naruto had to suppress another sigh. "Damn it, this is another form of training. How can I get this through their heads? Think. Come on, there has to be something they are training to get at. That's it." Naruto thought to himself. "Well, here goes nothing," he thought. "Well guys, if you really want to take them off you can." They each gave a sigh of relief before reaching for their weights only to be stopped by their sensei again. "But..." Seeing them pause, he continued, "Consider this. If you keep them on right now, it is true that you will be sorer when we get back, but it will also mean that you will get used to them sooner and that you will be training while doing a mission. By doing this you get an advantage over the rest of your class. Also, if you do manage to keep them on all the way back home, and then I will pay for all you can eat at the restaurant of your choosing." They each seemed to think about it intently. Shikamaru thought, "Damn him and the way he twists his words. This is so troublesome, but it will make me stronger and it means less training when we get back home and more time to watch the clouds. Fine, I'll keep mine on," he told the group. Kiba was thinking on his own lines, "If I keep them on I will get stronger and faster, and it also means less training when we get home. You better watch it, Uchiha, I will beat you. I'll keep them on also." Choji also had his own thoughts. All you can eat on Naruto-sensei. He better have a big wallet. Hey. This will also make me faster according to Naruto-sensei. He did say my speed was lacking. I'll keep them on also. Naruto couldn't hide the full-blown foxy smirk this time. "Glad you see it my way, team. This will be great training for us all. I'd like to be back by 3 in the afternoon, so let's pick up the pace just a little." Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the two Chunin guards at the gate saw 4 figures approaching. They stiffened, getting ready for a confrontation just in case. Once they saw who it was, they relaxed somewhat. "Halt. State your name and reason for coming to Konoha," one of the guards asked. Naruto stepped up in front of his team to address the guard. "Namikaze Naruto, and my team returning from a C-rank mission." The 2 guards nodded and allowed them to enter. The guards had to wonder what kind of C-rank mission it was though, considering how the team was. They were each dragging their legs and barely seemed to be able to walk. After making it through the gates and into town, Naruto turned to his team. "Okay team, I'm giving you tomorrow off seeing how we're all a little exhausted, but right now let's head to whatever restaurant you want to go to. That was the agreement we made, which you came through on, so I will keep my part of the deal. Where do you want to go to eat, my treat?" "Ichiraku Ramen is where I want to go." Choji piped in instantly. "Works for me." "Me too." Naruto nodded. "Well, I have to go make a report to the Hokage real quick. It shouldn't be more than 20 minutes, then I will join you there. Don't wait up for me." He didn't give them a chance to reply to him, as he burst into a pillar of flames indicating one of his famous shunshines. "Let's go guys, I can't wait to try the new barbecue," Choji said while turning around and sprinting off towards Ichiraku, completely forgetting that he was dead tired only a second ago. Where the hell did he get the sudden burst of energy? Kiba asked Shikamaru in disbelief that his teammates still had energy to spare. "TSK. If you mention food any time, you can pretty much always get Choji to have more energy. Where he gets it though, I have no idea," Shikamaru answered as he and Kiba started to trudge their way to the restaurant. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was dealing with the plague of alkages, the dreaded paperwork, when he sensed that he had a visitor. But he recognized this Shunshine's signature better than most and looked up in time to see the floor catch on fire and a pillar of flames rise up to about 6 feet tall and then drop back down, revealing who he thought it would be. "Ah, Naruto, how was the mission? I assume it went well?" Sarutobi asked, once he could see Naruto standing in front of him without the flames in his way. "Hi, the mission was a complete success. Team 10 had no trouble at all taking down the bandits that were raiding the village," was Naruto's curt response. "Good, I'm glad to hear it. Did anyone on the team get hurt?" "No, Hokage-sama, just a few scrapes and bruises, nothing too bad." Good. I can't have my ninja getting hurt, especially the Jounin," seeing as they are a new team and by all means should not have taken a mission of this level so soon, Sarutobi said in a serious manner. You worry too much, Sarutobi-sama. Even if my team was not ready I could have gotten them out of there without much hassle. Besides, Kiba has been bugging me for better missions since day one and I got tired of it. Now he knows what they are like and that he needs more training first, Naruto said in an equally serious voice. Alright Naruto, I'll let it slip this time, but no more C-rank missions until you know they are ready for one. The Hokage stated in a voice that left no argument. Hi, Sarutobi-sama. If that is all, may I take my leave and go join my team over some brunch where I will discuss some of their training in the near future? Hi, Naruto, you may leave, but do try to keep them alive. The old man gave a defeated sigh. As you wish Sarutobi-sama. With that Naruto disappeared the same way he came, leaving the old man to fight the good fight once more. Arriving in a pillar of flames, at the outside of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant, Naruto walked through the front door and went straight up to the counter. Ayame-chan, do you know where my team sat by any chance? Naruto asked flashing a foxy grin. The said girl had a small blush on but it was too small for anyone to notice. They're in the back this time, Naruto-kun. Thanks Ayame-chan. Oh and I'll have 3 miso ramen please. Coming right up. With that both of them parted to go do what they needed. Naruto walked to the back of the joint and noticed his team eating some barbecue. Well mostly Choji was, but the others got some too. I see you're eating well, Naruto said as he sat in the booth beside Kiba. Choji and Shikamaru were opposite of them on the other side. Hi, the barbecue is as good as the other places I've gone to, you should really try some of it sensei, Choji said in between bites. Nah, I think I'll have some ramen. I haven't had any in 2 months. As Naruto said this Ayame came over and put 3 miso ramen bowls in front of him. Thanks Ayame-chan, I was just talking about my ramen too. No problem Naruto-kun. Will you be having more tonight, or are you eating small today? She tilted her head to the side in the cutest way when asking this. Sure, why not, it's been a while since the last time I pigged out on ramen. How many bowls was it last time? Ayame thought about it for a few seconds before replying. Well, if I remember right, it was 18 bowls. The others were shocked by this, and not just Team 10 either. No, it was the entire back part of the restraint that heard it and turned their heads to stare at him. Naruto fortunately, or unfortunately, saw the looks on everyone's faces and scratched the back of his head, while giving a low chuckle. Yeah well, I was really hungry that day. You know I had a lot of training that day too, not to mention that I hadn't eaten for 26 hours. That got a lot of relieved sighs from all around them. Naruto sweat dropped at everyone else. Isn't this a private conversation? He thought. Ayame broke him out of his thoughts. So Naruto-kun, will you be having any more and if so what kinds? I want to know so I can have them ready for you when you are done with these 3. Naruto thought about it before he smiled a little. Sure why not, keep them coming until I say so. I'd like miso, chicken, vegetable, and beef ramen in any order. Okay Ayame-chan? She just nodded and walked back into the kitchen to tell her father that Naruto was here and they would need more ramen for one of his eating spells. He just laughed wholeheartedly and told her he would and also to tell him hi. Back with Team 10, they were currently eating and talking about random things, until Naruto decided to bring business to the table. Naruto sighed bringing his team's attention to him. Guys, I talked to the old man and told him about our mission. He, along with me, has agreed that we will lay off of the C-rank missions for a while. Naruto was about to continue but Kiba interrupted him before he could. What? Why the hell would you do that? We did just fine on that mission. Naruto just shook his head. No Kiba you did not. I will agree that you guys did a good job fighting them, but you did not get out of there unscathed. You also did not work as a team. Teamwork is crucial to a team's survival, without it a squad will die in no time in a real mission. You guys charged in there, head on, and could have gotten yourselves killed. Shikamaru and I came up with a brilliant strategy but with you running head on into the battle, you ruined that plan. We were forced to engage the enemy head first which is a crucial mistake. You never know what is hidden on a mission, no matter how easy it may seem. For that reason, we will be resuming D-rank missions and I will also change your training schedule also. The team was listening intently to what he was saying and couldn't help but agree with him. Naruto saw their looks and was glad that they understood, but also noticed the downcast look on Kiba. He decided he better fix that before it became something he didn't want. Look Kiba, I know you're disappointed in yourself and all, but don't let it get to you. It was your first real mission and things like that are likely to happen, you just have to think before you act. If you don't, it could end up getting you and your teammates hurt or worse. Just don't let it happen again, okay? Kiba just nodded his head still looking downcast. Akamaru barked something and then Kiba looked at him and grinned. You're right Akamaru, I may have messed up this time, but next time I will make sure to kick some real butt and work as a real team." Akamaru just barked happily and the others nodded in approval. They continued to talk about minor things and eat at the same time. The three Jounin were having their fill on barbecue and Naruto was eating a load of ramen. The team just stared at him as if he had another head, while he continued to eat and eat and eat. Naruto was either oblivious to their looks, or he just didn't care. He was on his 23rd bowl when he finally told Ayame that it was enough. Everyone in the restaurant just looked at him, doing a good impression of a fish. Eventually Naruto noticed them staring and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "What? I was hungry." Everyone just looked at him and shrugged, going back to their meals. When all was over and done, Naruto and his team had created quite a large bill. His team saw the bill and nearly choked. It was Kiba that stuttered out a response. How are you going to pay for all of that?" Naruto just looked at him, Shikamaru, and Choji like they were stupid. "What, this little thing?" he asked as if it was nothing. They just nodded dumbly. If that was little they would hate to see what was big. "This is nothing for me. Do you guys really think that my parents wouldn't have left me money? Hell no, they left me with a fortune. My dad being Hokage made a lot of money, not to mention his days as a Jounin. That doesn't include my mom, who was a Nanbu captain. Then, there's the fact that I'm a Jounin and make a lot of money myself also." This left the three of them feeling stupid. Naruto saw their faces and laughed at them. After settling his laughter down, the owner of the restaurant came out and greeted Naruto. "I see you've eaten well, Naruto-san." Naruto looked up and scratched the back of his head again. "Yeah, well, you know me, old man. Can't get enough of that ramen. Oh, before I forget, this here is my team consisting of Choji, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru." He pointed to each of them individually. Tucci just looked at them funny. "Your team sure has gotten younger, Naruto-san. Last time you came with some of your team there were at least 20 each." "Oh no, old man, that was part of my Anbu team. No, this here is my Jounin team, you must not have heard. The old man tricked me into teaching them and now I'm a Jounin sensei." Naruto scowled a little at the memory. Tucci just laughed at the teen. "Well, I'm sure it's not that bad. Besides, they look like fine young men." Naruto scoffed at them. "They're not that bad, I guess?" Naruto pouted and his team was sending him death glares. Tucci just laughed at them all this time. "Well, I better be getting back to the kitchen. You mind paying the bill right now so I can see the small fortune I made off you guys?" Naruto took out a huge lump of cash and handed it all to him. If you saw his face at that moment, you would have seen cash signs in his eyes and a little drool coming out of his mouth. Naruto just sighed at seeing his reaction, and turned to his team to address them. "In 2 days we start your new training. Be at our usual meeting spot at 7 am sharp. If you're late, I'll make you run laps around Konoha." Each member of Team 10 just nodded vigorously and they soon left, saying goodbye to each other. 2 days later at Training Field 19, there were 3 people about age 12 that were resting against a couple of the trees in the area. They each looked tired as hell too. Suddenly, leaves began to swirl around in a small tornado and then catch on fire when they are a foot off the ground. They reached about 6 feet tall and then lowered back to the ground, turning into ash before they can touch it, revealing their sensei once again. "Glad you could make it on time, Team 10. He sounded completely awake to them. "How can you be awake at a time like this? This is so troublesome." Shikamaru yawned loudly to emphasize his point. The other two just yawned loudly too and nodded their heads in a half-awake stupor. Naruto repressed a smirk at seeing how they acted right now, knowing that they would probably be much more vocal in a few minutes, but that was yet to be seen. "Well, since you guys are so awake, then why don't we do some warm-up exercises first?" This got a groan out of all 3 of them. "Glad you agree with me, team. I want to see 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups and then run around the training field 8 times. Let's get moving." With that they started their training. Naruto did the training with his team also, but he did more sets of each. An hour and a half later they were all done. Each member of Team 10 was on the ground panting and wide awake. Smirking, Naruto started the lesson. "Well, since we are all awake now, why don't we start on the new training I told you guys about?" This got each one of them to pay very close attention. Naruto, seeing them so focused, continued. "Can any of you tell me what a chakra nature is?" This confused them some, but they answered as best as they could. After neither Kiba nor Choji answered, Shikamaru sighed and began his explanation. "Chakra nature is your natural element that your chakra can turn into. There are 5 main elements, which are fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water." Naruto nodded but decided to elaborate a little more. "Correct, Shikamaru, but not the full explanation. It is true that your chakra can turn into those elements, but it takes years of practice to get that far. I don't expect you guys to even work on your chakra nature, At least not yet. The only reason I wanted to know your nature is because whatever nature your chakra takes on naturally, you will have an easier time learning that type of technique. Do you guys understand? They each nodded slowly, indicating that they kind of got it. Naruto sighed. Well, let's see if I can say this another way. I have 3 chakra natures: wind, water, and fire. I can control wind the best, then water, then fire. What this means is that I can do wind, water, and fire jutsu a lot easier than lightning and earth. I can still do them but not as easily as the others. Each elemental chakra I master allows me to do that type of jutsu with less chakra and more control. Basically it makes it easier to do the jutsu than others. Also, if you can master your chakra nature, you can have a small amount of control over that element. Nothing big of course, but enough where you can manipulate the pure element on its own without hand signs. Let me give you guys an example. Follow me over to the river. They each stood up and followed their sensei until they reached a small river. Naruto bent over and told them to watch carefully. What they saw fascinated them. The water rose about 7 inches up, in a wavy but still stable form. It went up to Naruto's hand and then covered it completely. After a few seconds it fell off his hand, so Naruto stood up. His students were in awe. This is chakra nature manipulation of water. It allows me small amount of control of the water, but this is all I can do with it. If it is not in direct contact with my skin, I can do virtually nothing with it. Even if it is, I have to concentrate an unbelievable amount to do just that. It is by no means to be used directly in battle, this just gives me better control over the element in the jutsu, that's about it really. So now do you understand better? They each nodded their heads in understanding, so Naruto walked back to training field 19, his team right behind him. After everyone was there in the field, Naruto pulled out 3 pieces of paper and handed them one each. They looked at it for a second and then looked back at their sensei for an explanation. Naruto pulled out one more piece of paper identical as theirs and took a deep breath before speaking. These are chakra nature cards, they will tell you what nature you are. To activate them you simply put chakra into them and then what happens tells you what nature you are. If it splits in half it is wind, burns is fire, gets stamp hits water, turns to dust is earth, and if it crumbles it is lightning. Watch mine and you will understand. With that, Naruto pumped a little chakra into the piece of paper and it first split in half, then the left side got damp, and then the right side burst into flames. That's it, you try it now one at a time. The first was Choji. He pumped some chakra into it and then it turned to dust. Naruto nodded as if thinking that would happen. I thought so. Earth manipulation is your nature, Choji. It fits you perfectly really, with your body type being strong and not very fast you would need some good defense. This will suit you just perfect. You're next, Kiba. Kiba nodded and pumped some chakra into his card and it crumpled up into a small deformed ball. You Kiba have lightning, it will suit your fighting style too. My guess was either fire or lightning for you and you got lightning. With your upfront and close fighting style you can use that element to do some good damage. Last is Shikamaru. He just nodded and pumped a little chakra into the card and then it split in half. You, Shikamaru, have wind manipulation chakra. I was actually suspecting water because of your lazy attitude, but wind will suit you well also. You can use it in long-range attacks and later when you have better control you can use it in short-range attacks, but that is in the far future. After a few seconds of silence, Choji was wondering what to do now. Sensei. What are we going to do now? You said we don't have the control to do the actual manipulation. So what now? Well, I'm going to start on your ninjutsu training to begin with, but I have to think up of some good ninjutsu you could use first. Obviously they can't be too high-ranked seeing as you would never be able to handle them yet, so I think I will start you off with some basic jutsus of each element, but before we do that I have to teach you a B-rank forbidden technique. Choji audibly gulped at the word forbidden. Naruto-sensei. Why are you going to teach us a forbidden technique? My dad said that when a technique is forbidden, it's for a good reason. The others nodded also. Naruto had a thoughtful look on his face for a second but it went away so fast that the others thought it was just their imagination. Nah. There's no need to worry, Choji, it may be forbidden but as long as you don't overuse your chakra then you should live. This did not help Choji's nerves and it even gave the others a scare. Naruto didn't even see the looks on their faces, or he did and didn't care. The technique is called Cage Bunshine. Shadow Clone. The technique makes a solid clone that can actually fight, but you will not be using it for that. The real reason you will use it, is for the special ability that comes with it. You see, when a clone is dispelled, all the knowledge it happened to come by when alive, will come back to you. Thus, you gain the knowledge of the clone. Do you get where I'm going with this? So you're saying anything this clone learns, we will learn? Kiba asked. Choji also added to it. As long as we can make this clone we can learn things with it, right? Naruto nodded his head in the affirmative and turned to Shikamaru. Is there anything you want to add, Shikamaru? The said boy thought for a moment before nodding. From what I get of this technique so far, is that if we manage to create a clone, then everything that clone learns in its time period is transferred to us. So if we made 3 clones, then we could learn things 4 times fast, right? Naruto just smiled at them. All 3 of you are correct actually. When a shadow clone is made, it is made by splitting your chakra into equal parts between each of you. Then you can tell the clones to go learn a technique you want, and when you dispel them, all the knowledge the clone learned will come back to you. Like Shikamaru said, it will cut the time it takes to learn things by half if not more. Thus, you have a way to become stronger faster, but there is a downside to this jutsu. It takes a substantial amount of chakra to make, and even then you will have to have it strong enough to practice the jutsu and last a whole day's worth of training. If you can manage these things, the Kage Bunshin will become your best friend. Each one of the Jounin looked at their sensei in a new light. They knew he was strong, especially for his age, but he was also very smart. He kept on proving that. He even beat Shikamaru in 5 games of shogi and go. But one thing caught in Shikamaru's mind. If you know this jutsu, then that means that you have been using it. Is this how you became so strong, so fast? Naruto just nodded. Matter of fact, yes, this is how I became so strong so fast. I found the technique in the library at home and it told me its secret. I learned it and have been using it since I was a chunin. I was only 8 years old at the time. At first I was only able to create 2 clones to help me train, but now I can create up to 10 clones that can last all day. So how do we do this jutsu, sensei? Choji asked in an excited tone. Well, let's see. I guess it is exactly like the normal Bunshin you learned in the academy, but this time you will have to add more chakra into it and make this seal. Here Naruto shows them a hand sign they have never seen before. It was a cross of the middle and pointer finger stretched out with the other's fingers in, then both hands making the same sign. Put them into a cross-like shape in front of you. After that is done, the Bunshin will appear in a puff of smoke. It works by adding more chakra and the required hand seal. You solidify the air around the Bunshin, compressing the air molecules until it is solid. That's the gist of it. Now you try. They each nodded and performed the jutsu. The results were surprising to say the least. Hell yeah. I just made 3 Kage Bunshins. Take that, sensei. I rock. Kiba was shouting in joy at the amount he had created. Shikamaru made 2 clones and Choji also made 2 clones. Shikamaru sighed. Idiot. Kiba whirled on him. What did you say? He all but shouted with the added and 3 clones shouting out at the same time. Shikamaru rubbed his ears in slight pain. Damn it, Kiba, don't yell so loud. You are so troublesome. Besides, you may have made more clones but you still can't use them to train with. Huh? Kiba's response wasn't what could be called bright. Sighing himself, Naruto decided to elaborate for Shikamaru. What he means, Kiba, is that you may have been able to make 3 clones, but they don't have enough chakra in them to last all day, let alone do jutsu. Actually, now that I think about it, none of you have the necessary chakra to make a decent clone. Your reserves are just too small to pull it off. Right now, the clones you made are extremely unstable and will pop any second now. Add to that, the fact that when you do finally master the jutsu, you will only be able to make 1 clone each that will last the whole day. Kiba was doing a good impression of a fish right now. Just like their sensei said, the clones puffed out of existence. Well, since you can't learn the jutsu right now, why don't we go on to individual jutsus? I will teach 1 jutsu to each of you and then you are to practice it until the day is over or you run out of chakra, whichever comes first. Hi. Well, you're first, Choji. I'm going to teach you a jutsu called Doten, Doryuki. Earth Release, Earth Style Wall. This jutsu is a defense technique. It makes a solid chunk of earth rise up and can vary in size and how strong it is by the amount of chakra you use in it. Once you perform the correct seals, all you have to do is slam your hands on the ground and pump chakra through the ground and the wall will rise in front of you. With some practice you should be able to master this move. After showing him the hand signs and telling him to practice some distance away, Naruto turned to Kiba. Alright Kiba, you need a lightning jutsu, right? Kiba nodded in the confirmative. I think the Raikyu no Jutsu lightning ball will suit you well, for starters, that is. This jutsu, as the name indicates, creates a ball of lightning in the hand and can be used in close-range fighting or you can toss the ball at the enemy if you wanted, but it would lose some of the power. To make the attack, do the hand seals I have shown you and then concentrate all of your chakra into your hand. It should form by itself because of the hand seals. Once you have managed to create one, practice making it bigger and stronger, and then throwing it. Kiba nodded after getting the hand seals and the instructions and then moved away to go practice the jutsu. Naruto turned to his last student. Shikamaru, You need a wind jutsu. Let's see. I think the futon, Rinkudan wind release, drilling air bullet, will do you good. It's not a beginner jutsu, but it is the lowest level one I know that will be of any use to you. If you end up having trouble with this one, then I will teach you futon, go fuyin, wind release, formation, but that is a useless jutsu unless you want to create a small breeze, which isn't very useful for a shinobi in combat. Anyways, the Rinkudan creates a compressed air pocket that you shoot out of your lungs just like a person would use a fire jutsu, but instead it's air. To do the jutsu you must make the hand seals and breath in a lot of air, then compress it while it's still in your lungs and breathe out. It should come out as a compressed air ball that can possibly break bones if you master it completely. After showing Shikamaru the seals and telling him to work on it, Naruto couldn't help but feel that it was going to be a long time before they got another real mission. He just sighed and started to work on his shunpo, flash step, that he has been developing for the past 6 months. So for the rest of the day they trained together, each working on their own jutsu that they wanted to master. Every once in a while Naruto would give out hints or corrections on what they were doing wrong or how to fix what they were doing. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Momochi vs Namikaze. You know that it's not nice to insult others, Pinky, stated a boy around 12 years old, with black hair. Like you want to talk, Sai, and stop calling me Pinky. I have a name, you know, it's Sakura. The pink-haired girl practically yelled at him. Hi, I know your name is Sakura, but you love your nickname so much that I would rather use it. He gave a cheerful smile in her direction to make sure she knew that he was being nice. Ah! I'm going to kill you. She stormed over to Sai and nailed him as hard as she could on the top of the head with her fist, effectively sending Sai to the ground in a heap. That was the scene that Hatake Kakashi puffed into when he arrived 2 hours late. Sai was on the ground nursing his head, Sakura was in a rant about annoying boys, and Sasuke was brooding. Yo! He let his students know he was there and each one turned to look at him. Sakura was pissed, Sasuke looked like he didn't care but you could tell he was mad, and Sai gave a cheerful smile to him. Enraged at the late arrival of her sensei again, she screeched at him. You're late. Okay, so maybe it was a scream. Do you have to be so loud, Pinky? I'm sure the people on the other side of Konoha didn't hear you. That earned Sai another smack on the head by Sakura. While she was betting on Sai, the other two had the same thought. I agree with Sai, she is way too loud for a kunoichi. Now Sakura, you can't go killing your teammates. Kakashi intervened before Sai had to go to the hospital. So, now that we're all here, why don't we go get a mission for the day? Kakashi turned around and walked away, ignoring their death glares that penetrated the back of his skull. Once in the Hokage's tower, they proceeded to the administration section where the missions were handed out. Kakashi stepped forward for his team in a lazy fashion. Hokage-sama, Team 7 reporting in for a mission. The Hokage looked up and smiled at the team. Very well, Kakashi, let me see here, we have 12 D-rank missions. You can clean the park again, pick up the Inuzuka dog kennel, babysit the Izuka twins, pick up the groceries for Kenji, retrieve the daimyo's wife's cat, pick up No. The Hokage looked up to see that it was Sakura that yelled. At the same time he also noticed that Team 10 walked into the room to most likely get their own mission as well. I won't go after that evil cat again. Give us a real mission. With Sasuke-kun on our team, we can easily do a C rank, hell even Sai can help a little. The old man was just about to speak when Iruka stood up and started to berate them. How dare you talk to the Hokage like that? Not only that, but you are only Jounin, fresh from the academy. You can't possibly be ready for a C-rank mission. You should. That is where Team 7 noticed Team 10 and started to talk to each other. The Jounin would talk amongst themselves and the two Jounins were discussing something as well. Well, doesn't this look like deja vu? My team was in here 3 weeks ago, getting yelled at by Iruka if I remember right. Kakashi raised his visible eyebrow higher. Is that now? Was your team asking for a higher ranked mission also, Naruto? As a matter of fact they were. We got it too, but we have only done 3 C ranks so far. Nothing special. Pissed at being ignored again for the same topic, Iruka yelled out, are you even listening to me? The Jounin and Jounin shut up and looked towards him. Kakashi looked at him and gave him a deadpan look. You say something? Iruka looked ready to stab him with a kunai right there, and seeing the situation heading for the worst, the Hokage intervened. Now, guys, let's play nice. But Iruka was right, your team is not ready for a C-rank mission. Sakura looked like she was going to explode. Sasuke tensed, and Sai smiled. Seeing an argument coming he raised his hand to stop it and ask for quiet, which he got. Thank you, now let me explain. We sent a team out to do a C-rank mission when they weren't ready and they came back with some injuries that should not have happened. Therefore, I will send you out on a C rank but you will be accompanied by another team, A team that has 3 C ranks under their belts and could help you if you need it. So this will be a joint C rank mission between Team 7 and Team 10. Said teams looked at each other and some looked happy, some looked pissed, others looked like they didn't care. The Hokage continued, "You will have to escort a person to Wave Country and protect him from bandits and the likes." Tossing the scroll to Kakashi, he asked for the guest to be brought in. After a few seconds the door swung open and an old man reeking of alcohol came in. In fact, he had a bottle of whiskey in his hand. The man looked at them and turned to the Hokage. "Are these punks supposed to keep me safe? They'll get killed the minute we get trouble. Especially that pink-haired girl. What kind of a ninja has pink hair anyways?" Sakura pounced on him, or at least tried to, but Kakashi held her back. "I'll strangle you, you old man." Shaking his head in disappointment, he talked to the client. "You don't need to worry about your safety, sir. If the Jounin can't handle it, then me and my fellow Jounin can. I promise you that, mister. The name's Tazna, the super bridge builder, and you better protect me with your lives." "You don't need to worry, Tazna." Turning to his team, Kakashi started to address them. "Go home and pack a month worth of supplies for this mission. 10 Meet me at the north gates in 1 hour. You are dismissed." Naruto repeated those directions to his team. An hour later, everyone was at the gates, and to the surprise of Team 7, Kakashi was on time. Quickly realizing it was not him, they threw some kunai and shuriken at him, trying to kill the imposter. "Who are you and what have you done with our sensei?" Sakura yelled at the imposter. "What are you talking about? It's me, Kakashi." Throwing some more kunai at them, they all yelled out, "Liar." "No, really, it's me. Why do you think it's not?" Kakashi asked, confused, along with Team 10 that was standing to the side. Sasuke answered. "Kakashi is never on time." "That makes you an imposter." Said man looked away in embarrassment while Naruto walked up to him and nailed him in the back of the head. "Why is it that you are still late to some things? I thought we talked about this a long time ago, Kakashi?" After the knock on the head, everyone loosened up because he was the original. That hit would have disabled any henge or other illusion. Kakashi scratched the spot where he was hit in the head and chuckled nervously. "Hi, you did, and I have fixed most of the problem, but I still can be late for some things." Naruto just shook his head and walked out the gates with everyone following. Every once in a while Sakura would ask a question about the country of Wave, stuff like, if they had ninja, who did have ninja, and if they would fight enemy ninja. "No, Sakura, we will not be fighting enemy ninja. This is a simple C-rank mission. All we have to worry about are thugs and bandits." That seemed to bring the tension off of her shoulders. After another hour of travel, the team came upon 2 small puddles in the middle of the road. Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Sai, Kakashi, and Naruto all know the same thing. It's the middle of the summer and it hasn't rained in weeks. How can there be a puddle in the middle of the road? Although Kiba thought that he smelled 2 human scents in the puddles. Team 10 looked back towards their sensei to ask what they should do in a silent gesture. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders and slowed down slightly so that he and Kakashi would be at the back of the group. Team 10 and the mostly oblivious Team 7 kept walking as if they didn't suspect a thing wrong. After walking past the puddle, 2 men in black ninja clothing came out of the puddles. They had slashed mist headbands indicating them as ex-mist ninja, and had a lethal-looking chain connecting the both of them. They charged the group and targeted the 2 Jounins, before they wrapped them both in the chain and pulled on it hard. The 2 teams spun around and saw both of their senseis being torn to bits by the deadly chain. 2 down. They spoke up at the same time and charged the group of Jounin head-on, but more so towards Tazna. Sasuke and Sakura froze at the sight of them, while Sai grabbed the client and pushed him away and stood guard over him. Meanwhile Team 10 charged the attackers. Shikamaru tossed some shuriken at the both of them and they pivoted around them to keep charging head-on without even batting an eyelash. Just as the chain was about to make a full circle around Shikamaru, Kiba kicked out and pushed one of the ninja back, while Choji punched the other away, making the chain unwind. The chain tightened between the 2 ninja and both released it, so they would not be brought back together. The left one swung his clawed gauntlet at Kiba, who ducked under it, and Akamaru jumped out of his jacket and bit him on the shoulder. He screamed out in pain and lost his balance, stumbling backwards towards a suspicious shadow. At the same time that Kiba was fighting, Choji was just engaging his target. A very similar clawed gauntlet was swung at his face and Choji sidestepped the attack and hit the offending arm, slapping it away to the side, leaving a wide open spot for an attack. He took that chance and slammed his left hand into the mist ninja's gut. The man bent over in pain only to have an equally as painful blow hit him in the face from Choji's right hand, making him stumble back towards another suspicious shadow. At the same time both ex-mist ninja stopped moving and heard a voice. "Kage Mei no Jutsu, success, finish him off guys," Shikamaru said with a smirk. Both of his teammates replied instantly. "Hi." Kiba got his guy into next week, while Choji did the Baiko no Jutsu on his, running him over. until both passed out from the pain. The fight was over in less than 30 seconds and it left both teams unscathed thanks to Team 10 and Sai. Sakura was speechless for once and Sasuke was furious. He clenched his fists until his knuckles were white. I froze up. How am I supposed to beat my brother if I can't even handle these losers? Tazuna was also speechless. I thought these kids were just punks, but they actually beat those enemy ninja. I underestimated them. They suddenly heard clapping and twirled around as fast as they could to see who was there. Unsurprisingly for the members of Team 10, there stood Naruto and Kakashi, applauding their efforts. Good job team, you handled that perfectly. I expected nothing less from you guys. Naruto practically beamed at them. You did well too, Sai, you thought fast and got the client out of harm's way. Sasuke and Sakura though, I wasn't expecting for you two to freeze up like that. Kakashi nodded in approval towards Sai and shook his head towards the other two. Sakura was just staring at them. But, how? We saw you get torn to shreds by those chains. Naruto and Kakashi just pointed to where they were torn to shreds, indicating the pieces of wood strewn about. They each mumbled a quiet Kawarimi no Jutsu in understanding. Sakura spun around and pointed a finger at them. You made us all think you were dead. Why? Naruto decided to answer her question this time. Well, we saw the puddle in the middle of the road and decided to see what they wanted. We needed to know if they were after us or if there was a different purpose for them to attack. He let that sink in for a few seconds before Shikamaru looked like he figured it out. As you probably have just figured out, and by the looks of things Shikamaru has, we were not their target, but Tazuna here was. Care to explain yourself? He asked in a deadly tone that promised pain if he didn't talk. Tazuna audibly gulped and backed away a little, chuckling weakly, before he sighed and stood up straight. You're right, Naruto, they were after me and not you guys. Kakashi stepped forward now. If you knew ninja were after you, then why didn't you request a higher ranked mission? Both of our teams are not ready for this type of mission yet. I'm sorry about deceiving you, but I had no other way to get protection. You see, our country is very poor right now and not even our daimyos have enough money to afford anything higher than a C rank. It took everything we had just to get enough for that. I see. Well, what do you think, Naruto? Continue knowing that we will be attacked again, but this time most likely by Jounin, or head back home? Naruto seemed to think about it as he looked at each of the Jounin. They all had different looks. He looked at Tazuna, who seemed ready to beg. Sighing, Naruto addressed everyone. If we do continue this mission, then you have to understand that this is a high-level B rank to A rank mission. There will be more ninja coming for us next time, also I want full payment for the proper level this mission is at. So what do you guys say? Sakura looked hesitant, but as soon as Sasuke said yes she agreed like a good puppy. Sai said he had to keep an eye on Pinky and Duckhead, referring to Sasuke. Kiba accepted right away. Shikamaru thought about it, weighing the pros and cons, and eventually agreed. Choji agreed so he could become stronger and he couldn't leave his friends behind. Kakashi just shrugged, saying it was their choice. Very well, we will continue this mission, but I expect payment for an A-rank mission when you get back on your feet, Tazuna. He of course agreed as fast as he could. So after tying up the now identified demon brothers to a tree and calling a squad of Anbu to pick them up, the two teams continued with the mission. Soon they made it to the ocean, where they jumped onto a boat to get across. That was when they saw the bridge that Tazuna was building, and it was huge. It had to be 40 feet wide and it went from the mainland all the way to the islands of Wave Country. You truly are a genius, Tazuna, to build something like this is amazing, Naruto said in astonishment. The others couldn't agree more, if the looks of awe plastered over their faces were any indication. Well, I wouldn't be a super bridge builder if I wasn't, now would I? The others chuckled at this small joke. Kakashi was still wondering why ninja were after him, so he decided to ask now. Tazuna, you said that you were making this bridge to make your country better, right? Who would be after your life, if this will only help your country? That did it. The good mood was spoiled, but Tazuna knew he had to tell them. You have a right to know, so I might as well tell you. When this bridge built, people will no longer have to use the shipping industries to trade. If that industry was still in good shape, then that would be no problem, but a person named Gato is in complete control of our shipping industry. He has a monopoly on us. With the control of the shipping lanes, you control the land, so he has complete control of our economy, and he has been doing nothing but making it impossible to live. With this bridge of mine, we will be able to get rid of the need for shipping and the economy will come back. That is why Gato sees me as a threat, and why wants me dead. When this bridge is completed, he will no longer be able to control us. I see. Well, you don't have to worry, we will make sure nothing happens to you while we're around. The others agreed 100% on that. After a little while more they made it to the shore and thanked the man that gave them a ride. The mood was still gloomy and everyone was on high alert. Well, everyone except for Sakura, who kept asking questions and trying to get a date from Sasuke. They were walking along the path to Tazuna's house, when Kiba threw a kunai into the bushes and they all heard a thunk. Kakashi walked over cautiously and came back out with a white rabbit in his hands. Sakura exploded on Kiba. "How could you, Kiba? You almost killed that innocent rabbit. What are you trying to do? Act cool or something, cause you're not." Kiba just rolled his eyes at her. "Look, I heard a noise from the bushes and I acted alright." "You're just trying to act." Sakura continued to berate Kiba. While this was going on, Naruto and Kakashi were thinking along different lines than the pink-haired kunoichi. A white snow hair in the middle of summer? They only have white hair when it's winter, when there is less light, which means that this one was raised indoors. It was used as a substitution. Naruto sprinted towards his team while Kakashi did the same, tackling Tazuna to the ground and yelling "get down." Not a moment too soon either, because a giant sword at least 6 feet tall and 6 inches wide, dull side to the blade, flew right where their necks had been and embedded itself into a tree some 20 feet away. Not a second later there was a man standing on the handle of the blade. He stood a good 6 foot 2 inches tall and had no shirt on but wore bluish-white pants that were baggy. He had no eyebrows whatsoever and he had bandages that covered his mouth and nose. The man that attacked spoke first. No wonder the Demon Brothers lost. They were facing 2 elite Jounins. Hatake Kakashi and Namikaze Naruto, also known as Sharingan Kakashi and Sunshine no Namikaze. The group stood up and Kakashi and Naruto stepped forward. Zabuza Momochi, also known as the Demon of the Bloody Mist, Kakashi stated as if it was common knowledge and didn't have a care in the world. Zabuza chuckled. "So, you've heard of me too, I'm honored." Narrowing his eyes, Kakashi asked, "What do you want, Zabuza?" "Oh, nothing much, just the old man. Now hand him over and I won't have to kill you." "Protect the bridge builder with your lives. Form a triangular formation around him," Kakashi ordered, not turning his back to his opponent. "If I'm going to be facing you, this might get a little hard if I don't use this," Kakashi said while lifting up his headband so it was no longer covering his left eye. "Oh, the Sharingan so early, I'm honored. Well, let's get this over with, shall we?" With that, Zabuza teleported to the lake and took his big-ass sword with him. "Sharingan? But how can he have the Sharingan? Is he an Uchiha too?" Sasuke pondered. "Stay out of this unless I need you, Naruto. This is my fight." Naruto looked over towards his fellow Jounin and saw he was serious. "You sure? We could easily take him together if you wanted." "No, I will fight this one myself, only interfere if you have to." Out of the corner of his eye he saw Naruto nod his head and that is all he needed to focus completely on the battle. "Hey guys, what is this Sharingan thing? I've never heard about it," Sakura asked. Everyone was silent until the most unlikely person spoke up. It was the ever-stoic, now shocked and confused, Sasuke. The Sharingan is a dojutsu that allows the user to see through ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. It allows the person, once mastered, to copy any jutsu in an instant and those are just the most basic features of the Sharingan. "You are right, kid, the Sharingan does have all that but it also has quite a few weaknesses. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hidden mist technique." Suddenly a huge amount of mist rolled in, covering everything so that no one could see anything. 8 choices: liver, lungs, spine, jugular vein, carotid artery, brain, kidneys, heart. Which do you want to die by first? The voice of Momochi Zabuza came from everywhere at the same time. Every one of the Jounin was scared. Hell, Sasuke was shaking uncontrollably. This is what it's like for 2 Jounin level ninja to do battle, to kill or be killed. It's too much to handle. I can't take it anymore. To think that you could die at any second, it's unbearable. I have to end this. He thought in desperation as he clung onto his kunai as hard as he could and brought it out closer to his neck. At the same time Kakashi could feel the tension in the air and didn't like it. He put his hands in the ram seal and let loose his chakra, creating a blue aura around him that exploded outward and cleared the area around him for 10 feet in all directions. "Sasuke, calm down. As long as I'm here you have nothing to worry about," Kakashi reassured him with a smile. As soon as he said that, Zabuza appeared in between the Jounin and right behind Tazuna with his giant blade ready to kill them all. "Oh really? Let's see them survive this." He swung his blade around, only to be stopped just as quickly with a kunai buried in his chest. The Jounin and Tazuna jumped back to safety, out of range of Zabuza and out of Kakashi's way. The copy ninja had moved lightning fast to intercept, before he killed the young ninja. But instead of blood coming out of the wound like there should have been, there was water coming out. Kakashi's eyes widened at this. Mizubunshin. Water clone. That's right. Zabuza appeared right behind him and proceeded to slash him in half, only to find it out to be a Mizubunshin too. What? He was able to see my technique through the mist. Impossible. The next thing he knew, there was a kunai being pressed to his throat. "Give up. You lost this one," Kakashi said in an ice-cold voice. Instead, he started to laugh. You really think you've won, don't you? Don't make me laugh. I can't be beat that easily. Kakashi didn't like where this was going, so he added some pressure to the kunai, just barely penetrating, when Zabuza exploded into water. Startled, Kakashi looked around frantically when he heard Sakura. Kakashi-sensei, behind you. Acting on pure instinct and muscle reflex, Kakashi dropped down in time to feel Zabuza's sword going right over his head horizontally and actually scraping his hair. He spun around to stab him, when Zabuza's sword came down, vertically this time, and Kakashi managed to push off, but Zabuza planted his sword into the ground behind him and used it as a spring to gain more force, before he kicked Kakashi in the chest, sending him flying into the water. Zabuza ran after him to finish him off, when he noticed the metal spikes on the ground. You'll have to do better than that, Hatake. He teleported over them and onto the water as Kakashi emerged. Why does this water feel heavier and more dense than usual? He wondered as he surfaced, but then Zabuza appeared above him going through some hand seals and shouting out the attack. Idiot, Suro no Jutsu. Water prison technique. Kakashi was quickly surrounded in water that was as strong as steel. You fool, did you really think you could beat me? Damn it. I got careless and it cost me this fight. It's up to you now, Naruto. Kakashi thought from inside the water in prison. As he was thinking this, the mist cleared to show where they were, as well as the Jounin teams on land. Now what to do with the rest of these punks? I know, how about this? Mizubunshin no Jutsu. One water clone came out of the water and charged at the Jounin. They were too stunned to move or defend themselves, but just as it was about to strike Sasuke, its head was cut off and it dissolved into water, Naruto standing over its remains. Did you forget about me, Zabuza? Naruto asked in a cold tone that his Jounin team had never heard before. Zabuza actually did look startled. Damn it. I did forget about him. I can't take him on and have Kakashi imprisoned at the same time. Shit. Naruto smirked. By the look on your face, it seems you did forget about me. There is no way you can hold that prison and fight me at the same time. Big mistake on your part, Zabuza. With that, Naruto charged him head-on and ran across the top of the water towards the two figures. In a desperate attempt to get some distance between them, Zabuza created more clones, 30 clones to be precise, but they lasted a whole 3 seconds, seeing as they were only 1/10 the strength of the original. That gave Zabuza all the time he needed to consider his options. He chose to ditch the prison and fight him head-on. As soon as Naruto was upon him, he let go of the prison and blocked the kunai of Naruto's with his own sword. They were in a deadlock for a few seconds and then Zabuza took advantage of their height difference and pushed as hard as he could on his blade downward. Naruto struggled and pushed Chakra to his feet to make him go sideways as fast as possible. Zabuza's sword came down and Naruto spun and kicked him right in the face, sending him skidding across the water. You okay back there, Kakashi? Naruto called to him, never turning his back on Zabuza. Hi, I'm fine thanks to you. I'm going to let you take care of this one. I'll go protect the Jounin and Tazuna. With that he started to sprint back towards land on the water and covered up his Sharingan to conserve chakra in case he needed it later. Both were now staring at each other, sizing the other up. It's just you and me now, Zabuza. What do you say we take it up a notch or two, eh? He seemed to almost smirk at that comment. Sure, why not? Let's see what you've got. They charged each other again and clashed sword against kunai. Again Zabuza had the advantage of strength and height and again began pushing downwards on the kunai. Seeing the same thing happen again, Naruto backed off and threw some shuriken at him. You'll have to do better than that, Zabuza shouted as he deflected them all with his giant sword, causing the stars to bounce off harmlessly and go into the water, but before the last one did, it burst into smoke right at Zabuza's feet and turned into a Naruto clone. The clone landed on the water and sweep-kicked the legs out from under Zabuza just before the real Naruto appeared above him and axe-kicked him down into the lake. Over at the shore, the Jounin were all watching intently. Amazing, he's so good, were Sakura's thoughts that she spoke out loud. I've never seen Sensei fight like this. This must be the reason he's a Jounin and not a Jounin like us, Kiba said in equal astonishment. Sasuke balled his fists in anger. Why am I so weak? He's the same age as I am. I'm an Uchiha. I deserve to have power. I need power to kill him. Kakashi just chuckled at them. This is nothing, guys, they're just playing with each other right now. Wait till the real fight starts. The others just gave him a look of astonishment. This was playing? Naruto looked around, waiting for when the next attack would come. He didn't have to wait long, as 5 water clones came out from the water around him, swinging their swords at him. He dodged and destroyed all of them, only to hear a jutsu being called out to his left. Suiten, Kokusuijin. Water release, concentrated water spike. As the name implied, water spikes came out of the water and shot out at him. Naruto jumped backwards and formed some hand seals of his own. He shouted out the attack. Katen, Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Immortal Fire. He breathed in and exhaled fireballs about a foot in diameter, each one heading straight for Zabuza. The mist ninja countered with his own attack. Suiten, Teppodama. Gunshot, shooting out water balls of equal size. Zabuza's attack cancelled out Naruto's. Naruto landed back on the water and ran towards Zabuza. He grabbed some shuriken and tossed them before he did some seals. Shuriken Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone. The 5 shuriken became 250 shuriken and Zabuza couldn't stop them all. Just when they hit him though, he turned into water, indicating it was a water clone. Zabuza appeared beside Naruto and slashed him in half, but he turned into smoke. Shadow Clone, he said as he ducked under a swipe from a kunai that would have cut his neck. He turned around with his sword and brought it to Naruto's midsection, barely missing, but also barely missing the kunai aimed at his shoulder. They both jumped back, Zabuza putting his sword on his back and started doing seals at a fast rate that the Jounin on shore couldn't keep up with. Suiten, Suryudan no Jutsu. Water Dragon Blast. Futon, Kazudan no Jutsu. Wind Dragon Blast. A giant dragon made of water circled Zabuza once, before heading over towards Naruto, who had summoned up a visible wind dragon that charged Zabuza. The two attacks collided head-on and battled for supremacy. After a few breathtaking seconds of struggle, both were destroyed, neither one winning. Both ninja, seeing their attacks fail, started new ones. Unfortunately for Zabuza, he had too many seals to go through, and ended up on the wrong side of a jutsu. Rare Ui Kazuchi wo Yut. Lightning Strike. Naruto reared his fist back and shot it out forward, aiming it at Zabuza, and hitting him square in the chest with a bolt of lightning that sent him back 40 feet and into a tree heart. Before he could slide down the tree though, he was pinned by the arms to the tree, keeping him up. Naruto appeared seconds later in a tree across from him with a kunai in hand, ready to do the killing blow. Before he could do that though, Senbon needles came out of nowhere and hit him in the neck, killing him instantly and knocking him to the ground. Naruto turned to where they came from and saw a hunter nin in the trees. The hunter nin bowed slightly to him and then spoke. "I thank you for your assistance. I have been hunting him for some time now, and thanks to you, have finally been able to kill him." Naruto jumped off the tree branch and walked over to the prone body of Zabuza and checked his pulse. He nodded as he stood up. Just that second, Kakashi appeared beside him ready for a fight. Naruto put a hand in front of him to stop him. "There is no need, Kakashi, he's just a hunter nin. Zabuza is dead, I've checked that." Kakashi backed off and nodded to the hunter nin. At that time, the team of Jounin came over to see what happened. The hunter nin jumped down from his own tree and walked over to the body of Zabuza before putting the body over his shoulder. "Thank you for your assistance, I will take my leave now and dispose of the body accordingly." With that, the hunter nin disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief. Well, that's over. At those words the mood lightened up some. "Who was that guy, sensei?" Sakura, the smart one of the group, asked. "That was a hunter nin, Sakura. They take care of the bodies of shinobi that have defected from their village. Their job is to kill them and dispose of all evidence so others can't steal their secrets." Sakura and the others made an O sound. Kakashi turned to the client. "Well, Tezuna, now that we have cleared the path, why don't we head to your home for some rest?" "Right. It should be another couple of miles and we should be there. Follow me." With that they headed to Tezuna's house for some well-deserved rest. Along the way every one of the Jounin kept giving glances to Naruto. They were each very impressed, and if they had doubts about him being Jounin, they didn't anymore. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Training and meetings. "Good morning, Kakashi-san. Why are you up so early?" Tsunami asked. Kakashi looked up from his orange book at the table that he was sitting at and I smiled at her. "Oh, just reading and planning what to train my students." "Oh. Well, I'll be in the kitchen making some breakfast." With that she walked into the kitchen as she said. Kakashi just went back to reading his book. After about 30 minutes everyone was sitting at the table talking about this and that. Sakura was asking Sasuke out on a date, Sasuke was turning her down, Sai was making sarcastic jokes at them all, Kiba was talking to Shikamaru and Choji, Kakashi was still reading, Tazuna was eating, and Tsunami was eating as well. Then, the door to the home opened up and everyone looked over to see a sweaty Naruto walk into the room slightly out of breath. "Have a good workout, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, clearly amused. "Hi, it was actually, I made some good progress on my new jutsu." Naruto sat at the table and took some food and started to eat while talking to the others. "Interesting, care to tell us what it's called?" "No, not really, so you will have to wait and see what it is when I finish it like everyone else." Kakashi said nothing and just went back to reading his book. A little while later, everyone was done eating and excused themselves, thanking Tsunami for the good breakfast. After that, Everyone from the Konoha group headed out towards the woods that surrounded Tezuno's house. Once in a clearing, Kakashi stopped and turned around to face everyone. As you all know, we faced Zabuza Mochi yesterday and the Hunter Nin killed him when Naruto was about to finish him off. But there was something off about what the Hunter Nin did. Can any of you tell me what it was? After a few seconds of thinking, it was Choji that spoke up. Well, aren't Hunter Nin supposed to work in teams and not by themselves? Naruto nodded to him. No, the Hunter Nin could have been working alone. It is not uncommon for a Hunter Nin to go solo once in a while. The others though for a little more time trying to find anything that was wrong until Sai looked like he thought of something. Don't Hunter Nins destroy the body on sight when they kill a person? Naruto and Kakashi smiled at him. Now that is the question of the day, why would a hunter take the body away if that isn't what they normally do? Choji caught on first. You mean that the ninja was a fake? The others came to that same conclusion at that moment. Kakashi smiled that they could put the clues together. Exactly. Naruto and I talked last night and figured it out. We would have told you then, but why bother you and make you have a restless sleep? Naruto continued where Kakashi left off. After figuring out that Zabuza is alive and well, we came to the conclusion that he will attack us again when he is healed. We figure that we have about a week to a week and a half to prepare you guys for the battle to come. What do you mean for the battle to come? You can't expect us to be able to fight a Jounin, can you? Sakura asked a little frightened. Oh come on Sakura, it shouldn't be that hard to do. You guys are strong, I'm sure you will live to tell the tale about how you beat a Jounin, Kakashi said in a playful manner. Are you crazy? We can't beat a Jounin, she yelled back at him. Kakashi just laughed at her, further infuriating her. She looked ready to pounce when Kakashi held up his hands in a playful manner. Alright Sakura, I was just kidding. She calmed down some but still looked pissed. You know, you're pretty loud for a girl. I am not loud, Sai. She hit him over the head with her fist, sending him to the ground for the comment. Naruto and Kakashi's sweat dropped at the scene. Well, like I was saying before, with Zabuza alive and well, he will most likely attack in a week's time and he won't be alone. He will most likely have that Hunter Nin with him and a couple Chunin level ninjas this time. The others stiffened when they heard this. So seeing as we will be facing strong opponents, we are going to train to become stronger. Do you think that we will be able to defeat Chunin-sensei? No worries Sakura. That is why we will train our hardest this week, so we will be prepared for them. Now if there are no other questions, please follow me. He turned and walked further into the woods and stood by a tree. This looks like a good place to learn. Okay, what we're going to be doing is an exercise that will help you with your chakra control. Theoretically, if you are able to do this, then you are able to do any jutsu there is. What's the exercise, sensei? Glad you asked Sakura. You're going to climb trees. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai looked like Kakashi has grown another head. What does climbing trees have to do with anything? We can already climb trees. Sakura asked with a stupid look on her face. But can you climb trees without using your hands? Kakashi turned around and walked towards a tree and put one foot on it and then another and another. By now he was standing horizontal with the ground and defying gravity. He kept walking until he reached the branch about halfway up and then stood on it upside down. The others were gawking at him in awe. Kakashi just smiled at them. This is what I meant. By doing this exercise, you will be able to fine-tune your chakra control and be able to be more proficient with your chakra use. All you have to do for this exercise is concentrate your chakra to the bottom of your feet and stick to the surface of the wood. This won't be easy though, as the feet are the hardest place to concentrate chakra. With that, Kakashi flipped down onto the ground. Now you try. Kakashi tossed down 6 kunai and had them stick into the ground right in front of his and Naruto's team. Each Jounin took the kunai and stood in front of a tree. Kakashi's team put their hands into the ram seal to gather their chakra in their feet and ran to their own tree and tried to climb it. Kakashi was surprised at the results of what happened. Sasuke made it about 10 feet up before he pushed too much chakra into his feet and propelled himself backwards and onto the ground. To be expected. Sai made it 12 feet high before he started to slip and fell to the ground. Not bad. Sakura made it about 3/4 of the way up and was sitting on a branch. To be expected of her. She has very little chakra, so she would need to have more control than the others. Then there was Team 10 though. He looked at their trees and found each of them at the very top of their tree, hanging upside down. Kakashi raised his eyebrow at that. Hey Naruto, you already taught them the tree walking exercise? Naruto looked at him with a neutral face. Hi, I taught it to them 2 weeks ago, a week after our first C-rank mission. I see, well since they know the exercise so well already, then you should take them to go get their own training done while my team perfects this one. I suppose. Looking up at his team, he yelled up to them. Hey guys. Let's go. We'll train in some other place where we won't get in the way. Team 10 ran down their trees and jumped the last 10 feet or so and walked off with their sensei, never even catching the looks on Team 7's faces. Sasuke looked pissed. Scratch that, he was beyond pissed. How are they so strong? I was the top of the class. I was the student of the year. Not them. I'm an Uchiha. I should be the strongest. Sai looked surprised. Wow, they really are strong, they're nothing like they used to be when we were in the academy. Sakura looked angry also. How did they get so good? No one can be better than my Sasuke-kun. No one. Kakashi watched the looks play across their faces and smirked to himself. Well, looks like they're done with the exercise. They are ahead of you guys right now. It got the reactions he wanted. They all looked pissed, even Sai somewhat. I guess the great Uchiha clan isn't as great as they say it is, Kakashi said with a bored look and a shrug of the shoulders. Sakura was about to yell at him when he beat her to speak. You, Sakura, used 7/8 of your chakra stores after only one run up the tree. You are no better. Sakura looked down in shame at that. Kakashi turned to his last student. You, Sai, have a normal chakra reserve, but still suck at controlling it. With that, Kakashi got up off the ground where he was resting and started to walk away. Before he left, he turned his head to address them. Keep trying to get up the tree until you can climb it 10 times up and down in a row. With that parting order, he walked away from an angry, sad, and disappointed team left in the clearing. After walking away from the others, Naruto didn't stop until they were a good distance away. Satisfied with the distance they put between them, Naruto turned around to look at his team. We'll train here. What do you plan to train us in, sensei? Choji asked with some hope in his voice. Naruto put his hand on his chin to think for a few seconds while looking up at the blue sky. After a few seconds he looked at them each. Before I teach you anything else, I want to see how your own training has been going on the jutsu I taught you. Kiba, you go first. Hi Naruto-sensei. Kiba then stood in front of the others and said the name of his attack. Raikyu no Jutsu. Lightning ball, and made some hand seal before he held his right hand to the side and a ball of lightning formed there and stabilized before he ran at a tree and slammed his hand with the lightning ball into it. To the others it looked like Kiba ran up to the tree and just hit it, but if you looked closely you could see the electricity run through the tree before it stopped. Then Kiba took his hand away from where he hit and you could see a small scorch mark on the tree. Well done Kiba, you've nearly mastered it. The only thing you still need to do is stabilize the attack, just a little more, and then work on the speed it forms at. You're still too slow with the attack. Choji, you go next. Hi Naruto-sensei. Like Kiba, Choji stepped forward and called out his attack. Doten, Toryuki no Jutsu. Earth-style wall. Choji made some hand seals and then thrust his palms onto the ground and a wall of earth rose from the ground in front of him. The wall was 10 feet tall and 2 feet thick by 7 feet wide. Good job Choji, you made it the right size and everything. Now let's see how strong it is. Naruto went in front of the wall and made some hand seals of his own. Suten, Teppodama. Gunshot. Naruto took a big breath and his cheeks puffed up and then he shot out 3 balls of water at the wall of earth. The wall held strong, not even denting it. Very nice Choji, now let's try something even stronger. Naruto made some more hand seals and kept on going for 10 seconds. Suten, Suryudan no Jutsu. Water Dragon Blast. A dragon of water rose out of the river nearby and circled Naruto once before it flew at the wall. The second it hit the wall, the head of the water dragon blasted apart but also took at least a foot of earth with it. A second later, the rest of the dragon went clean through the earth and was heading directly towards the stunned Choji. Luckily the dragon swerved sideways and went right on past Choji and hit a tree, completely obliterating it. The others could only stare at the dragon in awe as it tore through the earth with ease. After Choji picked himself up off the ground and the earth wall returned to the ground, he stood up on shaky legs. Well done indeed Choji, it took the gunshot with ease. That is the level of attack you should have to worry about at your current level. As for the dragon blast, don't worry about it breaking through the earth barrier. It is after all an A-rank jutsu. Choji nodded at that and felt better that his wall wasn't weak. But you still need to work on it a little more. It should be able to withstand a jutsu like that if you master it. Just add more chakra and then compact the earth more when you create it. Hi Naruto-sensei. Okay, your last Shikamaru. Hi. Shikamaru stepped forward and walked to the middle of the clearing and stood facing a tree. Futon, Rinkudan. Drilling air bullet. After making the seals, Shikamaru took in a deep breath and exhaled it all at once facing the tree. The others watched him take a deep breath and exhaled. They saw a blob of compacted air that was visible to the naked eye move towards the tree at a moderate pace. When it hit the tree, the air left a fist-sized dent in the base. Well, not bad for the level of difficulty the jutsu takes. Once you master this move you should be able to knock down the tree with it. Right now you are at a beginner level. I see, Shikamaru said in a quiet voice that clearly was depressed. No need to worry Shikamaru. If you practice this jutsu enough you'll get it eventually. You have practiced the Futon, Gofuyin, formation of wind, right? Hi Naruto-sensei. I mastered that one, but I just can't seem to get any better at this one. Well, can you tell me what you've been doing with this one so far? Hi, let's see. First I gather air in my lungs and then I breath it all out like you said. When it's out of my mouth I compress it and it only does minimal damage. Naruto had a look of understanding on his face now. Well, I know what you're doing wrong. Instead of compressing the air once it's out of your body, why don't you try to compress the air while it's inside your lungs? Try doing it that way. If you say so. With that he went through the seals again and called out his attack. Futon, Rinkudan. Drilling air bullet, he sucked in a breath and held it there for a few seconds before releasing said breath, and a much larger ball of air came out of his mouth and went sailing through the air at almost twice the speed as the former one. When the ball of compact air hit the tree it made a lot more damage than the previous one. Where the first one was fist size and about 2 millimeters deep, this one was about 7 inches wide and about an inch deep. Now that is an air bullet. Now all you need to do is practice it and you should be able to master it. Compact the air in your lungs even more and then practice it until you can destroy one of these trees with it. Hi Naruto-sensei. After a few seconds to let everything sink in, Naruto spoke up again. Okay, now that I've seen your guys' level, I am happy to say that you are each doing well in your particular jutsu. You only need practice and that's that. Now you guys have been learning and practicing your own family jutsus, right? Hi. They each said at the same time amazingly. Good, well I'm not going to teach you guys anything else on this mission. It would just be a distraction from mastering the skills you already have and… What, don't you think we could master another jutsu in a week's time? Kiba interrupted. No. Naruto shot him down instantly. You may be able to learn the jutsu in a week's time but it will be virtually useless in combat and that is what you need right now. Kiba had his mouth in a O shape of understanding. So for the rest of the week I want you guys to practice and hopefully master the jutsu I gave you and then work on your family jutsu also. Naruto, what are you going to do during this time? Choji was wondering. Me? He got nods. Well, I have my own jutsu that I need to master. It's my first completely original jutsu that I've made. But my mom said you made a move called Keizuki? Kiba asked confused. Well, that is true, but I don't consider that move original. Naruto looked away slightly. Kiba was now more confused. What do you mean, did someone else make it? Naruto looked back at them and answered. No, I made the jutsu by myself. But I did it after I watched Kakashi-san use his own original jutsu on an enemy ninja. I just changed the attack from being lightning to fire. So the rumors were true after all, said Kakashi after jumping down from a tree and landing in front of them. Kakashi-san, what are you doing here? Naruto arched an eyebrow at him in question. Oh, I just thought I would see what you guys were doing for training and happened to overhear the last part of your conversation. And what have I told you about the san suffix? You don't need to use it with me anymore. Ah yes, I forgot Kakashi. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly with a grin on his face. Kakashi himself smiled. So you recreated my Reikiri, did you? Naruto looked uncomfortable. Well yeah, do you mind? No, not at all, you made it on your own, you just happened to use me as inspiration. All that I ask is that I can see it. Kakashi had a half-serious, half-giddy look on his face. I guess you have the right to see it, just no copying or teaching it to others, okay? Sure, no problem. It wouldn't really matter anyway though. Oh, and why's that? I made the Reikiri to be so it couldn't be copied by anyone. Even with the Sharingan you can't copy it. If yours is anything like mine, then I wouldn't be able to copy it. Also I don't have fire manipulation down enough to use it like I do for lightning. At the end he was smiling at Naruto. Naruto just smiled and turned to the forgotten Jounin. You guys can watch if you want, but right after this you have to go practice your own jutsu. They each nodded their heads in the affirmative and stayed put. How often do you get to see a jutsu that was created by Hatake Kakashi and then recreated by Namikaze Naruto? Almost never. Okay guys, this is an S-rank jutsu used for assassination. I created this bad boy after working with Kakashi on a mission once. Watch closely because I'm only doing this once, that goes for you too Kakashi. Naruto stepped into the middle of the clearing and went through 20 hand seals so fast that the Jounin could only see blurs and Kakashi barely saw them. After the hand seals he hunched his back over so he was leaning forward and then gripped his right wrist with his left hand. His right hand was pointing down towards the ground with his hand open. Suddenly everyone could feel the chakra spike and the next thing they knew, there was a strong wind coming from where Naruto was standing. His right hand had a slight glow to it and then a fire started in his open palm. It grew to about a foot in size and then compressed to the size of a fist. A ring of fire also formed around Naruto and circled him. There were flares of fire flying about his body in a 3-foot radius. This all happened in 2 seconds and then the fire ring and flares stopped just as suddenly until Naruto stood there hunched over with an oblique ball of fire dancing in his right hand with sudden flares of fire jumping off of it at random intervals. Keizuki. Fire blade, Naruto yelled, pushing the Kazuki to his right side, and then burst out into a full-speed sprint at a tree 10 feet away. He was at the tree before a second passed. He pushed his right hand with the Kazuki straight into the tree and it went right through. He didn't stop there though. Naruto pushed left with the blade of fire and cut through the tree and threw the same hand at another tree 2 feet away and put his arm right through the 2-foot-thick tree. The first tree toppled to the ground before everyone's eyes. Kakashi was staring wide-eyed at the effects of the jutsu. It's the same as my Reikiri. Good God! He really did recreate it. He thought in awe. Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba were no better than Kakashi, if not even more surprised by the attack. Their sensei took down a whole tree and then put his hand through another like they were butter. Kiba's thoughts were this. Holy hell! He cut down that tree like it was nothing and he still has his hand through that other one. Shikamaru and Choji were thinking along the same lines. Finally Naruto pulled out his arm from the tree, showing a perfectly clean scorched hole the size of an arm going clean through the tree. Well, that's my Kazuki. How'd you like it? Naruto had a cheesy grin on his face while he said this. The others were speechless and gawking at him. After a few more seconds Kakashi finally found his voice. Well, hot damn. Yep, that summed up everyone's thoughts. After some more discussing and explaining to Team 10, they each parted to do their own training. After telling the team to keep training and improve, and Kakashi going back to supervise his own students' training, Naruto left to go do his own training. After walking some distance and looking around, Naruto took out a scroll and started to read and edit some things on it here and there. After about 30 minutes of this he got up and stood staring intently in front of himself. He took a step forward, moving his right foot forward, and then just when the foot connected, Naruto disappeared. Not even a millisecond later he was standing a foot in front of where he was just a second before, with his right foot firmly on the ground. The next moment Naruto fell over onto his knee and grabbed his right leg. Damn! Still not good enough to use. Standing on shaky legs, Naruto took another step forward and the same thing happened. This is going to take a while. Later that night everyone was back at Tazuna's home, sitting at the table in the dining room waiting for dinner. Everyone there looked tired except Kakashi, who was guarding the bridge most of the day. After some time Tsunami came into the room with a platter of food in hand. They learned the other day that she was Tazuna's daughter and she has a son that they had yet to see. Thank you Tsunami for the food. Kakashi gave her a nice smile in her direction. It's no problem Kakashi-san. After all, you were protecting father's life. After that there was an awkward silence where everyone just ate their food until a young boy came into the room and sat down with a scoff. There was some small talk about this and that when suddenly the small boy slammed his hands on the table. He stood and glared at the ninja before speaking in a pissed voice. Why do you even try? You'll only get killed by Gato and his men anyways. You can't win against him, no one can. With that the boy ran from the room and up the stairs. What's with him? Sakura asked Tsunami. She sighed before telling them everything and Tazuna would pitch in where he thought appropriate. It turned out that a guy named Keiza came to their town and made great friends with everyone in town. He was like a father to Inari and a wife to Tsunami. Then Gato came and took the town over. Keiza fought him and eventually ended up dying in a public execution. That broke the town's spirit and made Inari how he is today. How sad, Sakura said with a few tears in her eyes. Yes, this world can be a pretty bad place sometimes. We ninja get to see the worst of it more often than others. Kakashi had a solemn look on his face. Excuse me Tsunami, but I think I'm done for now. Thank you for the great dinner. With that Naruto got up from the table and headed upstairs. Once upstairs, Naruto heard crying and he walked up to the door that it was coming from with the utmost silence, so as not to disturb the person inside. What he saw surprised him a little. There was Inari sitting on his desk holding a picture of what he assumed was this Keiza person that he heard of. Inari was crying slightly while holding the picture. Is that Keiza? Naruto asked in a soft voice right behind him. Inari nearly fell off the desk he was sitting on, hearing a voice so close to him. He spun around to see Naruto leaning against the wall with his arms crossed over his chest. After a few seconds of staring at him he replied in a soft voice. Hi. Naruto nodded and pushed off the wall, walking over to the window. He looked out into the sea and just stared out into space for a while. It's hard, isn't it? To lose someone important to you, right? His voice was still soft. Inari only nodded because he was currently watching all the different emotions go across Naruto's face. You know, I never knew my parents, but everyone around me at my home village speaks so highly of them, and yet I have never even seen them in person or spoken to them. There was sadness in his voice now. Where are they? They both died on the day I was born. I never got the chance to meet them. Oh, you're lucky really. You got to spend some time with your stepdad before he died. You should cherish those memories, not cry about them. I miss him so much though. Inari cried out in anguish. I once lost a friend on a mission because I wasn't strong enough. I was depressed and wouldn't talk to anyone until my sensei told me something that made me rethink things. What? What did he say? He said, when a person dies that is close to you, it is truly a sad day. But to wallow in the past is not healthy and will only dishonor his death and what he lived for. If you truly wish to make that person proud of you and honor his life, you should move on and live your life to the best of your abilities. Always do the most that you can and never give up. There is always hope there, you just have to find it. Besides, would your friend really want you to be sad about his death? No, he would want you to move on and make him proud. At this, there were a few tears that came out of Naruto's eyes and he quickly wiped them away. Your sensei really said that? Hi. Who is he? You guys sounded close. His name was Kaido Rashimaru, my best and only friend at the time. He was a prodigy like me, we were both chunin at the time, we were both 8 years old and we were sent on a mission together by request. Since we were best friends we always did things together, even missions. If I could, I would go back and stop that mission. It was supposed to be an easy mission of taking out 10 bandits but things went wrong. It happened that the bandits were hired by some other ninja and they were disguised as bandits too. We thought nothing of it and we attacked them. The hidden ninja were all Jounin level and we were hard pressed to stop them. We managed to somehow beat one of the Jounin and some of the other bandits in the process. He took a shaky breath and continued on softly. Then one of the Jounin got behind my friend and killed him. I lost it and attacked blindly. Needless to say I got beaten, easily. They were just about to finish me off when a squad of Anbu came and took them out. It turned out that the Hokage heard some rumors about bandits working for some Jounin in the area where our mission was. He sent us back up, but it was already too late for my best friend. I'm sorry, I didn't know. There is no need to apologize, Inari. It's in the past and I've moved on. There was a rather calm silence after that, where they both just stared out into the ocean outside. Then Naruto turned and walked to the door. Inari followed his every movement until he stopped at the door and turned slightly so he could speak to him. Inari, you still have family left in this world. They all care for you and hate seeing you sad. It makes them sad also. If you really wish to make Kaizo proud, you should move on and be happy for his sake. Think about what I said, would ya? With that, Naruto walked out the door and into the hall to see Kakashi leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and eyes closed. So you heard us, Kakashi? Hi, I did. He opened his eyes and looked at Naruto to see him walking away. He sighed and stood up off the wall and looked out the window to the forest. We have all lost people, haven't we, Obito? After that night, everyone woke up with renewed vigor and started to train some more. Kakashi was asked by Naruto to guard the bridge so he could hopefully figure out the jutsu he was working on. When Kakashi asked what technique it was, Naruto said it was a secret. He reluctantly agreed to do the guard duty though. On the 6th day, everyone returned to the house except Naruto. His team asked if they should go look for him to make sure he was okay, but Kakashi said he was a Jounin and could take care of himself. The next morning a person in a Jounin vest on was laying by a tree when he suddenly shot up and looked to his left. There he saw a girl his age walking over to him with a basket in her hands. She was wearing a light pink dress that covered her body well in all the right places. There were no sleeves, but a sash on her waist holding it up, and there were spiral designs all over it for decoration. She kept walking towards him and when she was close enough he saw her face. She was perfect in his eyes and he blushed slightly at the improper thought to come into his brain. Damn you, Uro-senin. Shaking his head to focus again he saw that she had dark brown eyes and black hair that went to her mid-back with a little of her hair in front of her face also. Hello, what are you doing out here in the middle of the forest sleeping? She asked with a small smile on her face. Naruto narrowed his eyes for a fraction of a second in doubt. How did she know I was sleeping? A civilian's eyesight shouldn't be able to see me from that distance. I could have just been lying down. Even with these thoughts he kept his face neutral and answered. I was just resting from a hard day of training. The girl was now a good 5 feet distance away from him, kneeling over and looking at some herbs he recognized. Oh, so you must be a ninja, right? That just made it more suspicious. Yes, how do you know? She giggled and pointed to his headband with the leaf symbol on it. All ninja wear a headband of some sort. Wow, I feel dumb. He scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment, chuckling a little. I must look really stupid right now. No, not at all. Just a little harmless mistake. So you know what I've been doing, but what are you doing out here, miss? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Haku and you? Naruto. Namikaze Naruto. Well, it's nice to meet you, Naruto-san. Same to you, Haku-san. I can't help but notice you're picking herbs. What are they for? Oh, these things are to help heal my friend that got injured about a week ago. They're supposed to be medicinal herbs and help the healing process along. I see. Do you need some help collecting some? Sure, why not? With that they started to collect the herbs that were scattered around the field they were in. While they were doing this they talked some more. So how'd your friend get hurt, Haku-san? Well, he was walking on the dock and slipped on some water and fell over the side and scraped his side pretty badly. I see. She hesitated there for a second. She was lying to me, but why would she need to lie to me? So what are you training for, Naruto-san? Well, I'm currently on a mission and I have to stop some people from hurting my client. So I've been training to try and complete my newest attack. Have you had any success yet? I'm doing okay so far. Oh, do you live around her, Haku-san? Because I can escort you back home, that way nothing happens to you. She visibly stiffened. No, that's all right. I'm sure I can get home by myself. A chakra spike? She has more than a normal civilian should have for chakra. Who are you? On the inside Naruto was alert, but on the outside he showed no signs of it. Are you sure? There's a man named Gato around here and I heard he has some thugs and bandits that work for him wandering around. I'd feel safer if I made sure you got home safe. No, that's okay, I'll be fine. She reassured him far too quickly. If you say so, Haku-san. There was another awkward silence where neither spoke. Can you tell me why you fight? Haku asked all of a sudden. Why? What kind of question is that? Why do you fight? I know you're a ninja and that's your job, but why do you fight? Do you have to prove something? Well, I guess I fight to uphold my mom and dad's names and to make the village proud. Especially the old man. Do you fight only for acknowledgement by the village? Sometimes yes, but more for my friends, and to make my parents proud of me. I also have some people in that village that I would die to protect. Haku smiled at that. So you have some people that are precious to you. Hi. Well, you'll become strong, Naruto-san. When a person protects someone, their true power comes out and they become stronger than ever. Do you know what I'm talking about? He nodded his head to her. Hi, I've had to protect people a lot and when I do, I have the determination to not give up and it makes me stronger than ever. She smiled again before standing up. I must go and get these to my friend now. It was nice talking to you, Naruto-san. I hope we meet again. She stood there smiling at him before turning and leaving. She heard him speak from behind her. Your friend wouldn't happen to be Zabuza Momochi, would it? She stopped dead in her track and froze. From the fact that you stopped, I'd have to say you do know him, Haku-san, which would make you the hunter nin. Haku whirled around with a senbon needle in hand, ready to defend herself. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her and spoke in a calm but deadly voice. I should kill you right now, Haku-san. You are putting my mission in potential jeopardy, but I think I'll let you live if you pass on a message to Zabuza-san for me. Haku herself narrowed her eyes at him. And why should I not just kill you right now? Because I have a proposition for you and Zabuza that you can't refuse. Oh, and what would that be? Our mission is to protect the bridge builder, but you are trying to kill him because Gato hired you to. If you abandon your mission, I will give you and Zabuza the offer to come and live in Konoha. Why would I want to come to Konoha with you? You could just turn us over to the Kiri hunters once there. You're right, we could. Haku tensed, getting ready to fight. But we won't. Why would you want us in Konoha anyways? She asked suspiciously. I would like for you two to join our forces as ninja of Konoha. A member of the Kiri 7 swordsmen would help our village's strength out greatly, and I'm sure you are strong also. I won't let you take advantage of our strength. Her voice was deadly with a harsh tone to it. I meant no disrespect to you or Zabuza. I know you must have lived a hard life and want to stop running from hunter ninja that are after your heads. She visibly flinched at that. He continued on, seeing her actually interested. All I am offering is a position in Konoha for you two. You could be safe and stop running and settle down. I don't want to have to kill you or Zabuza, but I will if I have to. She didn't respond for a few good seconds. Can you give me any promise that your village won't turn us over to Kiri? Her voice was slightly hopeful. Hi, I'm personal friends with the Hokage and I have a lot of leverage in the village because of who my parents were and what I have done there. Haku visibly relaxed and put her senbon back inside her dress, hidden from view again. She stood up straight and looked at him with sad and hopeful eyes. I will tell Zabuza about what you offer. It's really his choice to decide, not mine. I see. In that case we will meet when you show yourselves again. Hi, I look forward to seeing you again, Naruto-san. I also look forward to seeing you again, Haku-san. With that, Naruto smiled at her and burst into a pillar of flames to a location unknown to the girl left in the clearing. Haku smiled to herself. So that is the famous Sunshine no Namikaze, huh? I like his style, she said to herself, and walked back the way she came to have a nice talk with Zabuza. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Battles in the mist. The next day came around for everyone fast and hard. The previous day everyone worked extra hard to try and master their own personal jutsu to be of use during the fighting. Team 10 each worked by themselves and Team 7 stayed together most of the time. When it came time to leave the house, everyone was there this time, not just Kakashi. Everyone had their full fighting clothes on and were ready for anything that came at them. The walk to the bridge was in silence. Everyone was too tense to make small talk. When they got to the bridge, they saw everyone there working on it with extra energy, seeing that it was almost complete. After about an hour of sitting around, Naruto and Kakashi looked to the end of the bridge that was not finished. They saw a mist coming in fast. Too fast. Nodding in Naruto's direction after a quick glance, Kakashi shouted out to the workers. Everyone, it's lunchtime. Get out of here now. His words were not panicked at all, but they were stern as steel, and the workers complied without question, seeing the absolute seriousness on his face and in his voice. They quickly left, and within moments it was just the Konoha teams and Tazuna standing there on the bridge. A few more seconds of staring at the mist, they saw what they wanted. The mist kept coming in but then stopped and then moved back again, revealing 7 people standing there. Naruto and Kakashi frowned, but no one on their team saw it. Well, if it isn't Kakashi, Naruto, and their little brats. Are you here to say hello? Zabuza asked in a mocking voice. Zabuza, I see you're doing well, Kakashi said in a bored tone while glancing at the others on their side. Yes, no thanks to you and Naruto there. You two were able to beat me before, but you won't this time. I brought some help with me this time. He grinned an evil grin. Frowning again, Kakashi replied. I can see that, Zabuza. I won't let you have the bridge builder Tazuna. He is too important to this country and their recovery. Ha 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 ha. Oh man, you really think you have a choice here? We're going to kill that man one way or another. I see. Naruto frowned and looked at the person that was around his height of 5 foot 4 inches. She had on a dark blue thick shirt and pants on that could easily hide weapons in. She also had a brown sash holding it on this time. She had on a Jounin mask that obscured her face, but he could tell it was her. He just knew. Haku. Why are you doing this? You looked so relieved. If not happy when I said you could come to Konoha with us. Why have you chosen to fight? I think it's time for our little rematch now, Kakashi. Suddenly Naruto's voice broke out over the bridge, loud enough for both parties to hear. Kakashi, you take care of Zabuza. Sasuke, Sai, take on the 2 men on the left side of Zabuza. Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, take the 3 on the right side of the Jounin. Sakura, guard Tazuna with your life. I'll take care of the Jounin myself. They each nodded their heads in understanding. In a lower voice that only they could hear, Naruto spoke up. Team 7 and 10, this is no longer playtime. I expect you to go for killing blows. Remember that they are the enemy and will kill you without thinking about it. I expect the same thing from you guys. Hold nothing back and stay safe. Use teamwork to defeat them, which is your greatest strength you have. Be careful though, by the looks of it they are ex-Chunin from the mist. They each nodded in understanding and moved into their groups quickly to get ready. Move, Naruto shouted as Sasuke, Sai, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Choji all shot forward to engage their selected opponents. Sakura and Tazuna moved back to give the others some space and make sure their client is out of harm's way. With the other group right after Naruto stopped speaking loudly. You heard him, you each have your opponents. Take them out and then kill the old man. Right. Whatever. Yes sir. Hi. They separated into groups and then shot off to the sides or moved back to give each group room for their own battles without having to mix them. Like ordered, the 2 teams separated and attacked who they were told to. The fight was on. Naruto and Kakashi stood facing Zabuza and Haku in a standstill, waiting for one or the other to make the first move. After some intense staring, Naruto sighed, catching everyone's attention. He said only one word. Why? That one word spoke so many things and yet left even more questions unanswered. It's the way of the shinobi boy, get used to it. With that he charged in at Kakashi and started to attack with his giant sword called Kubikiri Haucho, or also known as Head Clever. Naruto and Haku just stood there looking at each other. Can you take off the mask, Haku-san? I know it's you. I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but if I take this off it will just be harder for you and me to fight. Zabuza has decided to fight and I will follow him to the end. She took out some senbon needles and threw them at him straight on. Naruto jumped to the side and had to jump again to avoid another barrage of needles coming at him. By the time this had happened, Haku was upon him and they started a taijutsu fight. Haku tried to punch him in the face only for it to be ducked under and then went for a sweep of the legs for it to be jumped over. When Naruto landed, he took this time to attack. He leapt forward and tried to hit her with a punch to the gut, but she grabbed his hand and pulled him into her for a vicious knee to the gut. At least that's what would have happened had Naruto not thought fast and brought his own knee up to parry hers. They stood at a standstill looking at each other and then pushed off of each other to land a couple feet away and start some hand seals. Haku finished first and whispered her attack. Suten, Kokusuijin. Water spikes. With that, the water on the bridge transformed into small spikes and they all headed towards where Naruto was standing. Not wanting to be impaled, he jumped into the air and started some seals of his own. Futon, Rinkudan, drilling air bullet, and shot off some wind bullets at the approaching Haku. She saw the blasts coming and shot to the side only to have to do that 3 more times until the attack stopped. Naruto saw her distracted and rushed forward and slid in front of her and delivered a punch to the face that cracked the mask she was wearing, and then hit her again in the shoulder. Haku took the hits not expecting him to be on her that quick and then leapt back from him. When she landed, half of her face mask fell off of her face. Seeing that it was now useless, she took the other half off as well. Naruto stood there looking at her sadly. "You're good, Haku-san, at least mid-Jounin level." She smiled sadly at him. "Thank you, Naruto-san, you're not bad yourself." "Why must we fight? We can stop this now before it gets carried away and one of us dies. I told you that I can convince the Hokage to let you stay in Konoha. Please, Haku-san." She looked down at the ground. "I'm sorry, Naruto-san, but this is what Zabuza-sama has decided, and if he wants to fight then so will I." "Why are you fighting for him anyways?" "He is my only precious person. I will die for him." Naruto was silent for a few seconds before he spoke. "You are your own person, Haku-san. Choose your own path and follow it. You don't have to do this." "I won't abandon Zabuza-sama." She looked up at him with more resolve than he has seen since the start of the fight. "Let us continue this fight now." On the other end of the bridge, Kakashi was dodging a giant sword left and right. "You can't win, Zabuza. Just give up." "Ha! Don't make me laugh, Kakashi. You got lucky last time and you won't have the kid here to save you like last time either." "I don't need Naruto's help to defeat you, Zabuza. Now let's get serious." With that, Kakashi lifted up his Hittite, revealing his Sharingan eye. Zabuza jumped back and laughed at him. "The Sharingan is useless against me, Kakashi. I know its weakness." "Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hidden Mist," he muttered, holding his left hand above him and his right hand in front of him, both in the rat symbol. The air suddenly thickened and became so dense that you couldn't even see 1 foot in front of you. What's he doing? He can't even see in this mist. Kakashi thought in slight panic. Suddenly he heard some spinning and air being displaced that any good shinobi would recognize. He turned sharply and pulled out a kunai, blocking the 3 incoming shrunken. "Not bad, Kakashi, not bad at all." Zabuza's voice taunted throughout the mist and all around him. "How can you find me, Zabuza? Not even you can see through mist like this." He heard laughing from behind him and turned around to see the mist clearing slightly and Zabuza standing there with the rat seal formed. What Kakashi saw was surprising. Zabuza had his eyes closed. "I don't need to see, Kakashi, all I need is to hear. Silent killing is pretty nice, is it not?" With that, the mist pulled back and Zabuza disappeared again. "Damn it, I haven't had an opponent like this in a long time. This might be harder than I thought," Kakashi thought while jumping to the side, just in time to have a huge blade hit the ground. Just as quickly as it came, the great blade disappeared into the mist. "You can't dodge forever, Kakashi." Zabuza taunted again with his voice projecting all over the area. While the Jounin were fighting their battles, the Jounin were also fighting. They each separated into the groups that Naruto specified and were trying to win their fights. Sasuke jumped to the side just in time to avoid some kunai that would have hit his legs. Just as he landed, he got hit in the face by a fist from his opponent. He skidded across the ground and eventually got his bearings straight and flipped up to land on his feet. He looked up to his opponent to see him going through some seals and heard him say the jutsu. "Suten, Teppodama." Gunshot, Sasuke countered by doing some seals of his own. "Katen, Gokaku no Jutsu." Grand Fireball. He took a deep breath and blew out a huge fireball that intercepted the water balls coming at him. They successfully cancelled each other out. Sai wasn't doing any better though. He was dodging kunai after kunai and was getting no headway. Finally the barrage of kunai stopped and he looked at his opponent to see him make some water clones. Sai responded to this by taking out some ink and tossing it on the ground before making some seals. Sumi Bunshine. Ink clone. Out of the broken bottle of ink that was on the ground came 10 clones that rose to the height of a human and took the shape of Sai. Across from him, the ex-Mist Nin saw this and made just as many water clones. The clones charged forward and attacked each other. There were kicks tossed around, punches tossed, and many grunts before one of them was destroyed. By the time it was over there was no ink or water clones left. Sai then saw out of the corner of his eye Sasuke coming his way by dodging a few shrunken. He landed right beside him and looked at him from the corner of his eye. "Any luck, Sasuke?" Sai asked as he saw both Mist Nins join up also. "HN," was his short reply. Sai smiled at him and turned to look at the enemy. "You have any plans?" "No, you?" "Just one." And Sai smiled at him before taking out a scroll. "I'll distract them while you get close to them from behind. Use one of your fire jutsu on them, but don't let them see you." "All right." Sai bent down and started to do some seals, and when he was done he opened the scroll that was in front of him and pushed chakra into it. Sumimoko, Roga Bunshines. Ink Tiger and Wolf clones. Out of the scroll came 5 wolves, and 1 tiger. They stepped in front of Sasuke and Sai and then charged at the 2 enemies. The enemy saw this coming. They acted also. One jumped to the side and threw some shrunken at the wolves, effectively hitting one on the shoulder, but it didn't dissolve like the previous human ink clones that he fought. The other wolves dodged the weapons and continued to attack. He jumped back behind his partner who was standing there calmly. The other Mistnin started to do some seals. Jounin, Doryu Taiga. Waterflow River. The attack created a wave of water to rise up to about 4 feet tall and went across the part of the bridge they were on and swept away all the wolves and tiger and turned them back into ink. While all this was happening, Sasuke took advantage of their distraction and got behind them. He did some seals and whispered his attack. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Grand Fireball. The attack went right at them from behind. While his partner was taking care of the ink creatures, the other Mistnin was looking around for more attacks. He saw a light behind him and turned to look. Shit, he yelled and started to make some fast seals. He finished just in time to save him and his partner. Jounin, Suijin Heki. Water encampment wall. A wall of water formed around them from what was on the bridge from the previous attack by his partner that was kneeling over from the chakra he used in that last attack. The water wall successfully stopped the fireball. Sasuke watched, gritting his teeth in frustration. He charged towards the wall of water as it was coming down, and just as it did, he kicked one of the men in the shoulder, pushing him away from his partner. The guy wasn't expecting the attack, so he got hit and slid across the wet ground towards where Sai was standing. Just after the kick, Sasuke was hit in the gut by the other guy and backed off. He landed but had to immediately jump to the side to avoid a kick, then a punch, another kick, another punch. Damn it. I can't keep up. Come on, focus, Sasuke. See with your eyes, remember your training. As he was getting punched at and kicked at, he kept dodging and getting hit less and less until he was completely dodging every blow. He was swerving in and out of every hit. The Mistnin was getting frustrated. He kept trying to hit the guy but he wouldn't hold still. Why won't you hold still and die already? Then he noticed something. The eyes of his opponent were different. They were red with one coma in each eye. Your eyes. What happened to them? He asked as he backed away from him to catch his breath. Sasuke let him get away so he could also catch a breath and figure out what happened to his eyes. What? Do you mean? They're red. The astonished ex-Mistnin said, staring at the blood-red eyes. Sasuke's own eyes widened some degree before it became a smirk. He then chuckled and that turned into a full-blow laugh. I've activated my bloodline. Now you stand no chance. With that exclamation he charged forward and went to hit the startled Mistnin in the head. He dodged but had to dodge another and another until he was hit in the gut, and bent over only to be kneed in the chest. He staggered back and looked up just in time to see a kunai being buried near his heart. He fell down to the ground, spitting up blood and choking on it. Sasuke looked down at him with an emotionless mask before he fell down to his knees and started to breathe hard. His eyes turned back to the normal black and he felt exhausted. About 20 feet away, Sai was still fighting his own enemy. They were having a taijutsu fight with kunai in both hands. They charged at each other and tried to stab or slash the other one down. They met in the middle and parried each other's attacks. Sai ducked down from an attack that surely would have taken his head off and tried for a sweep kick of the enemy, but he jumped over it trying to then push a kunai down into the same place, which surprised Sai. Sai saw the attack coming and leaned on his hands that were above his head and used them to flip backwards away from the enemy. While he did this, the enemy was just swinging down and Sai threw a kunai at him that nailed him in the shoulder. The ex-Mistnin cried out in pain and tossed his one kunai that he had with his still good arm at Sai, who dodged and ran up to him and attempted to slash him with his own 2 kunai. The Mistnin dodged 3 times before he was hit across the leg, making him stumble. Sai saw this as his chance and went to attack him again. This time the enemy couldn't dodge in time and got hit with both kunai in the chest, effectively killing him. Sai looked at the body that was lying there not moving with a sad smile and got up on shaky legs to go see if Sasuke needed some help. With the other Jounin team, they were having a similar fight at the same time. The only difference was that they were sticking together from the very start of the fight like their sensei told them. Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru stood about 30 feet away from the 3 Mistnins across from them. Either of you guys have a plan? Kiba asked his friends. Akamaru barked, asking the same thing. No, you Shikamaru? Choji answered. There was a pause before he answered. Okay guys, here's what I've got. My guess is that they have mostly Suten Jutsu in their arsenal, so the best bet would be Doten Jutsu to counter them, but seeing as we don't have any offensive techniques between us, we'll have to do our best with what we've got. Here he sighed. Choji, I want you to head straight on with your bullet tank. Kiba, come from the side and attack with Akamaru. I'll come in right after Choji and try to catch them in my shadow bind. If that doesn't work and they show good teamwork, split them up and take them out. If they show bad teamwork, stick together. The others gave a hesitant nod to him before turning their attention towards their opponents. Doing as Shikamaru said, Choji started to do some hand seals. Baika no Jutsu, multi-size. Choji's stomach expanded until he was the size of a gigantic ball, and then his team heard another shout that finished the combination off. Nikuden Sencha, human bullet tank. Choji's arms and legs that were sticking out of the ball popped into his ball of a body and blue steam came out of the holes. As soon as that happened, Choji started to roll at the enemy at a fast pace. Seeing Choji start, both Shikamaru and Kiba did their part of the plan. Shikamaru started to do some hand seals before muttering the attack in a whisper. Kage-mei no Jutsu. Shadow imitation. His shadow started to extend and follow Choji. The enemies at this time weren't sitting still either. Earlier they had decided to fight separately to get rid of their opponent's teamwork, seeing as they didn't work well in a team. "Stick to the plan, guys," one of them said. The only response he got was a grunt from one and a very small nod from the other. Then they saw the human ball coming at them and one of them started some seals while the other two jumped to the side. Suiten, Koden. Pressure cannon. He inhaled air and exhaled a torrent of water that went towards Choji's attack head-on. The others watched in fascination and small horror as the water attack seemed to slow down for a few seconds until the user of the water attack ran out of breath. As soon as that happened though, the attack went straight for the one ninja who had performed the jutsu. Seeing his partner in trouble, the man on the left went to throw some kunai at him when he was forced to stop and avoid a dog that came at him and then avoid a pair of deadly-looking claws that missed by less than a centimeter to his face. The man jumped back and looked at his new opponent and saw that it was the Beast Boy and his small dog that attacked him. He smirked at them before pulling out some kunai and gesturing for him to come. Meanwhile, Choji just missed the man he was aiming for because he jumped away. The man that jumped away at the beginning and jumped to the right was busy jumping away from a suspicious shadow that kept following him everywhere he went. Choji was rolling around everywhere trying to get his opponent until he led him to the side of the bridge and he slammed into it and broke through with ease, going over the side. The man that was running away from it turned his back from the hole and would have gone to help his companions if not for the sudden pain he felt in his back and him finding himself on the ground. "You'll be staying here and fighting me." The man looked up and saw that it was the kid that went over the side of the bridge. "How did you get back up here so quick?" Choji smirked at him. "I climbed the side, moron." The man got angry at the mocking tone in the brat's voice and started to yell. "Moron? Why, you little brat? I'll make you pay for calling me that." The man charged at Choji with surprising speed and managed to hit him in the chest twice before Choji got his bearings and started to defend himself. He blocked a punch, then a kick, and then ducked under a kick to the head. Choji swung his fist out at his opponent's head but he ducked under it and went for a punch of his own. Choji sidestepped it and grabbed the man's arm and tossed him away, where he landed on his feet skidding across the ground. Choji was slightly panting while the man across from him was perfectly fine. Choji then suddenly remembered something from his training. Flashback. "Remember guys, these weights are great to help you become stronger and faster, but when it comes to real combat they can be a great disadvantage and a great advantage at the same time. You see, if you're not strong or fast enough compared to your opponent, then you can take off your weights and you will have two advantages. One, you will have the enemy at the mercy of your new speed and power, and two, you will be able to surprise the enemy and that can give you all the advantage you need." He took a deep breath before continuing on. "Now the disadvantage of weights during battle is the time it takes to take them off. Your opponent won't give you a minute to take them off and stretch and get used to the new light feeling of your body, but luckily for you I've made these seals that go onto the weights that will make removing them a lot easier. All you have to do is add a certain amount of chakra and presto, your weights are off in less than a second." Naruto smiled at them each before telling them to each move forward, where Naruto applied the new seals onto the weights, and when he was done he did a few hand seals and was finished. All done. Now the seals to deactivate and activate them are. End flashback. Choji sighed in relief at remembering that lesson. Okay, so the seals were rat, boar, and rat again. With that thought, Choji did the seals and he could feel the weights come unclipped from his wrists and ankles and hear them fall to the ground. Choji smirked at the cracks they made in the cement floor he was standing on. When he charged at his opponent again, it wasn't he who was surprised this time, it was the enemy that was caught unawares. Dodging a few punches and kicks, while exchanging a few blows here and there, they soon both realized they were evenly matched in taijutsu. Seeing this, they both jumped back to get some room and catch their breath. How did the boy get so fast all of a sudden? I saw him make those hand signs, could that be it? Were those a speed enhancement jutsu? No, that would be too advanced to be used by a Jounin and they would be more visible. So they were for something else. Well, it doesn't matter right now, even with that jutsu we are evenly matched in taijutsu. So that leaves just ninjutsu for me. The enemy thought as he stared intently at Choji. At the same time Choji was thinking along the same lines. So that leaves just ninjutsu for me. Let's see, I have my family jutsu and my earth defense jutsu. Now what can I do? He would have continued to think if it wasn't for the pointy objects coming at him that he had to avoid by jumping to the side. When he landed, he took off at a run to get away from some more shuriken coming at him and then jumped back again, landing on his feet. He kept his eyes on the enemy the whole time and saw him start some hand seals while he was still in the air. Suiton, Suigaton. Water Fang Bullet. Choji's eyes widened a margin as he was hard-pressed to dodge the deadly water blasts. After the fifth one came by him, he landed on some water and lost his balance and got nicked in the ribs. He gritted his teeth to keep from screaming out in pain and jumped back holding his wounded ribs. The enemy, seeing this, smirked and started to go through some more seals. Suiton, Suryudan no Jutsu. Water Dragon Blast. The water that covered the bridge rose and formed a dragon of water and flew at Choji with impressive speed. Not having enough time to dodge and remembering that his sensei said the dragon can follow you, Choji thought fast and hard. He remembered his training and started to make some seals before slamming his hands into the ground. Doton, Doryuki. Earth-style wall. The cement of the bridge flipped up in front of Choji and rose to about 10 feet high. The slab of earth was 2.5 feet thick. The dragon of water collided with the wall and shattered to oblivion, only leaving a slight dent in the wall. Other than that, though, the wall stood perfectly fine. The enemy Mist Nin was kneeling on the ground, breathing hard and staring at the wall in front of him with shook. Then the wall dropped back down and he saw Choji panting slightly but not as much as him. Choji was thinking while looking at the opponent. Naruto-sensei used that same jutsu on me, but his was a lot stronger than this guy's jutsu. I'd say it was more than half the power of the water dragon Naruto-sensei used. He did say it was an A-rank jutsu, so this guy must not be able to pull out the full power of it. Thank God, I don't think my wall would have held against a real one. He sighed to himself after his inner conversation. The enemy somehow managed to stand and pull out some kunai and got into a defense position waiting for Choji to come. He didn't have to wait long either. Choji charged at him head-on and went for a sweep kick. The enemy jumped over it and went to behead him with the kunai in a reverse grip, but he dodged to the side. He attempted to again stab him, but was forced to back off to avoid a punch to the gut. Then out of the corner of his eye he saw something coming at him really fast. There was no time to move as it was already upon him, and the next thing he knew he was run over by a giant human ball. When he finally stopped skidding on the ground, he looked up shakily and got up on wobbly legs. He looked over at the enemy and saw him charging him again. In a desperate attempt to stop him, he took out a kunai and threw it at the Choji he was fighting with more force than before, and to his surprise it hit him in the shoulder, but he disappeared at a poof of smoke. His eyes widened marginally and he muttered under his breath, "Cage Bunshine." Then he saw the same ball as before coming at him and he knew he couldn't move in time, so he accepted his fate. The ball was 5 feet from him when it exploded and Choji came out of it and stabbed him in the lungs with a kunai. The ex-Mistnin fell down to the ground hard on his back. He looked up at his opponent that was standing in front of him and muttered a barely audible question. "When did you create the Bunshine?" He coughed up some blood after he spoke the final word. Choji looked down at him with saddened eyes and spoke quietly also. "When the earth wall was up, I created a shadow clone to attack you. I stayed behind while you fought my clone." The dying man had a look of understanding in his eyes. I see." With that he went limp and his head fell to the side. He was dead. At the same time that Choji was fighting his opponent, Kiba and Akamaru were fighting their own opponent. They were currently attacking him at random intervals and it seemed to be working. The enemy was being hard-pressed to dodge and was coming out with small scratches here and there. Finally the man had enough and saw an opening to attack. He took it and slashed at Kiba, hitting him in the arm, leaving a 2-inch cut. It wasn't deep, but it would hurt like hell for a while. After getting hit, Kiba jumped back and called Akamaru over. Once they were together they nodded to each other. Kiba bent down on all fours and did some seals. Shikyaku no Jutsu. 4 legs, then Akamaru jumped onto his back. Jujin Bunshine. Beast human clone. Akamaru turned into an exact copy of Kiba. Kiba looked up at his partner and then at the enemy. "Let's go, Akamaru." With that both of them charged at the startled ex-Mistnin and engaged in battle. The enemy was stunned that there was this much difference to the speed after one jutsu. Unbeknownst to him though, Kiba had removed his weights when he bent down on all fours. Now his opponent was getting the snot beat out of him. He had many claw marks in him and it was only getting worse by the second. In an attempt to get away, he took out a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. It gave him the cover he needed to get away for a few seconds. Kiba jumped back seeing the smoke and saw his partner land beside him also. They looked at the smoke and both seemed to grin again. "Let's finish this, Akamaru," Kiba said in a gruff voice. Gotsuga. Double piercing fang. Both Akamaru and Kiba started to spin like a tornado and shot off into the smoke. After a few seconds of searching they found their target was on the other side of the smoke screen and went to attack outside of it. When they came through the cloud of smoke, the ex-Mistnin's eyes widened some at seeing the tornadoes coming his way. He wasted no time in doing some seals. The water all around him seemed to rise up and form a thick barrier around him in a circle. When the Gotsuga hit it, the water held strong and didn't let them through. though they did penetrate a good 5 inches into it. Seeing their attack fail, both Kiba and Akamaru let the attack stop and jumped back to catch their breaths. After seeing the tornadoes stop, the water fell down and the man inside started to form some more seals as fast as he could. Sutin, Kokasuijin. Water spikes. The water around Kiba and Akamaru turned to spikes and flew at them. They did the smart thing and got the hell out of the way. The bad thing though was that they both jumped up and left themselves open. The enemy saw this and smirked. Fools. He made some seals and looked at them evilly. Sutin, Suishoha. Water shockwave. The water around the X-Mist Nin gathered and shot off at the airborne duo. As it went along the bridge it gathered more water, making it bigger and stronger. Kiba saw it coming and could think of nothing to stop it. He saw Akamaru in front of him and knew he would get the brunt of the attack. No Akamaru, he shouted and tried to reach him. Sadly he couldn't and Akamaru got hit first and shot at Kiba with enormous speed. Kiba grabbed his partner a millisecond before he was hit also. They both screamed in agony as they were hit and crashed into the ground, hard. After the attack died down, Kiba looked at his partner in his arms. He was motionless and he quickly checked his pulse. Kiba sighed in relief. Thank Kami-sama that you're alive, Akamaru. The dog whimpered pathetically in his arms. Don't worry boy, I'll finish him somehow. Kiba got up on shaky legs and put his dog down and glared at his opponent. The enemy just smirked at him. I see I didn't put enough chakra into that last attack, it should have killed you. That just intensified Kiba's glare. You bastard, I'm going to kill you for hurting Akamaru. With that exclamation, he charged at the smirking enemy and tried to hit him in the face. The enemy just ducked and punched him in the shoulder. Kiba screamed out in pain and managed to kick him as he flew backwards in the gut. The enemy bent over coughing up some blood and glared at Kiba. Kiba meanwhile was picking himself off the ground. Damn it. I can't go on like this, at this rate, I'll lose. He thought in a panic. Suddenly he remembered a lesson with Naruto and his friends. Flashback. Ah. Why can't I hit you? That was Kiba shouting at Naruto, while he dodged his attacks like they were nothing. A few seconds of this and Naruto got bored and swatted him away with a punch to the face. Getting angry won't help you, Kiba, Naruto said in a calm voice with an air of wisdom. Shut up. Naruto could only shake his head at him. The next time Kiba charged him head-on, Naruto grabbed the hand that was going to punch him and flipped Kiba over him completely. Kiba landed on his stomach and lost all breath in his lungs. The next thing he knew, Naruto was sitting on his back with a kunai at his neck. Kiba swallowed a lump in his throat seeing this. Kiba, are you going to listen to me now? Naruto asked in an overly sweet voice. Hi! Was Kiba's shaking response. Akamaru was nudging Naruto in the leg. Naruto looked down and smiled sweetly at him. Don't worry Akamaru, I won't kill him. He just needs a lesson taught to him, okay? The dog just whimpered a shaky nod at him. Naruto assumed this was an okay and turned back to the sweating Kiba. Kiba, listen to me right now. When a person gets angry in battle it can only mean one thing and one thing only. He paused here and then continued. You or one of your comrades is going to die because of you. When in battle, emotions can make you not think rationally. I'm not saying that you should be a cold-hearted bastard or anything, but you have to keep your emotions in check. Getting angry will only make you lose focus, it won't help you at all. At this point Naruto removed the kunai and got off of him and offered a hand to Kiba. He took it and got up also. So, want to try again? Naruto said smiling at him. End flashback. Kiba shook his head to clear it and took a slow big breath. When he exhaled he was calm again. He looked at his opponent and thought of some ideas. He put his hands in the cross hand sign, and 4 Kibas popped up beside him. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shadow Clone. Guys, I want you to attack him head on. I'm going to get him when his defense is down. The Shadow Clones looked at him and they each nodded before they charged in at the X-Mist Nin. The said Nin watched him make the clones and decided to make some of his own. Mizubunshin no Jutsu. Water Clone. 2 clones rose up from the ground and charged into the 4 oncoming Kibas. They clashed and the 2 water clones managed to destroy 3 of the other clones before they were destroyed themselves. While his clones charged in, Kiba and the X-Mist Nin were not standing by either. Kiba made some seals and held out his right and left hand to the side, where 2 balls of lightning formed. Once the attack was done he ran to the side and then at the enemy Nin that was making some seals of his own. Sutin, Suigaton. Water Fang Blast. He spit out 2 deadly-looking water bullets at the 2 charging clones that were left. They hit them dead center and destroyed them, leaving only smoke. Now where did the real one go? He looked around and then saw something out of the corner of his eye. He turned and saw Kiba with lightning in his hands. His eyes widened when he tossed the one in his left hand at him. The guy went to jump away when he felt a searing pain in his leg. He looked down and saw a kunai in the back of his leg. He looked back and saw a grinning Choji looking at him. He turned his head just in time to see the lightning ball hit him in the chest. He screamed out in pain and his body froze. What? That attack stunned me. I can't move. Shit. He thought frantically as he looked up to see Kiba charging him head-on with a lightning ball in his extended hand. Just after Kiba tossed the first lightning ball, he saw the enemy grit his teeth and look at his leg. Just like the ex-Miss Nin, Kiba's own eyes widened and he looked to where it came from. He saw a grinning Choji and he grinned also. "This is what you get for facing a Konoha ninja," Kiba said before he thrust his hand into the enemy's chest, just where the heart should be. The enemy didn't even get to scream before his heart exploded from the inside. The man coughed up a huge amount of blood and fell over dead, his body still convulsing from the huge amounts of electricity running through him. Choji went up to his friend and put a hand on his shoulder. "Come on Kiba, we have to help Shikamaru now." "Hi." Kiba went over to Akamaru that was now awake and picked him up and with Choji, walked over to where they saw Shikamaru fighting his opponent. At the same time that Choji and Kiba were fighting their opponents, Shikamaru was fighting his. The enemy was currently jumping away from his shadow and doing a good job of it. Then when he landed again he saw the shadow waiting for him. Not wanting to get caught in it, he threw some shuriken at it. It did nothing to it. Shikamaru smirked at him. "Perfect, this guy obviously has no idea of the Nara clan jutsu." He would have continued to think and ponder on his opponent but then he saw some shuriken coming his way and had to dodge to the side to avoid them. He cursed silently at himself for getting distracted and losing his target. Said target was looking at his opponent questionably until a look of understanding came across his face. "I see." Shikamaru frowned at this. "You use your own shadow as a way to attack your opponent. Not only that but when your opponent gets caught he will have something happen to him. Impressive attack kid. But it won't work on me again." Shikamaru's frown deepened some. "Damn, now he knows what my attack does, at least somewhat anyways. Still, now he knows not to touch it at all. This just got more complicated." He thought. How troublesome. The enemy saw him thinking and decided to attack at that moment. He charged in at his opponent and went to hit him in the stomach, but he jumped to the side. Not giving up, he went for another attack, this time a kick to the ribs. Again the kid dodged but this time he backed off a couple feet. "Damn, I'll have to thank Naruto for making me run those extra laps after this. I would have never been able to dodge those if it wasn't for all the running. Now to make it even more in my advantage." Shikamaru thought as he bent down to his ankles and removed his weights, then standing and removing the weights on his wrists next. Each one fell to the ground with a crunch. Shikamaru stretched and looked at his opponent. "Much better. Now let's continue please." To get his point across he took out two kunai and put them in a reverse grip so the blade was pointing outward. The enemy narrowed his eyes and then smirked. "So you had weights on? Good, this will make things much more interesting." With that he pulled out his own weapon. It was a staff that was attached to his back before. It was 5 feet long and had blades at the end of both sides. The enemy charged in at the prone Shikamaru and went to stab him with a forward thrust if it wasn't for the kunai that deflected it to the side. Taking the defense in stride he continued on. He twirled the staff around and went to hit him with the other side but that was blocked with a kunai also. "I'm not good in close combat, I have to get him away." Shikamaru thought as he pushed the staff back and tossed one of his kunai at the man. He dodged and went to stab the retreating Jounin when it was blocked again by a kunai. The force of the push sent Shikamaru skidding back on the ground. He's strong. Using his brain, Shikamaru went through several strategies before he settled on one. Putting his kunai away he formed a seal. Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two Shikamarus popped up beside him and both ran to the sides of the man. They each pulled out a handful of kunai each and threw them at the enemy nin. Seeing no way to directly avoid the attack he put his staff away and formed some quick seals. Suten, Suijin Heki. A water wall formed around him and stopped the kunai dead in their tracks. After all the kunai hit, he let the barrier fall and had to immediately jump back to avoid the incoming shadow. As he was jumping back he saw one of the cage Bunshin come at him. He grabbed his staff from his back and killed the Bunshin with one of the pointed ends. It puffed out of existence instantly. Just as the Bunshin disappeared, he heard some thuds behind him and saw a few shuriken embedded into the ground. He grabbed his staff and stuck one end into the ground and used it as leverage to pole vault himself over the shrunken. When he landed he took off at a run for the one that did it. He reached Shikamaru and swung his staff at him. He ducked under it and punched him in the gut. He bent over slightly coughing up saliva and brought the other end of his staff around to slash at the crouching Shikamaru. It hit and again he puffed into oblivion. Another shadow clone. He growled out and looked around for the real one. He couldn't find him. The mist was too thick to see anything for more than 20 feet. He was obviously out further than that. Then he heard the air being cut and turned in time to deflect two kunai that were aimed for his chest. "Come out you coward and fight," he said angrily. He got no response. Shikamaru heard him yell at him and had to repress a smirk. This silent thing is really working out. If I see Zabuza before he dies, I'll have to thank him for the mist and the idea for using it to hide in, he thought as he circled his enemy. The ex-mist nin was in a defensive stance waiting for him to attack. Every few seconds he moved a little forward to try and find his opponent, and every time he did this he got some shuriken or kunai thrown at him. How is he doing this? He's moving around the mist so fast and not making a sound. This is Jounin level stealth. Unknown to him though, Shikamaru wasn't using stealth skills. No, he was using Shadow Clone to attack him. Just a little longer. My clones are keeping him busy and slowly moving him this way with his back turned to me. I just have to wait here and hope he doesn't turn around, he thought. It was now a full 5 minutes of dodging the attacks and he was starting to get sick of it. Come out now. Stop playing around and fight me. This time he got his wish. 3 clones came at him. 1 on each side and 1 from the front. The ex-mist nin jumped back when he had to avoid another shuriken from his front. So he's been using shadow clones. Damn, smart kid. Now that shuriken came from the mist, so that must mean there are more clones out there. I have to get rid of these ones first, and fast. The fist clone that reached him was on his left. It pulled out some shuriken and launched them at him. He jumped sideways and swung his staff at him. The clone sidestepped also and took out a kunai. He thrust it at the mist nin, who blocked with his staff rod. He pushed upwards, obviously showing his superior strength to the clone. He would have destroyed it there and then if he didn't have to jump back from a kunai aimed for his head. The 2 other clones have arrived. The man was now hard-pressed to dodge and block. Every time he got an opening he would be forced to dodge or block again because of kunai or shuriken came from the mist that surrounded him. The man was losing energy fast and he knew it. Shit. I'm being pushed back and I can't get to the real one. Dodging another attack, he jumped back and heard a voice about 8 feet behind him. Futon, Rinkudan. Drilling air bullet. He turned his head and saw the mist clearing up because of a huge airball coming at him. The ball of air had to be 4 feet in diameter. All he could do was watch the attack come at him in slow motion. The ball of air was twisting the mist around it and forming a sort of slow tornado. Then he saw Shikamaru behind him looking out of breath slightly. The next thing he knew, he was hit in the back with what felt like a giant drill. The force of the attack pushed him forward into the shadow clones that put their weapons in front of them. He hit the clones head on and they puffed out of existence also, but not before leaving some damage. All 3 of them had managed to stab him with a kunai. When he finally stopped moving forward, he hit the ground with a thud and didn't move. There was a pool of blood forming around him where he lay motionless. Shikamaru himself just stayed standing where he let his attack loss, looking at his dead opponent. He heard footsteps coming his way and looked up to see his last shadow clone walk up to him. It didn't say anything. It looked at the dead nin and puffed out of existence. He continued to look at the dead body until he heard more footsteps from behind him and turned to see Kiba and Choji walking over to him. He smiled at them. "You guys win also?" he asked quietly. "Of course we did. We're your teammates after all," Kiba said boastfully. Shikamaru looked at Choji and he just smiled sadly at him. "Good, let's go see how the others are doing." With that they started to walk back the way they came. As they walked they noticed the mist was getting thinner and thinner at an alarming rate. "Why is the mist getting thinner, guys?" Kiba asked, a little frightened. Shikamaru smiled slightly. "This is a good thing, Kiba. If the mist is getting thinner, that means that Zabuza is losing." Choji and Kiba both grinned at that and started to head over towards the others a little faster. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Fight of the elites, to begin anew. While the Jounin were fighting, the Jounin were fighting as well. Naruto and Haku had just stopped talking to each other and they both got ready to start again. Naruto looked at her sadly. "If you won't listen to reason and believe me, then I have no choice but to fight you, Haku-san." She just looked at him with renewed vigor. "Then let us fight." She took out some senbon needles and threw them at Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side and ran forward to fight hand to hand. Dodging left and right as the needles flew by him, he managed to get up close and not get hit once. Seeing the needles missing, she decided to go to taijutsu also. Naruto went to punch her but she caught it and pulled him in. Naruto brought his knee up to hit her, but she sidestepped him and elbowed his knee down. This made Naruto lose his balance some and stumble forward some. Haku took the opening and pushed the same arm that hit his knee into his jaw with enough force to make him rise off the ground a few feet. Naruto took the hit and brought up his leg to hit Haku in her own chin. The hit connected. Naruto's foot hit Haku's chin and both parties fell backwards. They both flipped back and landed on their feet and charged at each other again. Naruto took out a kunai and swung at her midsection only for her to lean back some and swing at him with a senbon needle. He dodged to the side and tossed one kunai at her while turning around. She saw the kunai and let one of her senbon intersected midway. They collided with each other, canceling each other out. Naruto swung his remaining kunai in his right hand at Haku and she parried with her own senbon. Haku went to knee Naruto when he put his left hand down to stop it. With her right hand she started to make some one-handed seals. Naruto's eyes widened. One-handed seals. Impossible. He thought as he tried to push off her Senshotsu Suishu. 1,000 flying water needles of death. The water around them rose up and formed into 1,000 senbon needles that floated there and then flew at Naruto with amazing speed. Naruto's eyes widened more and he put some chakra into his left arm, holding her knee and pushed down on it. The extra strength from the chakra allowed Naruto to push her back and then he focused chakra into his feet and jumped into the air backwards to avoid becoming a pincushion. While in the air he made some hand seals and put his hands to his mouth. Kaden, Karyudan. Fire Dragon Missile. Out of his mouth a huge dragon roared and flew at the stunned Haku. She went through her own seals and put up a hasty defense. Suten, Suijin Heki. Water encampment wall. Water surrounded her and blocked the fire from killing her. The two attacks collided and made some superheated steam form around them. They both jumped back to get away from being burned. Naruto saw the superheated mist and had an idea. Forming some quick seals he whispered the jutsu. Kaden, Kasumi and Bu no Jutsu. Covering mist, he drew in a big breath and blew it out. A mist like fire came out and collided with the superheated mist, making it even stronger. On the other side of the mist Haku was waiting for the superheated mist to clear when she saw it start to come her way. Her eyes nearly came out of their sockets. Thinking fast she made some hand seals. An ice-like rectangle formed in front of her. It started at the ground and made its way up until it was a rectangular ice shield. It was only about a half-inch thick but it was 3 feet wide, and 6 feet tall. Haku stood behind the mirror and put her hands on it. She waited for the mist of fire to come and she didn't have to wait long. When it hit, it shook the ice shield a little but it held strong. She stood there and could see the mist and the heat all around her going around the mirror. When it stopped she let out a breath she didn't know she was holding inside. Naruto watched as the mist of fire went at her and waited patiently for it to clear up. When he did he was surprised to see a mirror of some sort where Haku was supposed to be. The ground all around it was scorched and burnt but the mirror looked fine. Then Haku came from around it and looked him straight in the eye before she spoke. Impressive jutsu there Naruto-san. Good thing I have my own jutsu though. Naruto looked at her and then at the mirror questionably. I've never heard of an attack that creates mirrors, let alone one that is that strong. Haku looked down slightly and when she looked up again she had a sad face. That's because this is my bloodline limit. You can't defeat it. Give up. Naruto was startled and it showed in his face. Bloodline. I see. How did you escape? What? Haku was startled by that statement. How did you escape the blood raids of the mist? Haku was equally startled and wondered if she should even tell him. After a few seconds of looking at him she saw no reason not to and submitted. I didn't. She started. My mom did though and she hid her bloodline from the world until I accidentally used it and my father saw. He came and killed my mom and tried to kill me, but I was scared and my bloodline saved me by accident. After that I wandered the streets as a beggar until Zabuza found me. I've been with him ever since. Her voice was very solemn and sad. While she was telling him this, she was having an inner battle. Why am I telling him this? It is none of his business, I should just kill him and get it over with. Then another part of her spoke. But he just wants to help me out, I should accept his offer to go to Konoha. She thought. Then she shook her head clearing it of all those thoughts. No, I must stick with Zabuza and fight with him. Naruto was watching the emotions go through her facial features. He saw first sadness, then fright, then hope, then more sadness, and finally resolve when she looked back at him. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. Kun, where did that come from? They both thought at the same time. I can't abandon Zabuza. It's time to finish this fight. With that she did some weird hand seals and said her attack. Makyo Hyosho. Demonic ice mirrors. The mirror beside her thickened and then Naruto heard some ice forming behind him. He swirled around and saw the same mirror of ice in front of him form there. The mirror in front of him was about 7 feet away, the one behind him was another 7 feet away. Naruto looked forward again and saw Haku back up into the mirror. She just went into that mirror. What the hell? Was his thought at that moment. I'm sorry I have to do this Naruto-san, but you have left me no choose. With that she disappeared from the mirror in front of him and Naruto barely saw a blur of movement and the next thing he knew he was stabbed in the leg with a senbon. Shit. She moved so fast. He looked around for her and then looked behind him and saw her in that ice mirror. He started to make some seals when he was suddenly hit again, this time it felt like a fist hit him in the chest. He felt the hit but couldn't see it. He flew backward about 3 feet until he regained his balance and came to a stop. Doing some hand seals as fast as he could he managed to do them before he was hit again. getting up and putting his hand in front of his mouth at the same time he looked at the mirror with Haku still in it. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Grand Fireball. He blew out a giant fireball that was at least 8 feet wide at the mirror. It was a direct hit. Naruto stopped the fire and looked at his work. He was shocked to see the mirror unaffected whatsoever. Haku looked at him sadly. You see, you can't win. Just give up. These mirrors can't be destroyed by weak jutsu like that. I can't, besides I still have a few tricks up my sleeve. With that he got in a defense stance and waited. He didn't have to wait long as he was hit in the ribs and then from behind, and then stabbed with a few needles in the shoulders. He was on the ground by the time the attack stopped with multiple scratches and was bleeding quite a bit. He stood on shaky legs and looked at Haku in the mirror with determination. I won't give up. She was taken aback by this but leveled a glare after she recovered. Just stay down already. I could have killed you many times by now. Why do you keep fighting? She was aggravated at him and her voice said it all. Naruto smiled a foxy grin at her that made her avert her gaze slightly blushing. I never give up. That's my nindo. My ninja way. With that he closed his eyes and when he opened them again there was pure resolve in them. She narrowed her eyes at him. I don't know what you're planning to do, but it won't work. I'm going to finish this now. Naruto responded with only one word. Come. With such resolve it frightened her slightly. She shook it off though. She disappeared again. The second she was gone Naruto hardened his gaze and took a step forward and disappeared just as quick. He reappeared right in front of the mirror and took a kunai out, and stabbed it into the mirror. It sadly just bounced off harmlessly. Haku was in the other mirror and was shocked at what she just was. 1 second he was in front of her, and she was going to stab him, the next he was gone. Impossible. No one can move that fast. I see things in slow motion in here, and yet you're able to move faster than that. Naruto just grinned at her. How'd you like my first, 100% original move? I call it Shunpo. Flash step. You didn't even have to make any hand seals though. Naruto's grin just got bigger. Yep. It's great isn't it? Indeed. She tried again and this time Naruto turned to the side and stepped forward pointing to the left. He disappeared and reappeared 5 feet to the left with his left foot forward. He disappeared again and Haku looked around again. Where did he go? She thought frantically looking around. She heard some swishing sounds to her right and saw some shuriken coming her way in the mirror. She paid no heed to them, but to where they came from. She stared intently in that direction. Big mistake. Then out of the corner of her eye, she saw Naruto coming at her from behind with a hand that held some fire. She had heard from Zabuza that this attack was S rank and she quickly jumped to her other mirror just before the hand of fire broke right through her mirror like it was nothing. Keizuki. Fire blade. She heard him say in the other mirror. I have to stop him before he gets to this mirror. She thought frantically. She threw some senbon needles at him which hit his arm. It stopped the attack but he took another step forward and disappeared. He reappeared a foot in front of her mirror. Her eyes widened and he went through some seals as fast as he could. Kaden, Karyuenden. Fire Dragon Flame Missile. He breathed out a fire that hit point blank and shattered the mirror in a split second. Just before the fire hit though, Haku jumped out of the mirror in the nick of time. She didn't get out free though. Her right leg caught on fire. Naruto saw a blur of movement leave the mirror and swirled around to see Haku on the ground trying to get her pant leg to stop burning while trying to remove them. Naruto saw his chance to attack her and took it. I don't want to kill her. He thought while making some seals and keeping that thought in mind he used a water jutsu. Suten, Daibaku no Jutsu. Huge explosion. Haku looked up hearing a soft jutsu name murmured and saw the water from the side of the bridge rise up and form a spiral vortex in front of Naruto and come at her. Her eyes widened in fear recognizing the attack and didn't have time to form the right seals for a proper defense. The blast hit her head on and she was taken away by the attack. She never noticed the water put out her leg or the fact that it wasn't as big as it normally was. At the same time that Naruto and Haku started their fight, Kakashi and Zabuza did likewise. Come on Kakashi, you've faced harder opponents than this before. Indeed he has but he's having trouble keeping up. Damn it. Did not being on active duty in Anbu really dull my skills this much? He thought as he ducked under the head cleaver and tried to stab Zabuza in the face only for him to disappear again into the mist. Ha 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 ha, you're weak Hatake. Zabuza taunted again through the mist. Said person snorted and looked over towards where he could hear battles going on in the distance. Worried about your brats Hatake? Zabuza said from right behind him. Kakashi swirled around and managed to slash him across the gut only for him to turn into water. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and chopped him in half. He also disappeared into water. Zabuza growled. Copying again Hatake. Why don't we try something new this time? He started to make some hand seals. Suten, Kokusuijin. Concentrated water spikes. Water around Zabuza started to form spikes of water and shoot them off into the distant mist. He heard some jumping around and dodging and went to help the clone out some. Kakashi heard the water coming and jumped backwards, avoiding the water spikes. He did this 3 more times until he started to make some seals while still in the air. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Grand Fireball. The fire came out of his mouth and hit the water in the area around himself. It stopped the attack right away. He landed on the ground and had to once again dodge to the side to avoid the head clever sword from doing its namesake. Kakashi landed again and looked over towards where he sensed a lot of chakra being used. Zabuza himself was looking that way. Kakashi was the first to say something. It seems my Jounin were able to defeat your Chunin. Naruto himself seems to be faring well also. Zabuza appeared in front of him about 15 feet away because he cleared some mist so they could see more. Indeed, your Jounin have beaten my Chunin. But Haku will win, no doubt in my mind. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Oh, care to tell why you think that way? Zabuza chuckled some before answering him. Because Hatake, Haku-chan was trained by me, and is at least a mid-Jounin level to a high Jounin level ninja. And so is Naruto. Kakashi pointed out. Zabuza chuckled some more. Yes, but that is when Haku isn't using her bloodline limit. When she does, she is even stronger than me and can take me down with ease. Kakashi was slightly startled and worried for Naruto. If that's the case, I better finish this fast and go help Naruto. He thought as he threw one shuriken at Zabuza. Zabuza just stepped to the side until he saw Kakashi going through some hand seals. Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. Shadow Clone Shuriken. The one shuriken turned into 50 and Zabuza jumped to the side, having one still nick him in the ribs. The mist came back full force and Zabuza once again disappeared. Kakashi waited for another attack to come and after a few seconds it didn't. Where are you, Zabuza? What are you planning? He thought. Then realization came onto him and he rushed over to where Tazuna and Sakura were. He got there just in time to see Sakura put up a fabled defense to stop the giant sword of Zabuza who was right in front of her. Kakashi put on a burst of speed and was in front of her before the hit came. Too bad he didn't put up his own defense. Too late, Hatake, Zabuza said as he swung his sword down and cut Kakashi across the chest. He jumped back into the mist and Kakashi grabbed his wounded chest. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Sakura asked, shaking a lot at what she just saw. Kakashi just rolled his eyes at her. If a person was just hit with a sword, a huge one no less, would you be alright? No, Sakura, I am not, but I'll live. He told her while giving her a small smile and jumping back into the deadly mist away from them. When he stopped running he could feel Naruto and Haku, which he was told was the hunter nin's name by Naruto himself. He felt both of their chakras start to rise. They were getting serious. Sensing them get serious, he did the same thing. He popped open one of the pouches on his vest and took out a scroll, and unraveled it while talking to Zabuza, which he was sure was around him somewhere. We're both busy people, Zabuza, so let's finish this in the next move. While he was talking he swiped his thumb across his wound on his chest, getting blood on it. He smeared the bloody appendage onto the length of the scroll and it seemed to wrap itself back up once it reached a certain point. If you think you can beat me, Hitake, then you're seriously mistaken. Zabuza taunted again through the mist. Kakashi ignored him and went through some seals with his hands still holding the scroll while he did it. Then he finished and slammed the scroll onto the ground. Kushios, Doden, Tsuiga no Jutsu. Summoning, Earth Release, Tracking Fang. The ground underneath the scroll had lines of kanji spread out along the ground in a web-like manner. As soon as it started though it was over and Kakashi stood up. I don't know what jutsu you just used, but it won't work if you can't find me. Zabuza taunted again, only to eat his own words as the ground underneath him cracked. He looked down just in time to see 5 dogs jump out of the ground and attack him. 2 on each limb and 1 on his shoulder. He cried out in pain. The scream was music to Kakashi's ears. Now what were you saying about not being able to find you? Kakashi asked, turning to face Zabuza, seeing the mist clear up a lot. Finally the mist is clearing up, he stated matter-of-factly. Zabuza growled. How did you find me? Kakashi looked over at him. Did you really think I would let you hit me with your sword on purpose? No, I let you get me. I used my own blood on your sword to find you using my ninja dogs. Zabuza had a look of understanding on his face. So you're going to kill me now that I'm defenseless? Kakashi? Said person just grinned. Since you didn't accept Naruto's most generous and true offer, I have no choice. Any last words, Zabuza? Said man had a solemn look on his face. The offer was true then? You weren't going to betray us and turn us into the Mist Hunter Nin? Kakashi shook his head. No, Zabuza, Naruto is an honest person and doesn't go back on his words. It was 100% true. I see. They would have continued to talk if it wasn't for the sound of rushing water coming their way. By now almost the entire bridge was clear of mist. Enough where everyone could see each other. Most importantly though, was that Kakashi and Zabuza could see the incoming cyclone of water coming straight for them. Kakashi's eyes widened and he jumped to the side, but Zabuza wasn't so lucky. He was held down by 5 dogs and couldn't move. Zabuza himself was wide-eyed. Not because of the attack coming straight for him. Well, maybe a little. But because the person inside of that attack was none other than Haku. His brain came up with the quick conclusion of what happened. Haku lost. Right after he thought that, he was hit directly with the full force of the water and one shinobi girl. The dogs puffed out of existence the second the attack hit, but Zabuza wasn't so lucky. He went fly with the attack and Haku for a good 30 feet before they stopped. Zabuza held onto Haku's body as they skidded across the surface of the bridge. When Kakashi jumped out of the way, he looked to where the attack came from and saw none other than Naruto himself that performed the attack. When he landed, Naruto jogged up to him looking as exhausted as Kakashi was. They stood there looking at the fallen enemy. "I see you won, Naruto," Kakashi stated offhandedly as he covered up his Sharingan eye with his headband. "Hi, though I didn't kill her." Kakashi raised an eyebrow at him, silently asking why. Naruto saw this and decided to elaborate. "She didn't want to fight me, but Zabuza told her to. They go way back and I just couldn't do it." Kakashi accepted this answer and looked at the approaching Jounin. Naruto did the same. He saw his and Kakashi's Jounin looking worse for wear but nonetheless alive. "It seems our Jounin won also," Kakashi stated again. "Hi," though they all look ready to collapse. Kakashi could only smile at him and his Jounin team. On the other side of the bridge, Zabuza was lying on his back with Haku beside him a few feet away. He looked at her frightened. "No. Haku, please be alive," he thought frantically. He got up after a few seconds and walked over to Haku in a hurry. He bent down and checked her pulse. "Thank Kami-sama you're alive, Haku-chan. I would never forgive myself if you died," he said to himself quietly. Unfortunately for him, Haku woke up at that time and smiled kindly up at him. She gurgled a little water before spitting it out and said quietly, "Thanks Zabuza-sama." Zabuza himself was surprised she was awake and smiled lightly at her. "No problem, kid. And call me Zabuza-san or just Zabuza, please," in an equally quiet voice as before she replied, "Hi Zabuza." That's when Zabuza heard footsteps behind him and looked behind himself to see Naruto and Kakashi walking over to them. Zabuza got up and picked up his sword and got into a defense stance. Naruto and Kakashi stopped and Naruto held up his hands saying stop. "Whoa, Zabuza, I have no intention of finishing you off, unless you attack us first." Zabuza looked him in the eye and still wouldn't get out of the defense stance until he felt something tug at his pant leg. He looked down and saw it was Haku. She shook her head, saying no. "He could have killed me with that last attack, Zabuza, but he didn't," he held back. "Please stop fighting. I don't want to be a missing nin anymore, please." Her voice was sad and begging and her eyes were starting to water up. Zabuza looked at her and his eyes softened. "Alright Haku-chan. We'll stop." Her eyes looked more grateful than he had seen them in a very long time. He could only smile slightly at her. Kakashi and Naruto themselves could only look on with their own smiles also. That was until they heard the sound of a cane being taped on the ground. Everyone present looked over to the source and saw a short man with a business suit on with a cane standing there with a small army of samurai, thugs, and bandits behind him. Well. Look what we have here. The little demon got his butt kicked by a bunch of brats." The short man with the cane said way too smugly. Zabuza narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you doing here, Gato? This wasn't part of the deal we made," he said in an angry voice. The now identified Gato smirked. "Deal? If I remember right, our deal was for you to kill the old man. You have yet to do so, Zabuza-kun." Zabuza growled at him. Seeing this just made Gato grin even more, showing how evil he truly was. "Since you haven't kept your part of the deal, then I was forced to use some other methods to make sure the old man will die." Taking a breath he continued. "You see Zabuza-kun," said man growled even more, "you are rather expensive and once done with you, it's hard to get rid of you. I can't just go around and kill ninja from villages because then they would be after my head. So I just hired an army of thugs and samurai to finish you off. They are loyal and do what I ask. They may be more expensive, but they are worth it to see you die." By the end of his little speech, Zabuza was ready to go in and kill him. The only thing stopping him was Haku that still had a hold of his pant leg. "Haku, let me go. I'm going to kill that flea bag," he said in an angry voice directed at Gato, not Haku. She still didn't let go. He would have yelled at her to let go if Naruto didn't step forward and start to talk. "I suggest you leave now, Gato. You won't be able to defeat 3 Jounin level ninja," he said in a calm but cold voice that sent a chill down the Jounin present in Gato's spine. Oh, and what is a little punk like you going to do about it?" "This. With that, Naruto started to make seals at a fast rate, only to stop as Gato snapped his fingers and one of the bandits stepped forward holding a tied-up Tsunami that looked rather unharmed except for a small bruise on her cheek. "If you try anything, brat, I'll have this woman killed," he said with glee, seeing them all glare at him. "Tsunami? What have you done to her?" Tazuna yelled as he started to run at the group, only to be grabbed by Kakashi and held in place. He struggled but to no avail. "Let me go. I have to help her," he yelled at the person restraining him. "I can't do that, Tazuna. If I let you go, you'll only get yourself and possibly your daughter killed also," Kakashi said in a calm manner, never taking his eyes off the army of enemies. That seemed to calm him down enough for him to stop struggling. Kakashi looked down at him and let him go. He stumbled a little before turning to the ninja present. "Aren't you going to save her? That's what I paid you for. Go and help her," he yelled as he had tears coming from his eyes. Before they could respond, they heard laughter coming from Gato. "Ha ha ha ha. Don't make me laugh so hard. You guys are weak. You will all die here today." With that exclamation, the army cheered of approval. Now the Jounin were standing right beside the Jounin and looking at them for answers. "What are we going to do, sensei?" Sakura asked, truly worried for once. He just shook his head. "I don't know. None of us are fast enough to travel that amount of distance before any one of the bandits can kill her." "Please, you have to try," Tazuna said in desperation. "Naruto-kun. You can do it. I've never seen someone move as fast as you did when we fought." Everyone looked over to see that it was Haku that said it. "Naruto-kun? Where did that come from? Again?" were the thoughts of Kakashi, Zabuza, Naruto and Haku respectively. Deciding to question her later about this new affection for the blonde, Zabuza turned his head to Naruto. "What's she talking about, boy?" Gritting his teeth slightly, he addressed the question asked. "Stop calling me boy for one. Secondly, it's my new technique. It allows me to move at abnormally high speeds." Kakashi looked startled slightly. "Do you mean?" Naruto cut him off. "No, it's not my bloodline, it's a technique I developed myself to look and act like my bloodline. The problem is I haven't mastered it yet." The others looked dejected slightly. "Can you do it?" Kakashi asked anyways. Naruto looked at the army and seemed to be judging something in his head. After a few seconds he turned his head to the others. "I think so, but it will be close. Let's hope they don't have good reaction speed." Kakashi and Zabuza seemed to nod. The Jounin looked at each other and then at the Jounin. Shikamaru asked their group question. "What do you want us to do?" The others looked startled for a second, seemingly forgotten about them. Kakashi turned to them fully. "You are to stay here and protect Tazuna." Sasuke was about to protest when Kakashi butted in before he could. "I don't care what you think, Sasuke. You guys are staying here. You are too exhausted and would only get in the way if you tried to help out now." His voice had the tone of finality in it and no one seemed to be able to argue with him. He turned back towards the army. "What are you fools arguing about over there?" Gato yelled at them. "Anytime, Uzumaki," Zabuza said, getting impatient. "They're getting edgy," Kakashi said. Naruto just nodded. "When I start to move, you guys follow immediately after me. After I do this technique from such a long range and in short bursts, I will have utterly exhausted my chakra to near nothing and need you guys there to help me out." "Hi!" they both said at the same time. "Enough of your little conversation. Get ready, guys," Gato said to the group of bandits that cheered and drew their weapons. Gato started only to be stopped as he saw the Jounin ninja each charge at him. When Gato said "get ready, guys," Naruto started to gather the remnants of his chakra. The others around him could feel him gathering it because of the large amounts being gathered. Then they just barely heard Naruto say it in a harsh whisper, "Shunpo." With that, Naruto took a step forward using his right foot, and when it hit the ground, Naruto seemed to disappear completely and reappear 10 feet in front of them with the same foot on the ground. He took another step, this time with his left foot, and was another 10 feet ahead. By this time Kakashi and Zabuza were only taking their second step 16 feet behind him. Naruto took 5 more steps, making it right in front of the startled army and in front of the one holding Tsunami. By the time Naruto had taken 7 steps and covered 70 feet in less than 2 seconds, Kakashi and Zabuza were taking their 7th step and had their eyes bugging out of their sockets like everyone else. They all shared one thought at that time. Holy shit, that was fast. Gato finished his statement just when Naruto was in front of the army. Naruto appeared in front of them on his right foot and pushed off the ground, and kneed the person holding Tsunami in the head, pushing his nose into his brain, killing him almost instantly. Naruto pushed off him and pushed his legs to the side, kicking the 2 closest people away and leaving some very big bruises. Before the startled Tsunami could hit the ground though, Naruto grabbed her by the waist and jumped backwards 4 times, letting Kakashi and Zabuza shoot past them toward the army of bandits. Naruto landed by Tezuna and the other Jounin and put her down. Then before anyone could say anything he fell to one of his knees and started to pant extremely hard. Kakashi and Zabuza at this time were slicing away at the army of bandits. Gato was trying to run to the back to get away, but before he could even get to the back, Zabuza appeared in front of him. "Where do you think you're going, Gato?" Gato backed away from him and all he could see was a devil looking at him. Before he got 1 foot he found his head missing and his body falling to the ground dead. Kakashi appeared beside him and they walked through the crowd of people that separated for them. They walked over towards the others and turned around once there. Zabuza grinned at them viciously. "Anyone else want a piece of us?" They seemed to shake in fear until one of them spoke up. "It's only 2 men. We can take them." That settled their fears and they cheered until an arrow lodged itself into the ground in front of them. They looked over and saw it was Inari who shot it. He looked slightly beat up with a bruised cheek and dirty clothes but nonetheless alive and standing. "If you're going to fight them, you're going to have to fight us too." The crowd of villagers armed to the bone with various makeshift weapons cheered behind him. The bandits did the smart thing and ran for their pathetic lives. The crowd cheered and Inari ran over to his mom and started to cry in her arms. The others smiled at them until they saw the crowd moving towards Haku and Zabuza. Naruto stood on shaky legs and moved in front of them, blocking their path. "Move, ninja! They are the enemy!" one of them shouted. Naruto didn't even flinch at all to the shout. He just shook his head no and said in a quiet voice, "They are allies now. They helped kill Gato and his men. Leave them be." The crowd looked untrustworthy of his words. "If Naruto-san says they're okay, then they're okay," Inari said, defending his big brother figure. The crowd of people accepted this and stood down but were still on guard. Seeing this, Zabuza picked up Haku bridal style and walked over to Naruto, who was resting against the side of the bridge. "We'll be seeing you soon, kid. Take care." Naruto looked up from where he was resting and saw Zabuza and Haku. "Where will you be going?" Zabuza just shrugged. "Don't know, but we're not welcome here right now. It would be better if we stayed clear of the bridge in town for now." "I see, then take care of Haku-san for me, will ya?" he asked weakly. Said girl started to blush. Zabuza saw this and grinned. "I'll keep your new girlfriend safe, don't worry." Before Naruto could respond, Zabuza disappeared in a swirl of mist. Kakashi was standing nearby and couldn't help but grin. "So, you got a girlfriend, I hear," he said innocently. Naruto's face turned beet red before he looked away, finding the other end of the bridge very interesting. "Shut up. I consider her just a friend," he said in his defense haughtily. Kakashi just grinned again. "Right. I wonder what the NFC, Naruto fan club, will think about this?" he said offhandedly. Naruto paled and turned his head so fast Kakashi wondered if he got whiplash. "You wouldn't dare. It took me forever to get them to stop stalking me all the time." He. "Why shouldn't I?" Naruto got up and ran after the running away Kakashi, seemingly forgetting about his injuries and exhaustion for the moment. While running, Naruto was yelling profanities at him. "If you do, I'll burn every one of your Icha Paradise books." Kakashi looked horrified. "You wouldn't." Naruto had an evil glint in his eyes. "Even if my sensei writes them, I'll still be happy to destroy them." "No. You won't get your hands on my precious," Kakashi yelled as he ran at his full ninja speed straight off the bridge. Naruto stopped where he was seeing as he couldn't keep up right now. He along with everyone else had sweat dropped. "My precious?" was the common thought. Weird. 2 weeks later the bridge was complete and everyone from town was standing in front of it with the ninja from Konoha in front of them. "I still don't know where you went for 2 days, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura yelled at him. Said man just rubbed his neck while his other rubbed his pouch. "I got lost on the road of life." Everyone their sweat dropped. "Liar," Sakura yelled, making some people's ears ring. "Can you please keep it down, Pinky? You might make some people deaf with that voice of yours," Sai said while he was rubbing his ears along with Kiba, Akamaru, and Naruto. "I am not loud," she yelled just as loud again. "Before any of us go deaf, we should probably be leaving," Kakashi said, only to receive a death glare from Sakura. Tazuna stepped forward. "Thank you so much again, guys. You have no idea how much you helped us out here. There is no way we can ever repay you." "Well, you could always pay for the A-rank mission when you get the money," Kakashi said half-heartedly again. The old man chuckled. "I suppose we could." Then Inari moved to the front and looked at Naruto. "Naruto-san, will you ever come visit?" Naruto looked down at him and smiled. "You can count on it, Inari," he said, giving him the thumbs up. Inari started to tear up and tried to hide it. Naruto just smiled at him. "It's okay to cry when you're happy, Inari." "I'm not crying," he said heatedly, but you could tell he was. "I'll be strong like you are. I'll make my dad proud." Naruto just smiled at him. "I'm sure you will, Inari." With that they said their final partings, turned around and walked across the bridge waving goodbye. They were the very first people to cross the new bridge. Back with the villagers, Tazuna stopped waving. We still haven't named the bridge yet. You're right. Some in the crowd said. What should we name it? Another asked. How about the Super Tazuna Bridge? Tazuna said, only to get hit over the head by his daughter. Get over yourself, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. He. Sorry, he said, rubbing his head. There was a few other names tossed around until Inari spoke up. Why not call it the Great Naruto Bridge? There was silence for a few seconds until they all cheered in agreement. Then the name of the bridge will be the Great Naruto Bridge, named after Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto for saving this country from Goto, saving tsunami, and helping Inari grow strong. There was another cheer for the name of the bridge after he said that. With the others, it had been a couple of hours and they were nearing the border of water and fire when suddenly Zabuza and Haku appeared in front of them. The others stopped what they were talking about and got ready for anything. Naruto stepped forward. I see you two healed well. As did you, Naruto, Zabuza said in return. After a few seconds of awkward silence, he addressed the issue for their meeting. Does that offer of yours still stand? Hi, it does. Are you planning to join Konoha as a leaf ninja, Zabuza-san? Haku-san? Naruto asked while raising his eyebrow. Hi, was his short reply. Naruto looked over at Haku. And you, Haku-san? I will join also, Naruto-ke-san, she said, catching herself and blushing in embarrassment. Zabuza grinned at her, as did Kakashi with Naruto. Kakashi stepped forward then. Well, since we're all heading the same way, let's go. Zabuza and Kakashi walked beside each other, while the Jounin stuck together, and Naruto and Haku talked to each other. After a while, Kakashi and Zabuza moved back and stepped beside Naruto and Haku, so that Kakashi was beside Naruto, and Zabuza beside Haku. Kakashi started off. So you two, what you talking about? Naruto looked at him weirdly and shrugged. Nothing much. Why? Oh, no reason, just wanted to know. He trailed off here. Naruto and Haku looked at them questionably. Then Zabuza spoke. He wanted to know if you two were boyfriend and girlfriend yet? He asked bluntly. He got the result he wanted. Naruto and Haku both turned red and turned to each other, and it only made it worse. Naruto spun on Kakashi. Your books are mine, he yelled as he pulled out a kunai. Kakashi's eyes widened so much that they looked like they would pop out. He ran away screaming, "You'll never hurt my precious." Haku spun on Zabuza and smiled sweetly at him. Zabuza. Zabuza paled seeing that face. Shit. She only smiles like that when she wants to kill me in the most excruciating ways. He thought as he started to sweat a little. Why yes. Can you hold still for a second? She pulled out one of her senbon needles and stepped forward with that sweet smile of hers still on her face. All color in Zabuza's face was gone by now. He did the smart thing, he ran like a girl. Haku ran after him saying things like it wouldn't hurt and she only wanted to see if he was okay. They're supposed to be elite Jounin too, Choji said to the others, seeing the looks on their faces. The others in the group sweat dropped at this and ran after their senseis and their two additional members back to Konoha. A day later they arrived back at the village thanks to running full speed most of the way thanks to Kakashi and Zabuza running for their lives. When they reached the gates they were stopped and asked for identification. Namikaze Naruto returning with my team from our mission, he stated nonchalantly. Kakashi mirrored him. Hatake Kakashi returning with my team from a C-turned-A ranked mission. He also said in his usual tone of voice. The two guards could only nod their heads at first. They were surprised that Jounin survived an A-ranked mission even if they had two of the best Jounins in Konoha with them. Then they noticed the other two people that weren't on the teams. They looked at them questionably before they asked who they were. And these two? They pointed to Haku and Zabuza. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Oh my bad, well these two are Momochi Zabuza and this is Haku. They will be accompanying us to see the Hokage. One guard looked them over and then nodded. Very well, Hokage-sama has been a bit confused as to the delays in your mission anyways. Naruto and Kakashi nodded and turned to their own teams once inside the gates of Konoha. Alright guys. Naruto started, now that we have returned from an A-ranked mission, you will have some time off to recuperate. I will give you guys 2 days of free time. On the third day I want you to show up at training field 19 at 7 in the morning. If are late I will double all of your weights. Each person of Team 10 had the same thought. No. Not more weight. Naruto just turned and walked away, leaving his students in a vision of painful training. If one could see Naruto's face right now they would see an evil grin on his face and a devilish spark in his eyes. Unfortunately Zabuza saw a side glance at it and unconsciously shivered. Note to self, never piss him off too much, that look is like Haku when she does that sweet smile. This thought brought another shiver to him. Kakashi just walked up to his team and looked down on them. You have the next 2 days off to relax, be at training field 7 at 7 in the morning. With that Kakashi turned around and walked beside Naruto. Zabuza and Haku as they made their way to the Hokage's tower. Team 10 finally got out of the horror induced by their sensei's threat and each went their own ways. Team 7 also split up with Sakura following Sasuke like she normally would. Sahi made a smart-ass comment to Sakura as she walked away. "Hey Pinky, why do you follow Dickless if he doesn't even like you?" When Sakura heard the nickname Pinky she stopped in her tracks. Then when she heard her Sasuke-kun being called Dickless she turned around with flames in her eyes. "Sasuke-kun is not Dickless," she yelled at him as she hit him over the head sending him to the ground and leaving a dent there. She spun around to go follow Sasuke again when she noticed that he was nowhere in sight. "No Sasuke-kun, wait up," she yelled to the road as she ran down it to find her Sasuke-kun. When all of this was going on, the Jounin of the group were long gone. They witnessed none of it. While they walked down the road people greeted them happily and sincerely. Haku and Zabuza were confused by this somewhat so they decided to ask as was their usual polite custom. "Yeah, right, Zabuza has about as much tact as a tack hammer, actually, he probably has less," so he just spit out the question on his mind. "What's with all the stares and greeting you two are getting, you two famous here or what?" Kakashi looked at him and then looked at the front again before answering. "It's not me they're greeting really. I just happen to be by the one they are." "Oh and pray tell me who this is?" he asked in a very sarcastic tone. Kakashi just smiled at him. "Nope." Zabuza's vein on his head started to throb. "What the hell do you mean no?" Kakashi just chuckled lightly. Just when Zabuza was about to nail him in the head Naruto spoke up. "They're looking at me, Zabuza." Said man just arched an eyebrow at him. Seeing his look Naruto decided to explain. "I'm the son of the great fourth Hokage, the man that saved the village from destruction. They treat me like this because of him and my mom. They treat me like royalty." Naruto's voice was very irritated. Zabuza arched an eyebrow again at the kid. "And this is a bad thing why?" Haku was equally confused. Naruto debated to tell them or not and after a full minute of silence and walking he did. "How would you feel Zabuza if you were treated like royalty for something you had nothing to do with?" "Myself, I'd go with it," he said nonchalantly. Naruto shook his head. "You might but I don't want it. I want to be recognized for my own accomplishments not for what my father did. I want them to like me because of me not because of my family. Every one of these people knows virtually nothing about me, and yet they act like my friends. I just want to be treated normally like everyone else is." The other just stayed silent after he said this. How could you really respond to something like that anyways? Before they knew it, they were at the Hokage's tower waiting to be called into the office to speak to the third. After 5 minutes of waiting and seeing someone walk out of the office they were ushered in. They each stood in front of the desk of the third and Kakashi spoke first. "Returning from a C-ranked turned A-ranked mission Hokage-sama," Kakashi said in an official voice. The Hokage was slightly startled by this. "Is everyone okay Kakashi?" "Hi Hokage-sama. We all returned mostly unharmed. The worst injuries were just some deep cuts." The Hokage nodded his head. "I'm glad to hear that you and your teams are all right Kakashi. I assume that your team, Naruto, is all right also." "Hi Hokage same. Like Kakashi my team came out with only minor wounds." "Glad to hear it. Now, can you explain why you thought it wise to bring an A-class missing nin here?" Sarutobi gave them both a critical look that made the two stand up straighter than before under his gaze. "These two are Momochi Zabuza and Haku. They wish to join Konoha as ninjas of our forces," Naruto said in a very stern voice. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at Naruto before leaning back into his chair. "Haku I have no problem with but you Zabuza I can't let join our forces." Both Haku and Zabuza tensed getting ready to leave at a moment's notice. "But..." The two looked at the old man sitting in his chair. "If you tell me about your mission first I might be able to allow things to slide." Sarutobi then turned his look to Naruto and Kakashi. Naruto decided to step forward and tell the tale of their mission. 20 minutes later he was done telling him his report. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair again and took a puff of his tobacco pipe. "I still stand on my verdict as before. Haku can stay because she has no alliances with any nation and Konoha would gladly invite her bloodline, but Zabuza was a ninja of mist. I cannot just let him join our forces without mist getting in our faces and then possibly starting a war," he said grimly. Zabuza and Haku looked ready to jump out the window when the third continued. "Although, if for say, Kakashi killed you, let's say using his Raikiri and stabbed you through the heart effectively killing you when you were being restrained by his nin dogs, then we wouldn't have a problem would we?" The old man was smirking wildly. The smirk seemed contagious because everyone in the room had one on their faces. "I like the way you think old-timer," Zabuza said still smirking. His smirk turned to a rapid apology when he saw the look Sarutobi was giving him. I mean Hokage-sama." The third just smirked again and then waved it off. Now that you two are going to be Konoha, we will have to see what rank you'll get. Naruto, Kakashi, what do you think their skills would put them at? Naruto and Kakashi looked at each other and then at the Hokage and at the same time said one word. Jounin. The third just nodded and pushed a button on his intercom. My-san, can you get me 2 Konoha headbands and 2 Jounin jackets and bring them to my office please? There was a second pause before she responded. Hi Hokage-sama. Now those vests will be here in a few minutes. In the meantime we have to discuss a few other things. Since you did interfere in a mission against Konoha and attacked 2 Jounin of our village, you will have to be punished. So for the next 2 weeks the both of you will to do D-ranked mission. Zabuza looked ready to yell at the man when the door opened and in came the secretary with the 2 vests and the headbands. Haku and Zabuza looked them of the desk after Sarutobi nodded to them to do so and put them on. Haku put her headband on and put it on her forehead and Zabuza did the same except his was slanted instead. They each put their Jounin vest on and left them unzipped for now. There was a cough from in front of them and they all turned to see what Sarutobi wanted. Now that I got your attention back, I will finish this meeting so I can get back to work. Here everyone in the room could have sworn they heard a whisper of evil muttered but they shrugged it off as nothing. For the time being, you two will live in an apartment building until you can find a different place to stay at or stay there. He opened a drawer and pulled out a wad of cash. This is for the 2 of you to share. I don't know if you will live in separate apartments or not, but that will be enough for the both of you to pay rent for 2 weeks either way. Thanks you Hokage-sama for all of this, Haku said with a truly thankful look on her face. Yeah, we appreciate it, Zabuza said in a matter-of-fact way. He got hit in the ribs by Haku for being disrespectful. He glared down at her but she just looked away. Stupid brat. He thought. Sarutobi just smiled at them. If there is nothing else you may leave. Naruto and Kakashi, I expect a report on my desk in 2 days and don't forget to fix some parts of it. Not a problem Hokage-sama. Kakashi replied as he puffed out of the office. Naruto replied with a simple, hi Hokage-sama. He then turned to the other 2 in the room. Come on you two, I'll show you around Konoha now. With that they walked out of the office leaving the old man to his work. The said man looked down at his desk and his eyes widened in surprise and fear. How in the 9 layers of hell did the paperwork grow? He half yelled, half cried. Then he remembered something from 15 minutes ago. The door opened up and in walked a young woman of about 25 years of age. You asked for 2 Jounin vests and 2 Konoha head protectors, right Hokage-sama? She asked as she carried in the said items. She walked over to the desk and put them down with a stack of papers a foot and a half tall under them. While she bent down her breasts giggled and it caught Sarutobi's eyes. He watched them for a few seconds until she stood back up. Will that be all Hokage-sama? She asked sweetly. Shaking his head in a barely noticeable manner to clear his head he responded. Yes, thanks my san. She bowed once and then left the room. Shaking his head he cleared his thoughts and came to the present. No. I'm becoming more like Jiraiya. Damn you and you wonderful books. He thought on the inside. Then he looked at the stack of papers. You're evil, you know that. I hate you. Of course the papers just sat there innocently. Don't mock me. With that he grabbed one and started to read through it.